We left the old truck by the edge of the clearing, its tires settling into the lean of the forest slope. The air smelled of moss and rich soil, and I pressed the radio button anyway, even though I knew there'd be no signal. The static hissed in protest. I shut it off, climbing out with my duffel bag and the wrench set I'd brought along. The plan: repair the generator at the cabin my uncle had built 30 years ago, miles off the grid in the northern Vermont woods. I hadn't been back since I was a kid, and now at 32, after the death of my wife, I needed something disconnected and raw. And he had offered me the place, secluded, silent, isolated. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Bird calls were sparse. The wind rustled high in the canopy, but there were no squirrels darting across logs, no rustle in the underbrush. I shook off the feeling. I'd always been comfortable alone. I locked up the truck and walked the 10-minute path uphill. The sun dropped lower toward dusk. The cabin appeared as it always had. Hand-hewn logs, metal roof already speckled with rust, the porch sagging just a bit. I dumped my bag inside. The generator had sputtered when he left it last autumn, hoped it would fire up with new spark plugs and a fresh oil change. But first I turned on the lights, just a single bare bulb in the center of the ceiling. The place flickered to life. Shadows danced on the walls. I paced through the rooms, checking the wood stove, the bunk bed, the window that looked out over the stream. Outside the stream trickled, the sound steady, comforting. I felt safe. That night, I cooked rice and beans over the stove, drank bottled water, and sat on the porch with nothing but the occasional hoot of an owl. Morning came crisp and cold. I started the generator. It coughed, then settled into a smooth hum. The cabin lights brightened. I connected the deep cycle battery bank and checked the solar panels on the roof. They looked fine. On the fridge, I placed a photograph of my wife, taken on our honeymoon years ago. I rubbed my thumb over the glass. Gone. I sat. The forest. The quiet. It felt healing. On the second evening, the wind picked up. I pulled my flannel shirt tighter and sat again on the porch. I thought I heard something in the woods behind the cabin. A twig snapping and a branch scraping bark. I listened. The wind died. Silence. I scanned the trees. Everything still. I told myself it was a deer or nothing, but the feeling crawled up my spine. I was being watched. Inside, the cabin felt colder than it should for late April. The wood stove had plenty of coals and the door was closed, but I shivered. I pulled out extra blankets and wrapped up. In the night's darkness, the lights of the cabin blinked once, just a flicker, and I smelled something. Over the starchy beans, the odor of damp fur, but faint. I opened the door and looked out into the black, into the trees lined like ghostly columns. My heart beat fast. I closed it and locked the bolt. Sleep came fitfully. At 2 a.m, I awoke to the gentle hum of the fridge, but also the sound of distant footsteps. Soft, a man's heavy boots crunching dead leaves. I froze. Couldn't breathe. Then silence. I listened. Nothing. I told myself I must be dreaming. But the next moment came a heavier sound. The door latch jingled. I sat up, grabbed the pistol from the drawer. My uncle had left a single-action revolver, hand trembling. I pointed it into the darkness of the room. Nothing. I waited. After what felt like forever, the latch stopped. I exhaled and collapsed back into the bed. Did I unlock that door? I thought I had locked it. Sweat dripped down my neck. Morning light brought sanity, or denial. I told myself the forest was just full of animals, that the door maybe wasn't locked properly. I strengthened the bolt, set the pistol on the nightstand, unchanged but loaded. Outside, I found footprints in the damp soil. Heavy boots, size 11 or so, a tread I didn't recognize. They were fresh, leading from the edge of the cabin porch into the woods, then existing into the dark. I photographed them with my phone. The battery was still good, ironically, though signal remained absent, no bars. The footprints gave me the reasoning to believe I wasn't crazy. I drove the truck down to the old barn where my uncle stored his tools and tractors. It creaked in the wind. Inside, I found the large wrench I had come for, some oil cans, spare spark plugs, everything I needed. As I closed the barn door behind me, I heard a soft hiss. I turned. The door wasn't fully closed. In the gloom beyond, something shimmered. A figure? No, just the light tricking. I shut the door and bolted it. Heard nothing more. I loaded the tools in the back of the truck and drove uphill again to the cabin as night approached. That night, the feeling got worse. The humid air weighed heavily, even though it was cold outside. The stream's trickle seemed off, louder, more insistent. I lay awake, listening. Around midnight, I heard a whisper outside the cabin door. Low, guttural, like someone muttering in a foreign tongue. I froze. Then a knock. 1, 2, 3. My blood chilled. I didn't move. The knock came again. I aimed the revolver at the door. After a long moment, a voice, "You here alone?" It sounded distant, muffled by the wood. My mind screamed run, but I stayed quiet. No answer. The door rattled. The knob didn't turn, but the rattle continued. I squeezed the trigger. The hammer fell. Empty chamber. I swear I felt the windows rattle. The voice repeated, "Come out. Come out." I closed my eyes, held my breath. After what felt like hours, the noise stopped. I opened my eyes, the door intact, the night quiet. I dawned with dawn, a fragile shiver of relief. In daylight, I walked along the stream. I needed to ground myself. I found fresh tree carvings, shallow grooves in some birch trees along the bank. They looked like tally marks, 8 of them, more around others. At first, I thought they were from nature, but no, deliberate. I counted more as I walked, 10, 15. I documented them. My mind raced. Maybe hunters marking trees, maybe squatters. I found boot prints again near the bank. Same heavy boot size 11. No known hunters in the area. I collected an abandoned lighter, black, lying in the mud by the stream. The brand was worn off. I pocketed it as evidence. Back at the cabin, I tried to call my older sister, but the signal didn't come. She'd know to worry. I tried the landline jack too, but there was no phone service out here. The grid was isolated. I felt the isolation now not as peace, but as danger. I pulled the curtains closed and slept with the revolver clenched against my chest. Night 4. I woke to a crashing sound outside, something heavy hitting the side of the cabin roof. I turned on the outside light by the door. The lamp flickered and died. I loaded new batteries into the lantern, stepped outside. Nothing visible in the darkness except the trees breathing. I shone the beam around. I saw footprints again around the cabin, deep in the mud. I followed them briefly toward the woods. They ended abruptly at the base of an old pine. Under the pine, I found a marker, a small circle of stones, each about fist-sized, placed around the tree's trunk. In the center lay a broken shards, maybe a piece of mirror or glass. I don't know. The shards were covered in blood, fresh, dark red. My stomach turned. I snapped photos. I ran back inside, locked the door. For the rest of the night, I stayed awake, a revolver at the ready, heartbeat pounding. The forest rustled. Branches cracked. The door creaked. I thought I saw a figure at the window past the curtain, the silhouette of a tall man with boots size 11 standing still as the dark. Morning came again. I didn't sleep well. The coffee from a can tasted bitter. I thought about leaving, but my truck's battery was low. The generator had overloaded some circuit and the battery bank had dropped. I spent the morning adjusting breakers, replacing fuses. I felt panicky. I couldn't just drive out in the night. If someone was out there, moving, I'd be vulnerable on the road. I needed to wait for daylight. I patch-checked everything, resecured locks, dug a shallow trench around the cabin porch with a shovel, just to make a barrier. That afternoon, I wandered down the path to where the old trail split into the deeper woods. I followed it to a partially collapsed shack, probably an old hunting camp. Inside, I found rusted cans, bullet casings, a rotted camping mattress. On the wall, I saw messages scratched, "Keep away," "Not safe," "Don't go." The letters were faded. I filmed it. I felt adrenaline surge. This wasn't random. Something had been happening here, something unknown and violent. The deeper wood trail had footprints too, not only size 11 heavy boots, but smaller prints too. Women's boots, maybe size 8. I sketched them in my mind. I backed out when a twig snapped behind me. I turned. Nothing. Ran back to the cabin. As dusk fell, I realized I might have triggered something. The previous nights, the intruder had been around the cabin. Now I had invaded their territory. I flicked on all lights inside, left the lantern on the porch. I slept in the living room with the revolver, not in the bedroom. I couldn't risk being trapped. I kept the windows open in case I needed to escape. I kept the porch door ready. At 3 a.m., I woke again to shuffling outside. I didn't open my eyes. I listened. There was a low chanting, soft, rhythmic. I recognized words, maybe unclean, bring forth the blood. I shook with fear. The chanting stopped. Then banging at the back wall, heavy blows like someone using an axe on wood. I rubbed my eyes. A shadow flicked past the bedroom window. I didn't scream. I grabbed the revolver, aimed at the window. The window rattled. A face pressed briefly against the glass, pale, hollow-eyed, hair matted, boots inside the underbrush. I fired once at the glass, the window splintered, the figure retreated with a roar I never heard. Then footsteps, running, crashing, through the forest, away. I collapsed. When dawn came, I dared to go outside. I found the porch steps splintered, the glass broken in. No footprints leading away, mud washed in overnight rain. I picked up glass shards, wore gloves, I surveyed the place. On the porch mat I found something, a small envelope, thick paper inside a dried leaf and a single bullet cartridge. On the envelope, "For the alone." My hands shook. I photographed it. I stuffed it into my bag. I made coffee, argued with myself, leave now. But I couldn't. I had to know. I packed some supplies, the revolver, camera, battery packs. I decided to walk down the main logging road to the ranger station, about 2 miles. I'd call for a ranger, tell someone. I locked the cabin and walked. The forest around me felt hostile. The air thickened. I made it to the road. I walked for 30 minutes before I saw headlights in the distance. A truck. I flagged it down. It stopped. Out stepped a man, middle-aged, beard peppered gray. He asked what I was doing. I told him I was stranded. He said the ranger station closed at dusk. He introduced himself as Dave. He agreed to drop me off at the station at first light. I shouldn't stay at the cabin alone. He'd seen issues. I returned with him, the ride silent except the hum of the engine. I asked if this area had problems. He looked away and said yes. Squatters, ritualists, people who believed the woods held something ancient. I asked specifics. He said there were a series of disappearances decades ago, campers who never came back. The search teams gave up. This part of the forest had weird geometry, lines of old birch that didn't match maps. He drove slower, pointing the truck's beams at the trees. I noticed many birch trees marked with carved lines, just like I had seen. He told me those marks were symbolic. He said, "They say leave a tally and the forest counts you." I felt the hairs on my neck stand. He added, "If you ignore it, the forest takes you." I asked what that meant. He said, "No one knows, but once the marks started showing up, the night sounds changed. The hikers who remained heard chanting, saw shadows, lost time. Sometimes they found themselves walking backward along the path at dawn." He stopped the truck at a fork. He said he'd take me to the station, but suggested I gather myself at a motel in town, file a report tomorrow. I agreed. That night at the motel, I slept shallow. I couldn't get the image of the face at the window out of my head. The bullet casing, the envelope. I vowed tomorrow I'd return with company. But I didn't give myself the chance. At 2 a.m., a call came from the cabin. The motion sensors I'd installed on the generator pad picked up movement. I didn't answer. A text, "We're coming." No number. I called the police. They'd never heard of that cabin. The dispatcher said the jurisdiction was ambiguous. The forest land was split between town and county, weird lines. They said they'd send a patrol in the morning. I awoke at first light, my gear packed. I left the motel and drove the truck back to the forest road with daylight behind me. The path was muddy. I parked and walked the last part. As I approached the cabin, I felt dread. The door was open. The lights were off, the generator still humming quietly in the shed. Inside, the living room was untouched, but the photo of my wife off the fridge, broken glass across the floor, the envelope and the leaf missing. I searched. No footprints outside except my own. No sign of violence. I loaded my bag, decided I was done. It felt wrong. I locked the door and walked back to the truck. But as I loaded the truck bed, I looked in the rearview mirror. A figure standing at the edge of the tree line, motionless, boot size 11, hat pulled low. I froze. I closed the tailgate quietly, slid into the truck, started it. As I drove off, the figure didn't move. It did not wave. It simply watched. The high beam illuminated him for a second, a pale face, matted hair, eyes fixed. Then he vanished. I got to the ranger station. They told me nothing had been reported, no missing persons. They gave me a map and told me the nearest cell phone line was 15 minutes away at the ridge. I said I was done. I was heading back to town. Maybe I'd fly out. They told me to keep the receipt of the cabin rental. They made it sound like they'd look into it. That night in town, I barely slept. My phone buzzed. Photo from the motion sensors at the cabin pad. Darkness. Blurred figure with boots. I zoomed in. The face looked like the one at the window. I handed the phone to the local policeman who arrived to take my statement. He looked at it, rocked his head, said, "This place. It's got history. He said someone else had tried to stay there years ago and left within a day. I decided that was it. I packed up. I said goodbye to town. I left all my gear. I needed to forget. But the forest followed me home. A week later, I was in my apartment in Boston, unpacking a box of things I'd brought back. The envelope, the bullet casing, the photograph of the tally marks. I turned on the TV to a news segment. They'd found a hiker missing in the same forest zone. A young woman seen with heavy boots. She didn't respond when found, disoriented, muttering about, "The markers count the taken." She was hospitalized. The next night, I couldn't sleep. At 3 a.m., the fire alarm in my building went off. I ran outside. Everyone in pajamas stood on the sidewalk in the dark. Fire trucks arrived. There was no fire, just a malfunction. But on the rear window of the building, I noticed muddy boot prints, heavy, size 11, on the fire escape metal grate. I snapped a photo. I called the police. They said they'd investigate. Sleep evaded me. A few nights later, I got another text from an unknown number. The tally is now 10. I stared at the message. The marks I saw at the stream had been 15. 10? I looked at the envelope. Original leaf gone, now replaced with a pressed birch leaf, and some tiny writing I didn't notice before. Your turn comes at 12. My skin went cold. I looked at the clock. 11:48 p.m. I went to bed, revolver under pillow. At midnight, I heard scratching at the front door of my apartment. The door rattled. I didn't move. The lock held. I lay silent. The scratching continued 20 minutes. Then footsteps down the hallway. Someone leaving. I didn't open the door until morning. No message. The envelope gone. I left the city next day for a deep sleep out in nature, but far away from that cabin. I told myself I'd never go back to the forest in Vermont. But at home, I still wake some nights to the sound of twigs snapping outside my window. And I bury my face in pillows, telling myself the letters were spam, the footprints meaningless. But the images stay. The face at the window, the tall figure, the tally marks, and that chilling notion, something watches when you're alone, something that keeps score. I removed the photo of my wife from the fridge weeks ago. It made me too sad. The bullet casing I handed to the police, they said it was non-traceable. The envelope, I don't know what happened, if I still have it or not. Every now and then I see the number 10 flash on my phone screen, even when there's no message. The tally is 10. I know what I did, stepped into places I shouldn't. I ignored the marks. I interrupted the ritual. I left a trail behind. Now I live in the city. Every noise amplified, every shadow suspicious. I glance constantly at footprints in mud, at mirrors, at windows. I wonder if we ever really leave the woods, or if the forest takes what it wants and sends it out into the world. I don't know who that tall man is, boots size 11, or what he represents. The forest may have meant another time, another entity. But he watches me now, and I know I am on the list. Story the end. The sun was just beginning to set behind the thick pines, painting the sky in muted streaks of orange and purple, when Emily and Mark finally pulled their beat-up Jeep onto the narrow dirt path that led to their new home. It wasn't much, a small cabin tucked away in the heart of the Cascade Mountains, but it was theirs, free from the hum of electricity and the prying eyes of neighbors. Emily's excitement masked a twinge of unease she couldn't quite place. She brushed it off as first-night jitters, but Mark noticed the way she kept glancing over her shoulder into the deepening shadows of the forest. They had spent months preparing for this move, reading blogs about off-grid living, stocking up on solar panels, water filters, and non-perishable food. They wanted isolation, a place where no one could reach them unless they wanted to be found. At least, that's what Mark kept telling himself as he struggled to navigate the ruts and rocks of the rough path leading to the cabin. By the time they arrived, darkness had fully claimed the forest. They could barely make out the silhouette of the cabin against the towering pines. Mark grabbed the lantern from the back of the Jeep and handed it to Emily as she hopped out. "Welcome home," he said, trying to sound cheerful. Emily forced a smile, but her teeth were slightly clenched. The cabin smelled of old wood and must. The floorboards creaked under their weight as they explored the tiny living area. The kitchen was sparse but functional. The loft bedroom smelled faintly of mildew. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a faint metallic scent. Emily wrinkled her nose. As they settled in, Mark started unpacking supplies while Emily checked the windows and doors. Everything was locked tight, but something about the forest beyond the glass made her uneasy. She shook her head and laughed nervously at herself. It's just a lot darker than I expected. The first night passed without incident, save for the occasional howl of a distant coyote. They slept in shifts, taking turns with the wood stove so that the cabin stayed warm. But around midnight, Emily woke to the faint sound of footsteps outside the cabin. She froze, straining her ears. The steps stopped, then started again, circling the small structure. She shook Mark awake. I think someone's out there. Mark frowned, rubbing his eyes. It's probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. Emily shook her head. No, these were human footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Someone's walking around the cabin. Mark hesitated, then grabbed the flashlight and went outside. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating the snow-dusted ground. There were footprints, barely visible, as though whoever had made them was careful, but no one was there. The prints stopped suddenly at the edge of the tree line. See? Nothing, Mark said, though his voice lacked conviction. Emily didn't sleep the rest of the night. She stayed awake, listening to the wind, the creaks of the cabin, and the faint sounds of movement outside. The next morning, they tried to shake it off. Mark went to check the water supply and solar panels while Emily gathered firewood. But the forest felt different, heavier, watching. She saw shadows dart between the trees, too quick and subtle to be animals. Even the birds seemed unusually quiet. By the third day, they noticed strange occurrences inside the cabin. Small items were moved. The kettle wasn't where they had left it, the chairs slightly shifted. Emily swore she saw figures in the loft bedroom when she glanced up from the kitchen. But when she called Mark, no one was there. Mark tried to rationalize it. It's probably our nerves. We're isolated. It's easy to imagine things. But he couldn't deny that the feeling of being watched was growing stronger. On the fifth night, the power of the windstorm hit. The trees moaned under the strain, snow and ice rattling against the roof. They huddled near the stove, the lantern casting shaky shadows on the walls. Then came the knocks, slow, heavy, on the door. Then the windows. Someone, or something, was outside. Mark grabbed the hunting rifle. Emily held the lantern high. The knocking stopped. A low, guttural growl started, echoing from the forest. It wasn't an animal. It was too intelligent, too deliberate. They spent the night listening to the sounds. Footsteps circling the cabin, scratching at the walls, the growl returning at intervals. Neither slept. By dawn, exhaustion had set in, but the forest was still and silent once more. The following days blurred together. The cabin felt like a trap. They could hear voices in the woods, whispers they couldn't understand, yet the moment they grabbed the binoculars or stepped outside, there was nothing. Food began to vanish from the kitchen, only to reappear in odd places. Emily found a stack of their cans lined up outside in the snow one morning, as though someone had been studying them. One evening, Mark went to check the solar panels and didn't return. Emily called for him, screamed his name, but there was no answer. All she found was the trail he had made in the snow, footprints leading out from the cabin and stopping abruptly near the tree line. Panic gripped her chest. She grabbed the rifle and ran into the forest, following the faint trail. Hours passed. The snow was up to her knees, branches tearing at her clothes and skin. She found nothing, only more signs of someone or something watching her. Strange symbols were carved into the trees, deep and jagged, glowing faintly in the moonlight. The whispers returned, circling her, beckoning her deeper into the woods. Emily stumbled back to the cabin as night fell. She barricaded herself inside, but sleep was impossible. Shadows moved in corners where there should have been none. The whispers grew louder. At one point, she saw a face pressed against the window, pale and featureless, staring directly at her. By the seventh day, she realized the truth. They were not alone. They had never been alone. The forest was alive with something ancient and malevolent. It was intelligent, patient, waiting for them to grow tired, to make a mistake. Emily tried to leave. The jeep wouldn't start. The path back to the main road was blocked by felled trees, though she was certain they hadn't been there the day before. The snow had turned to ice, impassable. Every attempt to leave failed. She spent nights listening to the footsteps, feeling the eyes in the darkness, and always the whispers. Sometimes she thought she could make out words. sometimes just a hiss of air, a voice that didn't belong to any human or animal. In the 10th night, she saw him. Mark, or what she thought was Mark. He stood at the edge of the tree line, his face pale and eyes hollow. When she called to him, he raised a hand and smiled, a terrible, unnatural grin. Then he turned, blending into the shadows, and vanished. Emily realized with horror that the entity could take the forms of people. It could mimic voices, distort reality, and it fed on fear. The cabin, the forest, everything around her was a carefully constructed trap. There was no escaping. Days turned to weeks. Emily's supplies dwindled. She no longer saw Mark, though she occasionally heard his voice calling her from deep in the woods, always just out of reach. The whispers never stopped. She began leaving small offerings by the windows, hoping to appease whatever haunted them. Then one night, the whispers stopped. The silence was suffocating. Emily, desperate, stepped outside into the snow, hoping against hope to find the jeep or the main road. The forest was still, the snow untouched. But when she looked up, she saw dozens of eyes staring from the darkness, glowing faintly in the moonlight. Figures moved silently among the trees, waiting, watching. She ran. She ran until her lungs burned and her legs gave out. She didn't know where she was going, only that she couldn't stay. When she tripped and fell, she looked up to see a figure looming over her. It wore Mark's face. His smile was wide, unnatural. "You can't leave," it whispered, voice a perfect imitation. "You never will." Emily screamed, but no sound came. Darkness closed in, and the last thing she saw were the countless glowing eyes, the whispers rising like a storm, surrounding her, consuming her. Weeks later, hikers discovered the cabin, abandoned, snowed in. There were no tracks leading to the main road, no signs of struggle, no footprints in the snow. Inside, the fire was cold, the food untouched, and the lantern still sat on the table, casting a faint light in the dark cabin. No one ever saw Emily or Mark again. Locals whispered about the cursed stretch of forest, about the people who vanished, drawn into the woods by whispers and shadows. Some claimed they could hear faint voices on quiet nights, calling for help, but those brave or foolish enough to investigate never returned. The cabin still stands, off the grid, in the heart of the Cascade Mountains, waiting for the next people who think they can escape the world, waiting to remind them that the forest doesn't forgive, and it doesn't forget. Story, the end. The first few days were deceptively serene. I had driven hours from the closest town, down a road that narrowed and twisted through dense pine forests until it seemed to disappear entirely. My old Jeep groaned over ruts and rocks, and somewhere behind me the sound of the world, traffic, planes, human voices faded into silence. I parked at the edge of a clearing where a small cabin waited, wooden and unassuming, with a moss-covered roof and a rusted chimney. The previous owner had left it largely intact, and though the place had been abandoned for years, it had a kind of quiet dignity. I wanted this isolation, the complete absence of neighbors, cell towers, or internet signals, a place where I could disappear for a while. I spent the first day unpacking, moving firewood, and checking the well. The pump worked after a few minutes of coaxing, though the water was cold and murky. I cooked a simple dinner, boiled beans and rice over the stove, and listened to the wind rattle the thin windows. I slept that night with the door locked and a hunting knife on the nightstand. The wind sounded almost human, whispering and groaning through the trees, but I told myself it was just the forest settling. By the third day, the solitude began to feel different. The silence wasn't comforting anymore. It was heavy, pressing in around me. I thought I heard footsteps outside once, soft and deliberate. But when I peered through the curtains, there was nothing, just the dark silhouettes of trees swaying in the wind. I tried to brush it off, reasoning that deer or raccoons could make the noises. Yet that night the sounds returned, sharper this time, scraping against the cabin walls like fingernails. I kept the door locked and stared at the windows. The woods were still, but somehow I could feel a presence just beyond sight. It wasn't a feeling of fear at first. It was curiosity, almost a kind of expectancy. But as hours passed, it became impossible to ignore. I began to notice small things. The firewood stacked neatly in the morning wasn't where I had left it. The kitchen table had smudges I didn't make. My rational mind screamed explanations, wind, animals, forgetfulness. But a part of me, a darker, quieter part, knew that wasn't enough. By the end of the week, I started carrying a flashlight everywhere, even during the day. I began sleeping with one eye open, waking at the faintest noise. It was on the seventh day that I saw it properly for the first time. I was refilling the water jug at the well when I glanced up at the edge of the clearing. At first, I thought it was a tree, gnarled and covered in shadows. Then it moved. A figure thin and impossibly tall, stepping silently between the trunks. Its skin was pale, almost gray, and its head was unnaturally shaped, elongated. I froze. It stared, if you could call it that. The sense of awareness was inhuman, something that didn't blink or breathe the way we do. And then it vanished, melting back into the forest. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a hiker, some local kid messing with me, but the area was remote and the roads were rough. No one came here. I told myself I just imagined it. Maybe exhaustion, maybe isolation, maybe my mind trying to fill the silence. But the noises intensified. Scratches at the windows, knocks on the door, sometimes at night, sometimes in the middle of the day. Always deliberate, always waiting for me to notice. On the ninth day, I found footprints in the mud near the cabin. They weren't human. Too long, too narrow, with a strange curve to the toes. And there were more than one. I counted 5, walking in a loose circle around the cabin, then fading back into the woods. I considered leaving, packing the Jeep, and driving straight to the nearest town. But the first time I tried to start the engine, it wouldn't turn over. Battery dead, I assumed. Then the radio sparked to life with static, faint, broken whispers, snippets of words I couldn't understand, maybe voices, maybe interference. The static would only last a few seconds before cutting off. That night, sleep became impossible. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, made me flinch. Shadows moved differently. I felt them watching me. Around midnight, I heard the first proper voice, a soft, low whisper coming from just outside the cabin. "You shouldn't be here." I froze, heart hammering. My rational mind tried to find a source, an animal, the wind. But the whisper had been too clear, too deliberate, a voice shaped by intent. I grabbed my flashlight and ran outside. Nothing. The clearing was empty. The woods were silent. But the footprints, they had moved closer. Only a few feet from the cabin now, circling, always just beyond the reach of light. I ran back inside, slammed the door, and braced against it. For hours, I listened to the movements outside, scraping, slow footsteps, pauses, as if whoever or whatever was counting my heartbeats. By the 10th day, the presence became bolder. I was cooking over the stove when a heavy knock shook the door. Twice, then a pause, then a scraping sound as if something dragged itself along the porch. I grabbed my hunting knife, my hands shaking, and opened the door just enough to peer out. The clearing was empty, but the ground was littered with more footprints, deeper now, impressions in the mud that shouldn't have been possible for a human. I tried calling for help once. I stepped out to get cell service, but my phone showed no service despite being full of bars in town. Even shouting didn't help. Whatever was out there didn't answer. It just waited. I considered leaving at night, but the Jeep refused to start again, and the road back seemed to stretch endlessly through darkness, turning familiar landmarks into alien shapes. The days blurred into each other after that. I started barricading doors and windows, stacking furniture against them, and sleeping in shifts. First the floor by the fireplace, then in the corner of the main room, listening. The noises grew more insistent. Sometimes it wasn't just outside. I'd hear faint shuffling inside the cabin, in the kitchen or upstairs loft, but whenever I checked, nothing was there. Objects moved. Food disappeared from the pantry. Tools I had left in the garage vanished, then reappeared in impossible places, wedged in tight corners or balanced on the roof. On the 14th day, I saw it again. Not at the edge of the clearing this time, but in the cabin itself. I was in the loft, reading by flashlight, when a shadow fell across the wall. I looked up and froze. The figure crouched there, unnaturally thin, staring with empty, deep-set eyes. It didn't move like a person. Its limbs were wrong, bent at angles that made my stomach turn. And yet, it wasn't attacking me. It just watched, tilting its head, almost curiously. Then it vanished, melting into the ceiling shadows. I tried to leave that night, dragging my bags and flashlight to the Jeep. I started the engine. The lights flickered, then died. I heard the whisper again, right behind me. "You belong here now." I spun around. Nothing, just the dark. But the words echoed in my skull. I jumped into the Jeep, fists gripping the steering wheel. I tried to drive. The road stretched ahead, dark and endless. Trees loomed on both sides, and then I saw them emerging from the woods. Dozens of them, pale, tall, thin, moving with a jerky, unnatural grace, blocking my path. They didn't run, they didn't scream, they just stared. I reversed, panicked, but the Jeep wouldn't respond. I tried again, then slammed my hands on the horn, but nothing. The figures advanced slowly, inexorably, until I could see their eyes, deep black pits that seemed to draw in light. I screamed. Something, one of them, reached out. Its hand touched the roof of the Jeep. The metal bent, a sharp screech filling the air. I realized then that this wasn't about survival in the usual sense. It was about inevitability. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen, as they circled the Jeep, whispering, moving with impossible coordination. I don't remember if I closed my eyes or if I even could. And then, just as suddenly, they vanished. No sound, no trace. Just the silence of the forest, heavier than before. I left the Jeep. I ran into the woods, barefoot, clutching my knife. For hours I ran, or maybe days, I couldn't tell. Time became meaningless. The forest twisted around me, familiar paths turning into loops, streams flowing backward, the moon and stars rearranging themselves. Eventually I stumbled into a small clearing with an old cabin, one I didn't recognize. The door was ajar. Inside, a journal lay on the table. I opened it. The entries detailed someone else's experience, almost exactly like mine. The whispers, the figures, the footprints. And the last entry ended with a single sentence: "They will wait for you. They always wait." I ran again, but the feeling didn't leave me. Everywhere I go now, I hear the whispers just beyond the edges of vision. I see them in reflections, in shadows, in the corners of my eyes. Sometimes I wake in my own bed, but I feel the touch of their hands on me, and the words echo, "You belong here now." I haven't gone back to the cabin, and I never will. But I know, deep down, that one day I'll see them again, waiting in the trees, patient and eternal. And I'll belong there, because once you've been marked, there is no escape. Story the end. The cabin sat on the edge of the dense forest, far from any road or human presence. The kind of place people fantasize about when they want to disappear, where cell service is non-existent, and the only sounds are the wind through the trees and the occasional call of a distant animal. For Jacob and Emily, it was supposed to be their sanctuary. They had been planning this escape for months, saving up every penny to buy the small, hand-built cabin from an older man who claimed he was done with society. The directions he gave were vague but detailed enough to get them there. "Follow the creek until it splits, then head east," he had said. "You'll see the cabin nestled where the pines grow thick. Can't miss it." The first day was perfect. The drive had been long, the gravel road turning into ruts as their car crested the last hill. When they pulled up, the cabin seemed small but welcoming, smoke curling lazily from the chimney. The air smelled like pine and earth, clean and crisp. They spent the afternoon unpacking, lighting the stove, and exploring the surrounding woods. Birds called overhead, squirrels darted through the underbrush, and for the first time in years, Emily felt a sense of peace she hadn't known existed. By nightfall, the forest had changed. Darkness came fast, almost suffocating. The wind had picked up, rattling the windows, and Jacob had to secure the cabin door 3 times before he felt it was truly locked. Emily, meanwhile, had taken a lantern and gone out to gather firewood, but she returned quickly, her eyes wide. "I thought I saw someone," she whispered. "A man, maybe. He was just standing behind the trees. I swear I saw him." Jacob laughed it off, trying to mask the unease settling into his chest. "Probably a deer or a trick of the light. We're off the grid, Em. No one comes out here. Relax." But even as he said it, he noticed the woods seemed denser than before, shadows stretching in ways that didn't make sense. That night, they slept fitfully. Outside, something moved. Something heavy, deliberate. Branches snapped. A low, guttural growl echoed through the trees, and Emily woke screaming. Jacob grabbed a flashlight and went outside, shining it across the dark clearing. Nothing. No footprints, no signs of life, except the lingering echo of a growl that didn't belong to any animal they knew. Days passed, and the cabin's isolation began to gnaw at them. The nearest town was hours away by dirt roads, the forest completely surrounding them. They had stocked up on food, water, and supplies, but something about the woods felt wrong. At night there were sounds, scraping, whispers, footsteps just outside the cabin. Jacob tried to reassure Emily, but he couldn't deny the feeling that eyes were always on them, watching, waiting. One evening, Emily went to check the trap lines they had set up for small game. She didn't return. Hours later, Jacob grabbed his rifle and ventured into the darkening woods, calling her name. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet, as though the wildlife itself was holding its breath. He found her backpack near a stream, the straps shredded. There were footprints around it, barefoot, large, and strangely human, but they led away from the cabin into the deeper woods. Panic surged, and Jacob followed. The trail was inconsistent, like whoever or whatever was moving through the forest didn't want to be tracked. At times, the prints would vanish, only to reappear yards ahead. Jacob's heart pounded. He shouted for Emily, but only the wind answered. As night fell, he stumbled into a clearing and froze. There she was, standing perfectly still, her back to him, hands at her sides. Her hair was wet and matted, her clothes torn. "Emily?" His voice shook. She didn't respond. Slowly she turned. Her eyes were blank, her skin pale, and then she smiled. But it wasn't her smile. It was wide, to thee, wrong. Jacob fired a warning shot into the air, and she flinched but didn't move toward him. The forest behind her was silent, oppressive. Suddenly, shapes emerged from the shadows, tall, humanoid figures, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long. Their faces were featureless, smooth, but their presence radiated hunger. Jacob's first instinct was to run, dragging Emily's inert body with him, but when he grabbed her arm, it felt wrong, like she wasn't fully there. Panic made him stumble through the underbrush. The figures followed, gliding more than walking, silent and relentless. Branches scraped against his skin, leaves tore at his clothes, but the forest seemed to bend to trap him. He made it back to the cabin, slamming the door and bearing it with every piece of furniture he could find. The windows rattled as the shapes moved outside, circling, whispering in voices that sounded like Emily's and his own combined in grotesque harmony. Jacob knew they couldn't last long. They had no cell service, no help. Only the forest and whatever horror had claimed it. The first night inside the cabin was endless. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. At one point, Jacob swore he saw Emily's face pressed against the window, grinning, mouthing words he couldn't hear. He screamed, and the image vanished. When morning came, it was deceptively calm. The sun filtered through the trees, birds sang, and the world seemed almost normal. Almost. Jacob ventured outside cautiously. The footprints were gone, the trap lines untouched. It was as if the night had never happened, except the feeling of being watched lingered, gnawing at his mind. He tried to leave the next day, packing the car, but the forest had shifted. The road that should have led back to civilization curved impossibly, looping back toward the cabin no matter which direction he drove. Hours passed, and the sun sank low, yet he was still surrounded by dense trees. Desperation set in. Jacob considered abandoning the car and traveling on foot, but the forest seemed alive. Trees shifted when he looked away, paths disappeared, and every time he paused, he felt the same hungry eyes on him. Nights were worse. The whispers returned, clearer now, not just Emily's voice, but dozens, all overlapping, all mocking him. And the figures returned, always just beyond the reach of his flashlight, sometimes peeking from the tree line, other times standing impossibly close, defying distance and logic. Days blended into nights. Food ran low. Jacob kept a journal, scrawling everything he remembered. The cabin, the man who sold it, the trail of footprints, Emily, the shapes. His entries grew erratic, warnings to himself that he could barely understand. He began to see figures inside the cabin, moving when he wasn't looking. Objects shifted places. The stove sometimes burned hot without fuel. The whispering voices spoke directly into his mind, repeating one phrase over and over, "You belong here now." He realized then that leaving was impossible. The forest had claimed him like it had claimed Emily. The cabin was no longer a refuge, it was a trap, and the world beyond the trees was a memory fading fast. Sleep became dangerous. In dreams, the shapes came closer, whispered promises, or showed him glimpses of a world where he was no longer human, no longer Jacob, only another shadow of the forest. One evening, the shapes entered the cabin. They didn't break doors or windows, they simply passed through, bending reality. Emily, or whatever she had become, stood among them, waiting. Her eyes met his, and for a fraction of a second he thought he saw recognition. Then she tilted her head, and the smile returned. Jacob fired his rifle. The shot echoed, but it had no effect. The shapes pressed closer, a suffocating mass. Jacob ran outside into the night, into the darkness of the forest that now seemed infinite. The wind howled, carrying the whispers of Emily's voice calling his name, and the air grew cold, wet with a mist that smelled of earth and decay. Behind him, the figures glided silently, patient, inevitable. The forest was alive, and it had decided he belonged to it. He stumbled over roots and rocks until he collapsed near the creek that had led him to the cabin. The water was black, reflecting the twisted shapes that surrounded him. Hands, not quite human, reached from the shadows, pulling him under. He screamed, but the forest swallowed it. His last thoughts were of Emily, lost and waiting, and the realization that no one would ever find him. The next morning, hikers discovered the cabin. Smoke rose from the chimney, but no one was inside. Inside the cabin, the journal of Jacob lay open, pages scattered, the last entry smeared with water. The forest takes you. No leaving. Emily whispers, belong. The woods beyond the clearing were quiet, almost peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Yet deep within the trees, shadows moved with purpose, waiting for the next visitor, foolish enough to wander off the grid. Story the end. The road to the property was little more than a dirt track, winding through endless pines and birches in the remote mountains of Maine. The GPS on Sam and Lila's old Subaru barely registered the turnoff, and when it did, it led them to a trailhead that seemed abandoned for decades. They had rented the cabin for a week, desperate for a break from the city, a chance to escape emails, traffic, and the constant glare of screens. The listing boasted total isolation, complete privacy, and natural beauty. What it didn't mention were the warnings the locals whispered about, warnings they didn't hear until it was too late. The cabin itself was small, wooden, and rustic. Its windows were grimy from years of weather, and a thin layer of dust covered the floorboards. Inside, it smelled of mildew and decayed leaves. But there was warmth from the wood stove, and for the first night, that was enough. They unpacked and cooked dinner on a small propane stove, laughing at the silence that pressed against the walls. Out here, sound traveled differently. Even the softest footstep carried like a clap of thunder. The first oddity came at night. Around 2 a.m, Lila woke to a tapping on the roof. She assumed it was branches until she noticed that the sound had a rhythm, deliberate and unnerving. She nudged Sam awake. He groaned and muttered about squirrels, but when the tapping continued, heavier, moving from the center of the cabin outward, they both froze. The last tap was followed by a faint dragging sound, almost like something scraping along the walls. The next morning, Sam went outside to investigate. He found nothing unusual, only the surrounding forest stretching endlessly. But when he returned, he noticed faint marks in the mud outside the cabin, long, uneven streaks like claws had scraped the earth. Lila saw them too, her stomach twisting. "I don't like this," she said. "I think we should leave." Sam laughed nervously, brushing it off. "It's just the woods playing tricks, animals, wind, whatever. Let's not freak ourselves out." But the cabin had a way of unspooling reason. That afternoon, they found the trail they had taken to the cabin was gone. Not overgrown, not washed out. Gone. It was as if the forest had swallowed it whole. Panicked, they tried to retrace their route, but every direction looked the same. Thick trees, shadowed clearings, and the sound of running water that led nowhere. That night, the whispers began. They weren't voices in English, but guttural, syllabic murmurs that seemed to come from every direction at once. Sam tried to ignore them, but Lila swore they were calling her name. Every time she turned, the shadows in the cabin flickered unnaturally, stretching long across the floor, shifting even when the source of light remained still. The following day, they found a series of symbols carved into the trees, triangles, circles, and lines intersecting in patterns that didn't make sense. Some were fresh, some old, but all radiated a strange, almost magnetic energy that made their skin crawl. While trying to leave again, they stumbled upon footprints that didn't belong to any animal they knew. Too long, too narrow, with claw-like toes. They appeared to circle the cabin, then vanish into the dense forest, as if whoever or whatever was making them could appear and disappear at will. By the third night, sleep was impossible. The whispers grew louder, accompanied by footsteps and the sound of low, labored breathing just outside the cabin walls. Lila swore she saw figures moving between the trees, tall, thin, almost skeletal, their limbs bending at impossible angles. Their faces were obscured by shadows, but their eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the moonlight. Sam wanted to confront it, to call out and demand they leave. But when he stepped outside, the temperature dropped instantly. The air felt thick, heavy, like wading through water. The figures weren't visible yet, but the forest around him shifted subtly, branches bending toward him, ground rising slightly, and then he was back inside the cabin, gasping. Lila hadn't moved him. He remembered nothing of the journey back, only that the door had been open when he returned. Food became scarce. They rationed water from a nearby stream, but even that seemed tainted. Lila began hearing voices in her own head, not from outside, but from within. They whispered secrets, promises, and threats, shaping her thoughts until she didn't know what was real. Sam, increasingly paranoid, kept talking about the other people in the woods, the ones who waited beyond the tree line, always just out of sight. One evening, Lila went outside to gather firewood. She didn't return. Sam called for her until his voice cracked, then tried to follow the direction he thought she went. But the forest had changed again. The path she had walked earlier was gone, replaced by unfamiliar trees and shadows that moved with a mind of their own. He stumbled upon her scarf, torn, caught in the underbrush. Beyond it, the footprints returned, stretching long and unnatural into the darkness. Sam spent the next 2 days wandering the forest, calling her name, following the trail of footprints that twisted and turned impossibly. At night, he camped under the skeletal branches, trying to stay awake, trying to keep the shadows at bay. But sleep would come in fleeting, dreamless bursts, and each time he awoke, the forest had shifted slightly, the cabin further away, the whispers louder, clearer. On the fourth night, he saw them, the figures emerging from the darkness, circling him in the moonlight. They were impossibly thin, their limbs bending in unnatural angles, faces obscured by shadow but faintly glowing eyes. Sam ran, but the ground seemed to rise beneath his feet, guiding him, corralling him toward the circle they formed. The whispers merged into a single voice. "You belong." Panic-stricken, Sam stumbled into a clearing and found a small stone circle. At the center was a pit, shallow but dark, as if the forest itself had been excavated for centuries. He tried to step back, but invisible force pressed him toward the center. One of the figures stepped forward, taller than the rest, its head tilting unnaturally. Sam could feel it in his bones, the forest reaching into him, probing, twisting. When he awoke, he was back in the cabin. The door was open, just as it had been the first night, the fire long dead. Lila was gone, and the forest outside seemed silent, deceptively so. But Sam knew better. He could feel it in his own body, the subtle elongation of his limbs, the weight of unseen eyes on his back, the whispers at the edge of his consciousness. He tried to leave again, but the trail twisted impossibly, always returning him to the cabin. The days blended into nights, each more terrifying than the last. Sam lost track of time. Sometimes he glimpsed Lila in the shadows, always just out of reach, her face pale and twisted in silent scream. The forest had claimed her, as it would eventually claim him. In the end, he understood what the locals had whispered. The woods weren't just isolated. They were alive and hungry. They reshaped those who entered, feeding on fear, bending bodies and minds until the people who came into the forest were no longer entirely human. Sam sat in the cabin one night, staring at the darkened tree line, hearing the whispers merge into a single chant. He knew he was next. And somewhere, just beyond the shadows, the forest waited, patient, endless, always hungry for the next visitor, foolish enough to leave the safety of the world behind. Story the end. The first thing Emily noticed when she arrived at the property was the silence. Not the kind of silence where birds and wind pause, but a heavy, thick silence that seemed to press against your eardrums. She had driven for hours down crumbling back roads, leaving the nearest town behind, following the directions an old real estate listing had given her. The cabin she rented was supposed to be isolated, a perfect place to write her novel in peace. But as she stepped out of her car, she realized that isolated didn't begin to describe it. The cabin was small, built of rough-hewn logs with a rusted metal roof that glinted in the afternoon sun. A thin plume of smoke rose from the chimney, though she was certain no one else was there. Inside, dust coated the floors and counters, and the smell of damp wood filled her nose. She set down her bag and explored. There was a small kitchen, a loft bedroom, and a living area with a stone fireplace. Everything was intact but worn, abandoned not recently, but not ancient either. That night, as she tried to settle in, she heard the first sound, a tapping on the window. She froze, listening. Tap, 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 slow, deliberate. She turned on a flashlight and shone it outside, but the beam only cut through the blackness of the surrounding trees. She told herself it was a branch, but the rationalization did little to calm her. The next morning, she found a small pile of twigs outside the door, arranged in a crude circle. Her stomach twisted, and she took a photo, thinking she might show it to friends later as a strange coincidence. But there was no sign of animals, no footprints nearby, just the circle. Over the following days, the feeling of being watched grew. She would catch glimpses of movement in the trees, shadows shifting too fast, too fluid to be normal. Sometimes she would see a figure standing among the pines just beyond the reach of her flashlight. She blinked, and it would be gone. Her food began to vanish. A can of beans left on the counter would be open the next morning, half empty. She set traps and secured the doors, but still, by evening, her supplies would be disturbed. The tapping continued at night. It is now accompanied by whispers she could almost, but not quite, understand. She strained to listen, heart pounding, but the voices would vanish as soon as she focused. One evening, she heard something move in the loft. Heart in her throat, she climbed the stairs slowly, clutching a kitchen knife. Nothing was there, but the floorboards creaked as though someone or something had been pacing. She screamed into the darkness, but no reply came. Only silence and the ever-present feeling of eyes on her. Then the figures appeared. At first, just glimpses, pale shapes darting between the trees, moving unnaturally fast. Then clearer, tall, thin beings, skin nearly white, faces smooth except for deep, dark eyes that reflected the moonlight. They didn't run or hide. They watched, silently, always at the edge of vision. Emily tried to leave. She packed a bag and drove down the narrow road, but the landscape seemed to twist. Hours later, she found herself back at the cabin. Trees leaned in where they shouldn't. Trails looped unnaturally. She screamed in frustration, pounding the steering wheel, but it was as if the forest had absorbed her, refusing to let her go. Days bled together. She stopped leaving the cabin. Food ran low. Sleep became a series of nightmares, each more vivid than the last. She started leaving messages for herself, writing, "Do not go outside," on scraps of paper. But each morning, new messages would appear in her own handwriting. "We are here." One night, the scratching began. Not on the roof, not outside, but from beneath the cabin. She could hear it through the floorboards, slow and steady, like claws dragging across wood. She pressed her ear to the floor and felt vibrations, a deep, resonant hum that made her chest ache. She tried to ignore it, but the noise never stopped. The final night, she woke to find the figures inside the cabin. She screamed and swung her knife, but they were impossibly fast. They didn't speak, didn't attack. They just stared. She stumbled backward, tripping over the furniture, and fell through the threshold into the cold night. The last thing she saw before the darkness swallowed her completely was the forest moving. The trees bent, twisted, almost alive, shaping paths, closing exits. The figures followed, encircling her as the ground seemed to pull her toward them. Then, silence. Weeks later, hikers passing through the area found the cabin. Everything appeared normal, except for one detail. On the porch, a new pile of twigs had been arranged in a circle. Inside, the firewood was neatly stacked, the windows clean, and a photograph left on the counter. A pale figure, kneeling, with dark, unblinking eyes staring directly into the lens. Around it, smaller shapes, blurry and indistinct, watched. No one ever saw Emily again. And those who come near the cabin report the same thing. Tapping at the windows, whispers in the night, the feeling of eyes watching from the trees. Some say the forest itself shifts, closing off the paths and looping travelers back to the cabin, as if it hungers for those who dare to intrude. The twigs remain, the eyes remain, and the forest waits. Story the end. The old dirt road twisted through the mountains like a ribbon, barely wide enough for a single car. Mara tightened her grip on the steering wheel, the headlights illuminating nothing but black shadows and the occasional glint of wet rocks. She and her brother, Daniel, were hunting for solitude, a place far from cell towers, far from people. They had grown tired of the city, the constant noise, the surveillance, the feeling of being always watched. They wanted to vanish, if only for a while. The property was tucked behind a ridge, obscured by thick pine forests. When they finally found it, the cabin looked abandoned, though it had a sense of intentional design. Sturdy logs, a stone chimney, windows that seemed too large for such a remote place. The listing had promised isolation and quiet. No neighbors for miles. Perfect for those seeking refuge, it had said. But even then, something about the photos had felt off, a subtle unnaturalness in the shadows. The first day was deceptively peaceful. Daniel started a fire while Mara unpacked the supplies. The forest around them was alive, birds chirping, squirrels darting, but it was a curated kind of life, almost mechanical in its predictability. As evening fell, the wind picked up, whispering through the trees in a way that sounded almost like voices. Mara thought she heard someone call her name. "Daniel?" she called. "No one's here," he replied, his voice a little too firm, too rehearsed. "Just the wind." That night, the isolation felt oppressive. Mara couldn't sleep. She kept hearing knocks on the cabin walls, faint at first, then insistent, like fingernails rapping in rhythm. Daniel said it was the forest settling. She wanted to believe him, but the sound of footsteps circling the cabin kept her heart hammering. By the third day, things began to unravel. Supplies they had carefully counted were missing. Half-empty jars of food vanished, small tools disappeared from the workbench. Mara blamed Daniel at first. "You took them?" she asked. But he swore he hadn't touched anything. Then she noticed footprints outside, barefoot, muddy, and large, but no human shapes in sight. They led into the woods and disappeared abruptly, as though the earth itself had swallowed them. That night, Mara woke to a shadow at the edge of the firelight. It was tall and thin, unnaturally so, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. Its head cocked to one side as if studying her. She froze, heart racing. Daniel stirred beside her. "What is it?" she whispered. "It's nothing." "Go back to sleep," he said, but his voice carried a hint of fear. Mara wanted to scream, but the thing didn't move away. It stayed, silent and patient. By morning, Daniel was gone. Mara found his jacket by the creek near the edge of the property, torn and muddy, but no sign of him. She called his name into the forest, her voice cracking, but the only response was the wind whispering back. Mara packed a backpack and decided to leave. She drove the car down the dirt road, but the forest seemed to shift around her. The road that should have led to the main highway twisted and looped back toward the cabin. She tried every turn, every possible path, but it was like the forest itself had become a maze, alive and malevolent. Night came again, and she pulled the car over, exhausted. That's when she heard the whispering, clear and direct. "Mara." The voice was her own, layered and distorted. "You can't leave." From the trees, shapes emerged, tall, faceless humanoids, moving fluidly and silently. Their limbs were long, arms swinging unnaturally. Between them, she glimpsed Daniel, or what used to be Daniel, standing motionless, his eyes black voids, skin pale and stretched. When he turned toward her, she realized he no longer recognized her. He was one of them now. Mara ran, stumbling into the underbrush, but the forest shifted with each step. Paths vanished. Rocks and roots twisted underfoot. The shapes followed, gliding without sound, surrounding her, whispering her name, promising safety, promising eternity. She found herself at the creek again where Daniel had disappeared. The water was black, reflecting the night sky, though she could see the shapes moving beneath its surface. She reached for the edge and something cold grabbed her hand, dragging her into the icy current. She struggled, but the water was endless, and when she tried to scream, the forest swallowed her voice. Time lost all meaning. Mara felt herself becoming part of the forest, her body and mind twisting, merging with the trees and shadows. Occasionally she would catch glimpses of the cabin through the branches, smoke curling from its chimney, though no one lived there anymore. The forest had claimed another soul, and the whispers promised more would follow. Months later, hikers stumbled upon the cabin. It seemed intact, welcoming even, the fire pit cold but ready for use. No footprints led away, no tire tracks in the dirt. Inside, Mara's backpack and journal lay open, pages damp and smeared. "It watches, it waits, don't come here. The forest takes everyone." The rest was illegible, as if the words themselves had been consumed. The forest remained silent, almost peaceful. Yet beneath the canopy, shapes moved, patient and eternal, waiting for the next people foolish enough to seek solitude off the grid. Story the end. The first thing Mark noticed when he arrived at his new off-the-grid property in northern Maine was the silence. Absolute. Heavy silence. No cars, no planes, no hum of electricity, just the trees and the occasional call of a distant bird. He had been looking forward to this, a chance to escape the city, to disconnect completely, live entirely on his own terms. He parked his truck on the dirt path leading to the cabin, inhaled the crisp pine-scented air, and felt a thrill of freedom. The cabin itself was small but sturdy, logs thick and weathered, a stone chimney, a tin roof. It had been abandoned for years. The previous owner vanished under mysterious circumstances, but Mark had bought it cheap. A fixer-upper, he told himself. He unpacked his supplies, stacked firewood, and lit the first fire in the hearth. That night, as he lay in the quiet, he felt at peace, or he thought he did. Around midnight, a faint scratching sound came from the edge of the clearing. Just a brush against bark, he reasoned. But then it became rhythmic, like someone pacing, deliberate and slow. He grabbed a flashlight and shone it into the dark. The beam cut through the night, but revealed nothing. Still, the sound persisted, moving around the cabin in a circle. The next morning, he explored the perimeter. Nothing out of the ordinary. But when he returned to the cabin, he found a single small stone on the porch, painted with a strange symbol in red. It looked like a crude face with hollow eyes and a jagged mouth. He had not put it there. No one else was around. Over the next few days, the sense of being watched intensified. Scratches appeared on the cabin walls overnight, not deep, just enough to catch the light. Footprints circled the clearing, small, irregular, not quite human. At times, he swore he saw figures between the trees, limbs long and unnatural, moving just beyond clear sight. Every time he aimed a flashlight at them, they vanished. Mark started hearing things at night, whispers, low and distant, sometimes almost calling his name. He tried to ignore them, telling himself it was cabin fever, the isolation getting to him. But then objects inside the cabin began moving. A jar of matches on the shelf was on the floor one morning. His tools were rearranged. Nothing was stolen, nothing damaged, just subtly tampered with. By the second week, sleep became impossible. He barricaded the doors, triple-checked the windows, and kept a rifle at hand. Yet the noises never stopped. Scratches, whispers, footsteps pacing outside, and sometimes a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. One night, desperate to prove to himself it was all imagination, Mark set up motion sensor cameras around the property. The next morning, the cameras were all smashed, screens shattered, memory cards ripped out. The cabin itself was untouched, but the damage to the technology was precise, calculated, as if whatever was outside knew exactly how to disable it. On the 14th night, Mark awoke to a new sound, a soft, wet breathing right at the cabin door. He froze, heart racing. Slowly, the door creaked open, though all locks and barricades were still in place. A shadow slipped inside, almost fluid, almost human, but wrong in every way. Its head was too large, limbs too long, fingers curling at impossible angles. It watched him, silent, and the air grew thick, heavy, impossible to breathe. Mark tried to shoot. The rifle jammed. He backed away, cornered, and watched as the creature tilted its head, studying him with yellow eyes that glowed faintly in the firelight. Then it moved with impossible speed just beyond the threshold and was gone as quickly as it came. The cabin fell into silence again, the oppressive kind that pressed against the ears and made the hair on his arms stand on end. By morning, he realized the cabin had been altered subtly. The layout felt wrong, furniture slightly out of place, doors not lining up as they had the day before. Panic set in. Whatever he had been dealing with was not just an intruder. It was something that could manipulate space or perhaps bend perception. Mark spent the following days preparing traps, leaving noise-making devices, setting fire lines around the cabin. Every morning, evidence of activity, but always subtle, never enough to capture or fight. The whispers had grown more distinct, taunting him. "Why are you here? You don't belong." On the 20th night, Mark heard a voice, clear, soft, and unmistakably human, but it wasn't his own. It whispered from the walls, the floor, the ceiling, "Come with us." He looked around, terrified, unable to move. Shadows stretched and twisted, forming shapes that were vaguely humanoid, almost dancing, just beyond the light of the fire. By dawn, he was gone. The cabin was silent once more, empty but for small traces. Scratches on the walls, a jar of matches on the floor, a faint smell of smoke from the hearth. Locals say that if you pass by the clearing at night, you can sometimes hear someone calling for help, but it's impossible to locate. Others swear they see figures lurking between the trees, watching, waiting for the next person foolish enough to come alone. The forest doesn't care about trespassers. It doesn't care about isolation. It cares about curiosity, vulnerability, and the audacity of humans thinking they can exist apart from it. Those who come alone, off the grid, often don't return. And if you listen closely on a quiet night, you might hear whispers carried on the wind, calling your name, coaxing you deeper into the trees. Story the end. The wind howled across the Idaho plains as I shut the tailgate of my truck and looked out at the stretch of dirt that led into the woods. I'd always dreamed of living off the grid, away from the noise, away from people, away from everything that felt fake. After years of working a soul-sucking IT job in Boise, I finally saved enough to buy a small plot of land with an old hunting cabin. The previous owner, a man named Carter, had vanished sometime in the late 1990s. Locals said he'd gone crazy up there. Nobody ever found him. That should have been a red flag, but I wasn't the type to believe in ghost stories. I just wanted peace. The cabin sat 3 miles off the nearest county road, surrounded by endless forest and jagged hills. It was simple, wooden, single room, built solid with an old iron stove, a rainwater tank, and a well that still worked. It needed work, but I could make it mine. The first few days were exactly what I wanted. I woke up to silence, cooked over fire, read books by lantern light, and watched the stars. I felt human again. But by the 5th night, something changed. It started with a smell, something faint, rotten, like a dead animal left out in the sun. I searched around the cabin, thinking maybe a raccoon had gotten trapped under the porch, but I found nothing. The smell disappeared by morning. 2 days later, I woke to find footprints in the dirt behind the cabin. Bare human footprints. Small, maybe a woman's, leading from the tree line to my back door and then back again. I told myself it had to be hikers, though the nearest town was 20 miles away and nobody in their right mind would wander this deep in without a trail. I started hearing things after that. Faint humming from the woods at night, soft and rhythmic. At first I thought it was the wind. Then, one night, the humming came closer. It was a voice, low, carrying a strange melody. It circled the cabin, never stopping. I didn't move. I sat on my cot, shotgun in hand, and waited for dawn. When the sun came up, I walked out and the smell was back, stronger this time. A few feet from my door, I found something hanging from a branch, a rabbit, skinned and gutted, its body swinging in the morning wind. My stomach churned. I buried it and tried to convince myself that it was the work of some twisted hunter. But then, that same night, I woke up to the sound of whispering, just outside my window. It wasn't English. It was softer, broken, almost like someone struggling to form words. I crept to the window, heart pounding. The lantern light flickered as I peered out. Something moved at the edge of the clearing. A shape, crouched low, its limbs too long. It stayed there for a moment, then melted into the trees. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I packed a few things and decided to hike out to the road, maybe spend a few nights in town. But after walking for nearly 2 hours, I realized I was going in circles. I recognized the same fallen pine, the same rock formation, even the same faded trail marker. My compass spun aimlessly. No matter which direction I went, I ended up back near the cabin. That's when I started hearing it again. The humming. Closer now, following me. I ran the rest of the way back to the cabin, locked the door, and tried to calm my breathing. For hours, I sat in silence. Then came the tapping. Light at first, then harder. From the window beside the door. When I finally looked, there was a face staring back at me. Pale, eyes wide and glassy, lips moving but making no sound. I stumbled backward, knocking over the lantern. The light went out. The tapping grew frantic. I fired the shotgun blindly toward the window. Silence followed. When I stepped outside at dawn, there was nothing. No blood, no footprints. Just a single mark scratched into the wood beside the window. An X. I spent the rest of the day fortifying the cabin, nailing boards over the windows, and setting a perimeter with cans on strings to alert me if anything moved. That night, the humming returned. But this time it came from inside the walls. It was faint, vibrating through the wood, like a voice trapped beneath the floorboards. I ripped up 2 planks and found something underneath, an old leather-bound journal, wrapped in cloth and bound with twine. It was soaked and smelled of mold. The first few pages were written by Carter, the man who had owned the cabin before me. His handwriting was shaky. "Something in the forest watches me," one entry read. "It wears faces. It hums when it's near I thought it was loneliness driving me mad, but I've seen it. It waits until dark." Further down in a later entry, "It doesn't like light. It can't come close when the fire burns strong. I must stay awake." The last page was just one line, scratched so deep it nearly tore through the paper. "Don't answer the door when it knocks." That night, I didn't light a fire. I just sat in the dark, clutching my shotgun. Around midnight, something knocked. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. I froze. Then, in a soft, trembling voice, I heard my mother. "Eli," she said, "it's me. Please open the door." My heart nearly stopped. My mother had been dead for 4 years. I didn't move. The voice came again, pleading, weeping, repeating my name. Then it shifted. Lower, wrong. The words began to stretch, slur, as if her mouth wasn't built to speak. "L.E., it's cooled." I pulled the trigger and fired through the door. Silence followed. At dawn, I found the door riddled with holes, but no blood, no body, just faint handprints, small, childlike, pressed into the wood. I knew then I couldn't stay. I gathered what little I had and made one last attempt to leave. This time, the woods didn't fight me. I made it to the road by dusk, my truck still where I left it. I drove to town without looking back once. The sheriff listened to my story, gave me a long, pitying stare, and said, "You're not the first." He told me they'd had others before me. Loners, off-grid types, who bought up property out there, all disappearing or showing up weeks later, terrified out of their minds. I stayed in town that night at a small motel. I barely slept, but when I did, I dreamed of the cabin. Only it wasn't abandoned. I was inside it again, sitting by the fire, humming a song I didn't know. The shadows moved around me, humming along. When I woke, I could still hear it faintly. I left Idaho the next morning. I sold the land, or tried to. The realtor said it had already been listed for sale again. Someone else had bought it just days after I left. The name on the paperwork wasn't mine or anyone I knew. Now, months later, I still hear the humming sometimes, just before sleep. It's faint, but it's there, growing louder each night. And last week, when I came home from work, I found a small X scratched into my front door. I didn't carve it. Story the end. The road had ended 20 miles ago, and still, Emily drove on. The dirt track ahead was little more than a scar through the forest, swallowed in places by weeds and the creeping roots of pine. The map she'd printed weeks before fluttered uselessly in the passenger seat. GPS had died hours ago, the last of her bars disappearing with the asphalt. She was off-grid now, completely. That had been the point. No signal, no noise, no people. Just her and the woods. She had left Boston to get away from it all. The noise, the burnout, the constant pressure of work. She'd rented an old cabin deep in the northern Maine wilderness from a man she'd only spoken to once on the phone. His voice had been rough, his instructions short. Follow County Road 12 till the pavement ends. Keep right at the fork, even if it don't look right. You'll see the lake first. The cabin's just past it. The sun was sliding low when she finally saw the lake, its surface black glass under the fading light. A heron lifted from the reeds, flapping slowly into the sky. She parked the Jeep near the cabin, killed the engine, and sat for a moment, listening to the quiet. It was absolute. No wind, no birds, nothing. Just the creak of cooling metal and the faint tick of her heartbeat. The cabin was smaller than she'd imagined. More a shack than a home. Hand-hewn logs stacked unevenly, roof patched with tin. The front porch sagged slightly, and one shutter hung loose on a nail. But it was dry, and when she stepped inside, it smelled faintly of wood smoke and dust. The air was cool, still. There was no electricity, just a lantern on the table, a wood stove, and a bed built into the corner. A few personal touches lingered from whoever had lived here before. A set of fishing hooks on the wall, an old wool blanket folded neatly over a chair, and a photograph tacked beside the window. The photo showed 2 men standing by the lake, both smiling, arms around each other. Someone had scratched one of the faces out with a knife. Emily frowned, pulling her jacket tighter. She told herself not to overthink it. Maybe it was just some local feud. She unpacked her gear, lit the lantern, and cooked a simple meal on the stove. As darkness fell, the world outside vanished, swallowed by the forest. The first night was restless. The The cabin creaked with every breath of wind. Somewhere outside, something large moved through the trees. She froze, spoon halfway to her mouth, listening. It wasn't a deer, too slow, too deliberate. Footsteps crunching softly in the dead leaves. Then silence. She waited, breath shallow. Nothing. Just the faint ripple of the lake through the trees. Eventually, she convinced herself it was a bear and went to bed, knife under the pillow. The next morning, the world looked harmless again. Sunlight filtered through the trees, mist curling over the lake. Emily brewed coffee over the stove and tried to shake the unease. She wandered the property, finding a narrow trail leading around the water's edge. Half a mile along, she stumbled across an old fire pit, ringed with stones blackened from use. Beside it lay a pile of bones. Animal, she thought. But the longer she stared, the less certain she was. Some were too long. The shape of a femur, a ribcage half buried in dirt. She crouched, running her fingers through the soil, and uncovered something small and round. A tooth. Human. Her breath caught. She dropped it instantly, stumbling back. The woods around her were silent, too silent. She didn't run. She told herself to stay calm, to think logically. Maybe the land had a history. Old hunting accidents, settler graves. That's all. She turned and made her way back to the cabin, forcing herself not to look over her shoulder. But the feeling that she was being followed clung to her all the way back. That night, the noises came again. Footsteps, soft, circling the cabin. Emily sat by the window with her lantern off, staring into the dark. Once, just once, she thought she saw movement. A shadow gliding between the trees, tall and thin, stopping at the edge of the clearing. It stood there for a long time before fading back into the woods. She didn't sleep at all. On the third day, she found something new. Near the trailhead, a small wooden carving had been left on the ground. A crude figure, roughly human, its body twisted and misshapen. Its face was a hollow hole. She picked it up and immediately regretted it. The wood was slick with something sticky. She dropped it, wiping her hand on her jeans, and backed away. Her mind raced. There was no cell service, no one nearby. The owner hadn't checked in, and she had no way to reach town before dark. She decided to leave at first light. But at dawn, when she stepped outside, every tire on her Jeep was flat. They hadn't burst. They'd been slashed. Panic took over then. She grabbed her backpack, stuffed it with food and a flashlight, and started down the dirt road on foot. The forest pressed in on all sides, and every few minutes she thought she heard someone behind her. Not running, not chasing, just following, matching her pace at a distance. After an hour, she realized she'd taken a wrong turn. The road split into two narrow paths, neither marked. She chose the left, walking faster now, breath ragged. Then the forest changed. The trees grew closer together, branches intertwining overhead until they blotted out the sky. The ground turned soft, muddy. And then she saw it. Another cabin, smaller, older, half collapsed under the weight of years. Something about it felt wrong. The door hung open, and from inside came the faint creak of rope. She almost turned back, but something, some desperate hope of a phone, a clue, anything, pulled her inside. The air was cold, stale. Dust drifted in the dim light, and there in the center of the room hung a figure from the rafters. It wasn't fresh. The skin was leathery, the clothes tattered. The rope creaked slowly as the body turned. Emily staggered back, covering her mouth, and that's when she saw the carvings on the walls. Dozens of them, gouged deep into the wood. Crude stick figures, some standing, some hanging, some kneeling. Beneath them, written in a jagged scrawl, were the words, "He never left." The body's face turned toward her then, as if pulled by an invisible thread. The eye sockets were hollow, black, and deep. Something moved inside them. She ran, branches toward her face, roots caught her boots, but she didn't stop. The forest felt alive now, closing in. Whispers rose with the wind, soft, murmuring voices calling her name. She didn't know how they knew it, but they did. When she finally stumbled back into her clearing, it was near dark again. Her Jeep was gone. Not vandalized, gone. Even the tire tracks had vanished. The ground was smooth, untouched. The cabin door stood open, though she knew she'd shut it. Inside, the lantern burned low, though she hadn't lit it. The photograph by the window was different now. Both men's faces had been scratched out, and in the center of the table sat another wooden carving. This one looked like her. Same hair, same jacket, the same hollow eyes. Her breath caught. She reached for the knife, but before she could move, something heavy thudded on the porch. Footsteps. Slow. The lantern flickered. The doorknob turned. Emily backed away, knife raised, heart pounding so hard it hurt. The door creaked open, and for a long moment, nothing came through, just darkness. Then she saw it. A shape, taller than the doorway, shoulders scraping the frame. Its limbs were wrong, too long, bending in ways they shouldn't. It stepped inside, head tilting slowly, like it was studying her. She couldn't scream. The thing took one step closer. The floor groaned under its weight. Its face, or what she thought was its face, was smooth and pale, stretched tight over bone. Where eyes should have been were two black holes like the figure in the photo. It smelled like damp wood and rot. Emily lunged with the knife, but her arm froze halfway. She couldn't move. The creature reached out and touched her chest with one long finger. Everything went dark. When she woke, the fire had gone out. The cabin was empty. The carving on the table was gone. Days later, she didn't know how many, she was found wandering on a logging road 30 miles from where the cabin was supposed to be. Her clothes were torn. Her hands stained black. She couldn't explain how she got there. The sheriff's deputies who brought her in said she kept repeating one phrase over and over. He never left. When search teams returned to find the cabin, they found nothing. No structure, no tire tracks, not even an indentation in the ground. Just trees, and the quiet whisper of the wind through the pines. Years later, hikers along the lake trail began reporting strange things. Soft footsteps at night, laughter echoing from the woods, and crude wooden carvings left beside their campsites. Always one more than the number of people in the group. Story the end. The forest was silent when Claire and her husband David drove the last stretch of dirt road leading to their new retreat. They had purchased a small cabin in the remote woods of northern Maine, a place completely off the grid. No electricity, no running water, no neighbors. Just dense trees, a small creek, and the promise of isolation. It was the perfect escape from their crowded city lives, and they had been dreaming of it for years. The cabin was rustic, with log walls darkened by age and a stone fireplace blackened with soot. The windows were dusty, the porch sagged, and the roof bore the scars of many winters. But Claire loved it. The quiet, the smell of pine and damp earth, the way the trees seemed to envelop the clearing. It felt safe, secluded, and theirs. The first few days were peaceful. They unpacked, cleaned, and set up a small solar panel system for light and a wood stove for heat. Nights were dark and quiet, and for the first time in years, they slept without sirens or car horns in the distance. The first sign that something was wrong came on the 5th night. Claire woke to the sound of tapping at the cabin window. Slow, deliberate, measured. She nudged David awake, but when he looked, the clearing was empty. "Probably a branch," he said. Claire wasn't convinced. Something about the rhythm of the taps didn't feel natural. By the end of the first week, subtle changes began appearing inside the cabin. A chair was moved from one side of the room to the other, kitchen utensils shifted, a pot filled with water was slightly tipped. David tried to dismiss it as forgetfulness, but Claire kept noticing the irregularities. Then, footprints appeared outside, small, bare, human, pressed into the damp soil. They circled the cabin and disappeared into the trees. The nights became unbearable. They would wake to the sound of footsteps circling the cabin. Slow, patient, deliberate. The scratching came next, moving from the roof to the walls, almost like someone tracing the outline of the building. They set traps and cameras, but every morning they found the traps destroyed and the cameras smashed. Whoever or whatever was there did not want to be seen. One afternoon, while gathering water from the creek, Claire noticed a figure standing at the edge of the trees. Tall, thin, and motionless. Its face was obscured by shadows, but the stare was unmistakable. She screamed, running back to the cabin. David followed with a rifle, but by the time he reached the clearing, the figure had vanished. The forest was empty again, silent except for the wind through the pines. Over the following week, the intrusions became more disturbing. The scratching at night continued, often accompanied by soft whispers, almost intelligible, calling Claire's name. Objects moved inside the cabin while they slept. One morning, Claire found small handprints in the dust on the counter, smeared and wet, leading from the kitchen to the living area. Nothing else in the cabin was disturbed, just the prints, as if someone had appeared and vanished in moments. They tried to leave, but the truck wouldn't start. The battery cables had been cut. The keys were missing. Panic set in. They spent the nights barricaded inside, the sound of scratching and whispers echoing outside. The forest had become a living, watching thing, pressing in around the cabin, patient and inexorable. Then, one stormy night, lightning illuminated the clearing. In that brief flash, they saw them. Multiple figures, thin, dark silhouettes standing at the edge of the trees, watching the cabin. They didn't move, didn't blink, just waited. Thunder crashed, the figures vanished. By morning, the cabin had been transformed. Symbols were carved into the logs, crude eyes and spirals, as if the forest itself had marked their territory. The footprints outside led away into the trees, disappearing without a trace. David and Claire knew they had no choice. They left immediately, carrying what little they could. Weeks later, Claire would swear she could still hear whispers in her apartment, faint scratching at the walls, footsteps circling her bed. The forest had followed them, patient and unrelenting, waiting for the day they might return. Story the end. The snow began falling heavier than the forecast had warned. Thick, wet flakes clung to the windshield as Daniel and Kara's old Ford pickup groaned its way up the winding mountain road. They'd been driving for 6 hours, deep into the Adirondacks, chasing a dream of peace and solitude. A small cabin, 10 miles from the nearest paved road, completely off-grid. No neighbors, no noise, no lights but the stars. It was supposed to be an escape. Daniel was a carpenter by trade, Kara a freelance photographer. They were both burnt out on city life, the bills, the noise, the endless cycle of stress. So when they found the listing for the old logging cabin on 40 acres of untouched wilderness, it felt like fate. The road ended abruptly in a drift of snow and ice. Daniel shut off the engine, and the sudden silence was suffocating. Only the wind and the hiss of falling snow broke it. Kara hugged her coat tighter. "It's beautiful," she whispered, but her voice trembled slightly. They hauled their supplies the last half-mile on foot, flashlights bouncing off the snow-covered trees. The forest was ancient, the kind that swallowed sound and light. The cabin appeared suddenly out of the white, a squat structure of dark wood and rusted tin. It leaned slightly, like the ground had shifted beneath it long ago. Inside, the air was stale and smelled faintly of earth and something metallic. A pile of old firewood sat by the stove, and in the corner, under a heavy tarp, an antique rocking chair creaked slightly, though no breeze stirred the air. They unpacked by lantern light, too exhausted to care about the creaks and groans of the cabin settling. By midnight, they were asleep under a pile of blankets, the wood stove crackling softly. At some point during the night, Kara woke to a rhythmic sound. Creak, creak, creak. She blinked in the dark. The rocking chair. It was moving. She sat up, holding her breath. The air felt thick, colder. The chair continued to rock, slow and steady. "Daniel," she whispered. He stirred beside her, half asleep. "What is it?" "The chair." He groaned, sat up, and pointed the flashlight toward it. The beam hit the chair. It was still, motionless. "Probably the floorboards," he muttered and rolled back over. Kara didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, Daniel went outside to fix the solar panels while Kara photographed the landscape. The snow had stopped, leaving the forest eerily quiet. No birds, no wind. She turned in a slow circle, feeling like someone was behind her. But the woods were empty. When she looked through her camera's viewfinder, she froze. There was a figure at the edge of the clearing. Distant. Still. She lowered the camera, and the figure was gone. "Daniel," she called, her voice sharp. He jogged over, wiping his hands. "What's wrong?" She showed him the photo, zooming in. The figure was blurry, shadowed, but clearly human-shaped. "Could be a tree stump," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. That night, it snowed again. They built a fire and tried to laugh about the strange photo, chalking it up to exhaustion. But as darkness fell, the sound started again. The creaking chair. Footsteps on the porch. Daniel grabbed his rifle and opened the door. The porch was empty, blanketed in fresh snow. But there were footprints, bare feet leading away into the trees. They followed the prints with their flashlights, hearts pounding. The prints were small, like a child's, and went deep into the forest before stopping suddenly in a clearing. No other tracks, no sign of anyone. Just a circle of disturbed snow, and at its center, a crude wooden figure, 3 feet tall, made of sticks bound with twine, a smooth stone for a head. "Jesus," Daniel muttered. "Some kind of prank?" Kara shook her head. Who would even be out here? They burned the figure in the stove that night, trying to convince themselves it was meaningless. But the next morning, it was back, sitting upright in the corner of the cabin, untouched by flame. Kara screamed. Daniel grabbed it, stormed outside, and hurled it into the woods. When he came back, his face was pale. "There are more," he said quietly. "Hundreds, hanging from the trees." They packed immediately, but when Daniel tried to start the truck, the engine refused to turn over. The battery was dead. He checked the hood. Something had torn out the cables. Not cut, torn. The temperature dropped fast. By nightfall, it was below zero. They locked every door and window, sat by the stove, and listened. The whispers started just after midnight, faint like wind through dead leaves. Kara thought she could make out words, soft, pleading voices, echoing through the trees. Then came the tapping on the windows. Light at first, then louder, then pounding. "Don't look," Daniel said, his voice shaking. But she couldn't help herself. She turned toward the window. A face stared back at her. It wasn't human. The skin was gray, stretched too tight over the bones, the eyes hollow pits, and it was smiling, wide, unnatural, teeth jagged and too many. Kara screamed. Daniel fired a shot through the glass. The noise echoed into the night, then silence. When they dared to look again, the window was empty, but on the sill, etched into the frost, were words. "Stay." They didn't sleep. By morning, their supplies were scattered across the cabin floor, doors wide open, snow drifting inside. Daniel found symbols carved into the walls, circles, crosses, spirals, none of them familiar. He decided to hike out 10 miles to the old ranger station. Kara begged him not to go, but he promised he'd be back by nightfall. He never returned. Hours passed. The forest stayed silent. As dusk settled, Kara lit every lantern and sat clutching the rifle. She tried the radio, but all she got was static, until the static shifted, forming faint words. "Kara," her breath caught. It was Daniel's voice. "Help me." She shouted into the radio, demanding to know where he was. His voice came again, weaker this time. "It's cold. Can't move. They're watching." Then silence. She grabbed her coat and flashlight, running out into the night. The snow was waist deep now. She followed his footprints until they disappeared into the same clearing where they'd found the wooden figure. Only now there were dozens more, each one shaped differently, each one with something human inside them. Bones, hair, scraps of fabric. Kara fell to her knees, sobbing. When she looked up, there was movement at the edge of the clearing, dozens of pale shapes watching her, unmoving. She turned and ran. But the forest shifted around her, paths looping back on themselves, trees rearranging. The cabin appeared again ahead of her, though she was certain she'd run miles away. She stumbled inside, bolting the door. The fire was dead. Her breath fogged in the freezing air. The chair began to creak again. "Kara." The voice came from the loft. Daniel's voice. She looked up. A shadow stood there, his outline familiar but wrong. Too tall, too thin. When it stepped into the lantern light, she saw his face, or what was left of it. His skin was gray like the figures in the woods, his eyes black voids. "You should have stayed," he rasped. Kara backed away, rifle trembling in her hands. "What are you?" He smiled. "We belong here now." The lantern went out. The last thing she heard was the creak of the chair and the sound of footsteps closing in. A month later, a search party found the cabin. The doors were open, the windows shattered. No sign of Kara or Daniel. But in the clearing, the rescuers discovered new wooden figures among the trees. 2 of them were larger than the rest. One wore Daniel's flannel shirt. The other had Kara's camera dangling from its neck. When they tried to take photos for evidence, every image came out blank. Just white snow and shadows. Locals still talk about the couple who disappeared in the Adirondacks, the ones who thought they could live off the grid. Some hikers claim they still see the cabin's light flicker deep in the woods at night. Others say they've heard voices whispering from the trees, calling their names. But no one who follows the sound ever makes it back. Story the end. The road that led to the cabin wasn't even on the map. I'd driven nearly 7 hours from Portland, past the last gas station, the last flicker of cell signal, and into a part of the Oregon wilderness that locals just called the Dead Stretch. I'd found the listing online, a single-room cabin, off-grid, fully secluded, perfect for disconnecting. It was cheap, too cheap, and I told myself it was because no one wanted to live that far from civilization. The first time I saw it, tucked in a valley surrounded by towering fir trees, I felt something ancient in the air. The stillness wasn't peaceful. It was absolute. No birds, no insects, not even the wind dared to move through the branches. Just quiet. The kind of quiet that hums in your ears after a while. The realtor, an older woman with glassy eyes, handed me the keys at the base of the hill. "It's yours now," she said softly, avoiding my gaze. "Keep the lights low at night. You'll sleep better that way." I laughed, but she didn't. Then she turned back toward her car and didn't look back once. The first week was uneventful. The solar panels still worked. The rainwater tank filled easily. The nights were darker than I'd ever experienced. No light pollution, no stars, just the blackness of the forest swallowing everything. But I liked it. For a while. It was around the fourth night that things began to change. I was chopping wood in the fading light when I heard laughter. Faint, a child's laughter. It drifted from somewhere deep in the trees, so soft I almost thought I'd imagined it. There were no houses within 20 miles, no roads, no trails. I called out, but the sound stopped. The silence returned, heavier now. That night I woke up to the creaking of the porch boards. I sat up in bed and listened. The creaks came in slow, deliberate steps, one, two, pause, then another. My hand found the flashlight on the nightstand. When I clicked it on, the sound stopped. I held my breath. The beam of light shook slightly as I aimed it toward the window, but the glass reflected only my pale face. I turned it off again, and the footsteps resumed. In the morning, I found small footprints in the mud outside the porch. Barefoot. Child-sized. I followed them a few yards into the forest before they vanished at a cluster of trees. No drag marks, no animal prints. Just gone. I tried to brush it off. The mind plays tricks in isolation, I told myself. But I started hearing more. Whispering at dusk, a soft knocking under the floorboards. My own name breathed from somewhere inside the walls. On the sixth day, I found something strange at the edge of the clearing, a wooden figure carved crudely out of bark. It was maybe a foot tall, humanoid but distorted, its arms too long, its mouth a wide, jagged circle. Someone or something had pressed it into the soil facing the cabin. I threw it into the fire pit and burned it. The smoke stank, thick and oily. That night, I woke up to the smell of that same smoke inside the cabin. I sat up, heart racing, and saw something in the corner. A shadow, a person-shaped outline, darker than the dark around it. It didn't move. It just stood there, watching. My hand trembled as I reached for the flashlight. When the light hit the corner, it was gone. The air still smelled of burning wood. After that, the forest began to feel alive in a different way. I'd step outside, and the trees would seem to lean closer, branches creaking as though whispering to each other. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of figures between the trunks, thin, long-limbed, moving too smoothly to be human, always gone when I tried to focus. I stopped sleeping properly. I'd wake at random hours, gasping, certain that someone had been standing over me. The cabin would feel too small, too hot, the air thick with something invisible pressing against my skin. I tried turning on every light, but that only made it worse. I saw shapes move in the corners, flickering just out of reach. On the eighth night, the generator stopped. Dead. No power, no lights. Just me and the darkness. I tried the flashlight, but it flickered weakly, the batteries drained faster than they should have been. I sat by the window, clutching my knife, waiting for dawn. That's when I saw it. The same small footprints again, circling the cabin this time. Dozens of them. Some pressed deep into the mud, others barely visible. They formed a pattern I didn't understand, spirals, loops, strange intersecting lines. I felt sick just looking at them. The following morning, I packed. I wasn't going to stay another night. I loaded my few things into the Jeep, turned the key. Nothing. The engine wouldn't even click. I tried again and again until I drained the battery. The silence that followed was so complete, I could hear my own heartbeat. I decided to walk. The main road was maybe 12 miles away. I could make it by sunset. I locked the cabin door behind me and started down the trail. But as I walked, I realized something was wrong. The path that should have led downhill curved back upward. The trees looked the same in every direction. I turned around, and the cabin was there, right behind me. I ran. I don't know how long. When I stopped to catch my breath, I was standing in front of the cabin again. The door was open now. Inside, the fireplace burned, even though I hadn't lit it in 2 days. A small wooden figure sat on the floor in front of it, the same one I'd burned before. I didn't go inside. I ran into the forest again, this time without any sense of direction. Hours passed. The sun set. I stumbled, fell, and lay there, too tired to move. I must have blacked out because when I opened my eyes, it was morning and I was in bed. In the cabin. The door was closed, my boots were clean, my pack was by the door, but something had changed. The cabin was different, smaller, the ceiling lower, the walls darker, almost wet. The air smelled of rot, and on the far wall, written in what looked like mud, or maybe blood, was a single sentence. Stay until it's done. I tried the door again. Locked. I shoved at the window, but it wouldn't open. My flashlight showed something just beyond the glass. Faces. Dozens of them. Pale, hollow-eyed, pressing against the outside. Children. Their mouths opened and closed in silence. Then I heard it from behind me. A giggle. The same laugh I'd heard days ago. I turned. Standing in the doorway to the kitchen was a little girl. Her dress was dirty, her hair tangled, her skin gray. She smiled. "You burned my doll," she said softly. "Now you can make me another." I couldn't move. My body wouldn't listen. She stepped closer, her bare feet leaving dark, wet prints on the wood. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "We all stay here until it's done." The next thing I remember is waking in the forest, no cabin, just my Jeep, half buried in moss and vines, like it had been there for years. The keys were still in the ignition, rusted. I stumbled down what was left of the trail until I found the road. A truck driver stopped and gave me a ride to town. He said no one had lived in that area for decades. The cabin I described had burned down in the 1980s. Some tragedy with a family and their daughter. I don't know what I saw. I don't know how long I was really there. But sometimes at night, when I close my eyes, I smell that same thick, oily smoke. I hear the faint giggle of a little girl, and I swear I can feel her standing at the foot of my bed. Waiting. Story the end. It was supposed to be a fresh start. After losing my job at the engineering firm and breaking up with Emily, I thought going off the grid would give me clarity. I found a listing online, an old A-frame cabin for rent deep in the Kootenai National Forest, northwest Montana. The ad said, "Perfect for solitude seekers. No Wi-Fi, no power, no neighbors." That was exactly what I wanted. I sold most of what I owned, packed my truck with supplies, and drove nearly 18 hours from Oregon to reach it. By the time I got there, daylight was thinning out. The last stretch was a narrow dirt road barely wide enough for my truck. I crossed a small wooden bridge over a stream, the planks groaning under my tires. The cabin appeared just beyond, triangular roof, wooden porch, small chimney. The owner, a man named Walt, had left a key in a mailbox nailed to a stump. There was no cell signal. The nearest town was 40 miles away. Inside, it smelled of cedar and old books. A pot-bellied stove sat in the corner, a table with one chair, a small bed, and a dusty bookshelf lined with old wilderness guides and a few local history books. A single window looked out into endless forest. I felt peaceful at first. The first night, I built a fire in the stove, cooked beans over a camp burner, and wrote in my notebook. The forest outside was absolutely still, not even crickets. Around midnight, as I was about to fall asleep, I heard something heavy move outside. Slow crunching, like boots or hooves. I sat up and held my breath. The steps circled the cabin once, then stopped near the window. I couldn't see anything through the glass. It was too dark. I told myself it was probably a moose or a bear. Still, I left the lamp on the rest of the night. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. There were footprints. Human, not animal. Deep, heavy treads like work boots. They led from the woods, circled the cabin, and disappeared down the trail that led behind the ridge. I followed them for maybe 50 feet before they vanished into the undergrowth. That day, I split firewood and tried to ignore the unease crawling up my spine. I remembered something Walt had mentioned over the phone before I came. When I asked how often people rented the place, he said, "Not many. Most don't stay long." I thought he was joking. That night it rained. The sound of water tapping the roof was oddly soothing. I was drifting off when I heard it again, those slow, heavy steps. Closer this time. Then a single knock on the door. 3 times. I froze. "Who's there?" I called, voice shaking. No answer. Just rain. After a few seconds, I heard the faint creak of the porch boards as if someone was walking away. I sat there for nearly an hour, hatchet clutched in my hand, waiting for something else. Nothing. When morning came, I opened the door. On the porch sat a small object wrapped in burlap. I unwrapped it carefully. Inside was an old metal key, blackened with rust. Attached to it was a tag made from torn paper that read, "It's yours now." I almost laughed, thinking it was a prank. But who would go that far out here? I hadn't seen another soul in 2 days. I put the key on the table and went for a long hike up the ridge. From the top, I could see nothing but endless forest, mountains fading into haze. When I came back, the key was gone. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept the lamp burning low. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a faint clicking sound coming from the door. Someone was trying the handle. I held my breath and listened as the latch jiggled once, twice, then stopped. I got up quietly, peered through the window. The rain had stopped, but the moonlight made everything pale. That's when I saw a man standing in the trees, tall, wearing a long coat, still as stone. He was facing the cabin. I blinked, and he was gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By the fourth day, I was ready to leave. But when I turned the ignition in my truck, nothing happened. The battery was dead. I hadn't left the lights on. I tried again and again. Nothing. I got out and popped the hood. The cables had been cut clean through. That's when panic really set in. There was no way to contact anyone, and the nearest main road was miles away through dense forest. I decided to hike it. I packed my backpack with food, my flashlight, and the hatchet. I locked the cabin door behind me out of habit, even though I doubted it mattered. The trail twisted down through thick trees and brush. The silence was oppressive. No birds, no rustling. After about an hour, I reached the bridge again. Only it wasn't there. The planks were gone. Just the posts remained, the stream rushing below. Someone had dismantled it. I remember standing there for a long time, staring at the missing bridge, my mind refusing to accept it. There was no way someone did that overnight without me hearing, unless they knew exactly how to stay silent. By then, the light was fading again. I didn't have the nerve to hike back to the cabin, but I didn't have another option. When I reached it, something felt different. The door was open, just slightly. I was sure I had locked it. Inside, everything had been moved. My notebook was on the floor, pages torn, my backpack was open, food gone. But what froze me was the writing on the wall, carved deep into the wood above the stove with something sharp. "You're home now." I backed away slowly, out the door, and ran. I don't even remember making the decision. I just ran until I couldn't breathe, until I collapsed near the stream again. I hid under a fallen tree and waited for daylight. I must have passed out. When I woke up, I was cold and stiff. The morning sun was thin through the trees. I could see smoke rising in the distance from where the cabin was. Black smoke. I stumbled back toward it cautiously. The cabin was burning, flames curling out the window, roof caving in. There was no one around, no tracks in the mud. Just that smell, burning pine and something else. I made my way back to the truck, half expecting to see it gone too, but it was still there. When I opened the door, the rusted key was sitting on the driver's seat. I didn't think. I just jumped in, turned the key in the ignition, and it started. Perfectly. Like nothing had been wrong. I drove until I saw pavement, until the trees thinned and the first gas station appeared. The old man behind the counter gave me a long look when I told him where I'd stayed. He shook his head. "Son, that cabin burned down 20 years ago," he said. I told him that wasn't possible. "I just stayed there." He stared at me for a long time before answering. "That place belonged to Walt Benson," he said. "Lived up there alone. They say he went crazy, thought people were breaking in. One day he burned the cabin down with himself inside." I didn't argue. I just left. It's been 6 months. Sometimes when I drive out, I hear faint knocking on the car door. When I dream, I'm standing in that forest again, the smoke curling around me, the man in the long coat watching from the trees. And when I wake up, my truck keys, the same ones, are warm to the touch. I threw them away once, but the next morning they were on my kitchen counter. The tag on the keychain says the same words, burned into the leather, "It's yours now." Story the end. The wind howled through the Idaho mountains like a living thing, sharp and cold, rattling the tin roof of the small cabin. Nathan Hale had been living there for 3 months, alone, off the grid, exactly how he wanted it. After 20 years working as a mechanic in Boise, he had grown tired of the noise, the people, the constant pulse of a world that never stopped. So when he found the ad for a foreclosed hunting cabin deep in the Sawtooth Wilderness, he sold everything and left without telling many people where he was going. The cabin sat by a frozen lake, its reflection hauntingly perfect in the glassy water when the ice thawed at midday. There was no cell service, no power grid, just solar panels he'd set up, a wood stove, a propane tank, and an old shortwave radio he used to pick up chatter from nearby towns. The first few weeks were peaceful, almost therapeutic. He hunted small game, read dog-eared novels by lantern light, and fixed up the cabin. He slept better than he had in years. Then one night in early December, he was awakened by a noise, something metallic scraping against the porch railing. He sat up, listening. It came again, slow and deliberate, like someone dragging a piece of metal across the wood. He grabbed his flashlight and his shotgun, eased the front door open, and shone the light outside. Snow fell in thick, heavy flakes, but he could see the marks on the porch, deep gouges in the wood. They led to the steps and disappeared into the darkness beyond the tree line. The next morning, he examined the marks again. They were uneven, erratic, not animal tracks, not claw marks. They looked like fingernails, human ones. He tried to shake it off. Maybe someone had come through during the night, some lost hiker. But he hadn't heard footsteps in the snow, and no one should have been out here in this weather. That night, he locked the door and shoved a chair under the handle. The fire crackled in the stove as he tried to focus on his book. Around midnight, he heard the scraping again. Only this time it was at the back door. A slow, rhythmic drag, then a knock. Just once, then silence. Nathan's heart pounded. He moved quietly to the window, careful not to make noise. His flashlight beam cut across the snow-covered yard and froze on something standing at the edge of the woods. It was tall, unmoving, its face pale in the beam. He blinked, and it was gone. Just gone. He barely slept that night. In the morning, he found footprints near the tree line. Bare feet, large, the toes spread wide like they'd been walking without shoes for a long time. The prints went in circles around the cabin, overlapping, then vanished into the dense forest. By the third day, he was starting to unravel. He kept the shotgun loaded, slept in short bursts, and found himself talking out loud just to break the silence. The radio was his only lifeline, but even that seemed to turn against him. The static would crackle at odd hours, and once, just before dawn, he swore he heard a voice whisper his name through it. Then came the smell, a foul, rotting stench that seeped into the cabin no matter how many times he cleaned. It came from under the floorboards. He pried one loose and found nothing but cold earth beneath. But the smell persisted, stronger at night. Sometimes he heard faint scratching from below, as if something were trying to dig its way up. One evening, while chopping wood behind the cabin, he found something buried just below the surface of the snow. A small wooden box, wrapped in a piece of moldy fabric. Inside were old photographs, black and white, faded from age. They were all of people standing in front of his cabin, men, women, even children, none of whom he recognized. The last photo was different. It showed the same group of people, only their faces were blurred, almost smudged out, and behind them stood a tall, pale figure with empty eyes. Nathan threw the box into the fire that night, watching the photos curl and blacken, but the moment the last corner of the box turned to ash, the lights flickered. Then the generator shut down. The cabin was plunged into darkness. He fumbled for his flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on. The batteries were fresh that morning. The silence was thick, pressing. Then came the knock again, soft, slow, deliberate. Once, twice, 3 times, on every wall. He backed into the center of the room, shotgun raised, eyes darting to each window. He saw movement outside, a shadow gliding past the frosted glass, circling the cabin. Then, from the back door, he heard a low voice, whispering, "You shouldn't have burned it." Nathan fired through the door. The blast echoed through the forest, ringing in his ears. When he opened the door, snow blew in and the air was empty. No footprints, nothing, just stillness. He didn't sleep. He sat in the corner until dawn, shotgun in his lap, waiting for the sun to rise, when the forest was silent, peaceful again. For the first time in days, he thought maybe it was over. Maybe he was losing his mind. He laughed, a sharp, broken sound, and went outside to gather wood. That's when he noticed the carvings. Every tree surrounding the cabin had been marked overnight. Dozens of them, carved deep into the bark, symbols, strange spirals, and shapes like eyes. And at the base of each carving was a small pile of teeth, some animal, some unmistakably human. Nathan packed what he could. He was leaving, no matter what. He started his truck, but the engine sputtered and died. He tried again. Nothing. He checked under the hood. Every wire had been neatly severed. Panic set in. He tried the shortwave radio, but the static was gone, replaced by the same whispering voice, low and distorted. "You're one of us now." That night, the voice didn't stop. It came from everywhere: the walls, the floor, the radio, the air itself. He could hear footsteps above him, on the roof, then underneath the floorboards again. He fired his shotgun through the floor, through the ceiling, screaming until his throat was raw. The footsteps stopped. Then the silence came again. In the morning, the world looked untouched. The snow was pure and white, the lake still and frozen. Nathan's tracks were the only ones leading to and from the cabin. The carvings on the trees were gone, as though they'd never existed. He didn't remember leaving, but he found himself walking miles down the frozen road, frost clinging to his beard, his shotgun slung over his shoulder. When a passing ranger finally found him, Nathan could barely speak. They brought him to a nearby station, gave him coffee, and listened to his story. A search team went back to the cabin. It was there, empty and undisturbed. But when they checked under the floorboards, they found something that made one of the officers vomit. A shallow pit filled with bones, dozens of them, some human, some animal, all gnawed clean. No one could explain it. The cabin was condemned, boarded up, and eventually torn down. Nathan moved to the city, got an apartment, tried to forget. But every night, just before he falls asleep, he hears that scraping sound again. Soft, distant, like fingernails on wood. He stopped using lights after dark. He keeps the blinds closed, because sometimes, just as he's about to drift off, he sees a pale shape reflected in the window. Tall, thin, standing perfectly still, watching. And if he listens close enough, he can still hear it whisper his name. Story the end. It started with a promise, one that Rachel and her brother Mike made to themselves every year, to escape the noise of their lives and disappear for a week into the wilderness. No phones, no Wi-Fi, no roads, just nature and each other. This time, they decided to go off-grid in the mountains of northern Idaho, near Priest Lake, where the forest stretched endlessly, dense and ancient. They left in early October, just before the weather started to turn cold. The plan was to hike 15 miles into the woods and camp near a lake that, according to old maps, had no official name. It was marked only by a small blue dot and faint contour lines. The perfect off-grid spot. The first day was smooth, miles of hiking, laughter, and the satisfying weight of their packs. Rachel had grown up camping with their father, a former forest ranger, so she knew the basics: reading terrain, following water flow, staying oriented with a compass. Mike was newer to wilderness trips, but he was strong and eager, the kind of person who believed that preparation alone was enough to conquer any challenge. By sunset, they found the lake. It was beautiful, clear, still, ringed by pines that mirrored perfectly in the water. There was no sign of human presence, no paths, no cabins, no sounds except wind and birds. It was the sort of silence that made you feel like the only people left in the world. That first night, they made a small fire and cooked beans and rice, talking about everything and nothing. Rachel watched the way the stars reflected on the lake's surface, the sky so black it looked endless. When the fire burned low, they climbed into their tent, and Rachel fell asleep almost instantly. Around 3 a.m., something woke her. It was subtle, just a faint crunch of leaves outside the tent. She froze, listening. Another step, then another. Slow, deliberate, human. She held her breath and reached over, shaking Mike awake. He stirred, half asleep, until he heard it too. The steps stopped just outside the tent. They waited, hearts pounding. Rachel whispered, "Probably a deer." Mike whispered back, "That's not a deer." A soft scraping sound started, like someone dragging a stick along the nylon wall of the tent. They could see a faint shadow move across the fabric, tall, narrow. It paused for a moment, then moved on, circling. Rachel's pulse thudded in her ears. They didn't move until dawn. When they finally stepped outside, the forest was silent again, calm and bright. There were no footprints, no broken branches, nothing, just the still lake and the smell of pine. Mike tried to laugh it off. "Probably just the wind," he said. Rachel didn't argue, but she couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, had been there. The second day, they explored deeper into the area. They found the remains of an old campsite about a half-mile from the lake. A collapsed tent, rusted pots, and a tree with strange carvings. long vertical slashes that didn't look like words or symbols, just deep, uneven gouges. Rachel touched them, and the wood was rough, splintered recently. "Someone's been here," she said quietly. Mike shrugged. Could have been kids or hunters. But there were no signs of recent human activity otherwise. No cans, no fire pit, no tracks. The place felt wrong, abandoned in a way that made her skin crawl. They left quickly. That night, the sounds returned. The same slow, deliberate footsteps. Then came another sound, a faint knocking. Tap, tap, tap. Like wood striking wood. It echoed across the lake, carrying through the still air. Rachel whispered, "What is that?" Mike said nothing. He just stared toward the sound, flashlight in hand, his jaw tight. The tapping stopped for a while, then resumed from another direction. Closer. This time it wasn't faint. It was just beyond the tree line. Tap, tap, tap. Rachel gripped Mike's arm, whispering, "Don't go out there." But Mike was stubborn. "It's probably some animal," he muttered, unzipping the tent. Rachel grabbed his sleeve. "Don't." He ignored her, stepping into the cold night air, flashlight sweeping the woods. "Hey!" he shouted. "Who's there?" Silence. Then from somewhere deep in the woods came a voice, faint, almost whispering. "Mike." He froze. The light trembled in his hand. Rachel's blood turned to ice. The voice came again, a little louder. "Mike?" It was a woman's voice, soft, almost familiar. Rachel whispered, "That sounded like me." Mike backed toward the tent, eyes wide. It did. They didn't sleep the rest of the night. When dawn came, the forest was thick with fog. The air felt heavy, pressing down on them. They decided to leave that morning, but the trail was harder to follow than they remembered. Every turn seemed unfamiliar. By noon, they realized they were lost. The compass still pointed north, but the terrain didn't match the map anymore. The same ridge appeared again and again, no matter which way they went. It was as if the forest had rearranged itself. They stopped by a creek to rest. Rachel crouched to fill a bottle, but when she looked into the water, she froze. There was something under the surface, a shape. At first, she thought it was a log, but it wasn't. It was a face, pale, bloated, eyes open, mouth slack. She gasped and stumbled back, but when Mike looked, it was gone. "You're just tired," he said, though his voice shook. By late afternoon, they found a clearing with the remnants of another old structure, what might have been a hunting cabin long ago. Only the foundation and a few beams remained, blackened by rot and age. They set up camp nearby, too exhausted to keep going. That night, the tapping returned. Louder, closer, and this time there were whispers mixed in. Not words they could understand, but rhythmic sounds like chanting. Rachel clutched the flashlight, shaking. Mike grabbed the hatchet from his pack. Then they heard it again, the voice, calling his name. "Mike." He stood frozen, breathing hard. The voice came from just beyond the tree line. "Mike, come here." Rachel grabbed his arm. "That's not me." The voice grew sharper. "Mike, come here." Then they saw something move, a figure standing just between the trees. It looked human, but wrong. Too tall, limbs too thin, head tilted at an unnatural angle. Its skin was pale, almost gray, and in the beam of the flashlight, its face looked off, like someone wearing a mask carved from wood, painted with a crude human smile. Mike raised the hatchet. "Stay back," he shouted. The figure didn't move. It just stared, that painted grin, wide and hollow. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. They packed up before sunrise, moving fast, desperate to find the way out. But the forest seemed endless. Every direction looked the same. Rachel tried to follow the compass again, but the needle spun erratically, never settling. The sky darkened earlier than it should have, and by dusk they were hopelessly lost. When night fell, the tapping started again, not distant this time, directly behind them. Rachel turned slowly, her breath fogging in the cold air. Nothing. Then, from the shadows, that same voice whispered again, right beside her ear. "Rachel," she screamed, stumbling backward. Mike swung the hatchet wildly, hitting nothing. The voice echoed through the trees, repeating her name over and over until it became a chorus. "Rachel, Rachel, Rachel." They ran. Branches tore at their faces and arms, roots catching their boots. Rachel didn't know how long they ran. Minutes, hours, maybe all night. When they finally collapsed, the forest was silent again. They didn't talk. They just sat there, trembling, waiting for dawn. When it came, they realized they were back at the same lake, the same one they had started at days ago. The circle was complete. Their campsite was gone. No tent, no fire pit, no sign they had ever been there. Only the lake, still, black, reflecting the pale morning light. Mike walked toward the water, dazed. This doesn't make sense. Rachel tried to stop him, but he kept going. He crouched at the edge, staring into the water. Do you see that? He asked softly. She looked. The surface rippled, and for a brief moment she saw their reflections. Then, behind them, another reflection appeared, tall, thin, grinning. Rachel screamed. Mike turned, but there was no one there. When he looked back at the water, his reflection was gone. Just hers and that grinning face beside it. That was the last time Rachel saw her brother. When she turned, he was simply gone. No splash, no sound, no trace. Just the whisper of wind and the stillness of the forest. Days later, Rachel was found wandering a back road 20 miles from the lake. She was barefoot, covered in scratches, dehydrated, and delirious. She kept mumbling about the man with the wooden face and the voice that knew our names. Search teams combed the area, but they never found Mike, or any sign of the lake she described. The maps of that region showed no unnamed lake, no ruins, no trails where she claimed to have camped. Locals say that sometimes deep in those woods you can still hear faint tapping echo through the trees. Others claim that at night the wind carries a voice, soft, familiar, calling out a name. If you follow it, they say, you never come back. Story the end. The sky was a pale, bruised gray when Jenna and her brother Tyler pulled their old pickup off the cracked dirt road and onto the narrow trail leading to the property. The land had been their grandfather's, 50 acres of untouched wilderness in the foothills of eastern Oregon. No electricity, no running water, and the nearest town was over 20 miles away. Their grandfather had lived here completely off the grid until he passed, alone. Jenna inherited the cabin and, after years of city burnout, decided to fix it up and stay a while. Tyler tagged along to help her get settled for the first few weeks. The cabin stood in a clearing surrounded by towering firs, its wood dark and weather-beaten. The porch sagged, the windows were clouded, and the place smelled of old smoke and dust. But Jenna loved it instantly. It felt wild, untouched, real. The way her grandfather had lived, self-reliant and quiet. They spent the first few days cleaning, repairing the roof, and hauling water from the nearby creek. The nights were colder than expected, the darkness total once the sun dipped behind the ridge. The forest around them was silent except for the occasional rustle of animals. On the fourth night, Jenna woke up to a sound she couldn't place. Not an animal, not wind. It was faint but distinct, 3 slow knocks on the cabin wall, near her window. She froze. Tyler was asleep in the other room. She waited, heart pounding, but the knocks didn't come again. The next morning, she mentioned it. Tyler laughed it off as a branch or an animal bumping the wall. She tried to agree, but something about the rhythm of those knocks lingered in her mind. They kept busy repairing the old generator, which only ran in fits and starts, and splitting logs for winter. The solitude began to settle in. No hum of traffic, no phones, just their voices and the forest. But then, the little things started. Tools misplaced. A half-eaten apple left on the porch neither of them remembered leaving. Footprints near the back of the cabin that weren't theirs. Bare, human, and small. Tyler insisted it must be a hiker or hunter passing through. We're not that far from the old logging trails, he said. But Jenna knew the truth. No one came out this far. And if they did, they didn't wander around barefoot in the middle of the night. A few days later, while Tyler was chopping wood, Jenna went to fill their water jugs from the creek. The air was cool, the sound of water steady and calm. Then she saw it. A shape in the trees on the opposite bank. A person, still as stone, watching her. She called out, "Hello!" No response. The figure didn't move. It was impossible to tell if it was a man or woman, just tall, draped in dark clothing, head tilted slightly to the side. She backed away, jug forgotten, and ran to the cabin. When she told Tyler, he grabbed his rifle and marched back to the creek. No one was there. No footprints, no sign of anyone. He said she must have seen shadows. But Jenna couldn't shake the image, the stillness, the way that figure had tilted its head like it was studying her. That night, the knocks came again. 3 of them. Slow. Deliberate. This time, Tyler heard it too. He jumped up, yanked open the front door, and flashed his light across the clearing. Nothing. The forest swallowed the beam whole. The trees stood motionless. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. In the morning, they found something nailed to the porch post. A dead rabbit, gutted and neatly hung by its back legs. Tyler swore and took it down, cursing whoever was messing with them. Jenna wanted to leave, but he refused. "We're not running because some lunatic wants to scare us," he said. But the fear grew, quiet and steady. At night, they'd hear whispers in the woods, low, hushed, impossible to make out. Once, Jenna thought she heard her name. When she looked outside, the same dark shape stood beyond the clearing, just within the tree line. Tyler fired a warning shot. The figure vanished, and when they checked in the morning, the bullet casing was gone. They began locking themselves in before sunset, covering the windows with blankets, sleeping in shifts. Jenna's dreams turned violent. Images of her grandfather standing in the woods, his mouth open in a silent scream, his eyes hollow. One morning, she woke to find a single footprint beside her bed, damp soil pressed into the floorboards. Tyler saw it too, his face pale. He didn't say a word, just started packing their gear. But when they tried to leave, the truck wouldn't start. Tyler lifted the hood and found the battery cables cut clean. He accused Jenna of doing it by mistake when they'd unloaded the tools, but she knew better. Someone had been in the shed. Someone had been waiting. That night, rain came hard, slamming against the roof and sheets. The generator died just after midnight, plunging the cabin into darkness. Then came the scratching, slow, steady, circling the walls. Jenna clutched the flashlight, trembling, while Tyler held the rifle, aiming blindly toward the sound. The scratching stopped. Silence stretched for long minutes before the front door creaked open. Tyler shouted and fired. The flash lit up the doorway, but there was no one there. Only wet footprints leading inside, small and bare. They followed the prints to the living room where they simply stopped in the middle of the floor. No exit. No hiding place. Something whispered then, so close Jenna felt the breath on her neck. She screamed, spun around, and saw only empty space. The flashlight flickered, then died. They spent the rest of the night huddled in a corner, listening to the storm and the faint sound of laughter echoing from somewhere deep in the woods. When dawn came, the cabin looked different. The walls were covered in carvings, symbols cut into the wood, crude shapes like eyes, spirals, and crosses. Neither of them had heard it happen. They packed up what they could carry and left on foot, following the old logging trail toward town. After a few miles, they saw smoke rising behind them. The cabin was burning, flames clawing up into the sky. They didn't go back. They didn't speak. 2 weeks later, a ranger found the burned ruins. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no evidence of anyone else being there. But in the ash near where the front door had been, they found something Jenna never saw. A single set of small, bare footprints leading out into the trees. Story: the end. The sun had barely risen over the dense pine forest of northern Idaho when Michael and Claire drove the last stretch of gravel road leading to their new property. They had been dreaming of going off the grid for years, getting away from the endless noise, the city traffic, the constant notifications. And now, finally, they had a piece of land deep in the wilderness, far from neighbors, far from the world. The cabin they had bought was modest but sturdy. Log walls, a metal roof, a small porch that overlooked a clearing surrounded by thick woods. It wasn't connected to electricity or water. Everything would be self-sufficient: solar panels, a rainwater collection system, and a wood stove. It felt perfect. The first week was blissful. Mornings were filled with sunlight streaming through the cabin windows and the scent of pine and damp earth. Michael chopped firewood while Claire tended to the small garden they'd started. They'd brought supplies for the first month, enough food to keep them from venturing into town until they got settled. Nights were silent except for the occasional owl or rustle of deer. They felt free, alive, as if the world beyond the trees no longer existed. It wasn't until the second week that the unease started. At first, it was subtle. Footsteps. Outside. At night. Light. Almost tentative. Michael brushed it off as the cabin's settling or raccoons. Claire, however, wasn't convinced. She had grown up camping, knew the sounds of the forest, and nothing sounded like that. One evening, she saw a shadow moving past the cabin window, just at the edge of the clearing. She called Michael, who looked and laughed it off, seeing only the wind in the trees, but the shadow didn't feel like wind. By the third week, they noticed small things missing. A box of matches, some canned goods, a bag of flour. Not much, nothing they couldn't do without, but enough to plant seeds of paranoia. Michael set up motion sensor lights outside, but the cameras showed nothing. No animal tracks, no humans. Just the forest. Claire suggested maybe they were imagining it. Michael wanted to believe her, but when he went out to check the perimeter one morning, he found footprints in the soft soil near the cabin. Bare feet, human, small but unmistakable. They weren't his, not Claire's, and they didn't lead to the road or back into the forest. They just circled the cabin before disappearing into the trees. That night, the fear became tangible. They were awakened by the sound of someone, or something, scraping against the metal roof. It wasn't loud, but it was deliberate. Slow, careful. Michael grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The forest looked empty, but the smell hit him first. Smoke, faint and acrid. Someone had started a fire somewhere. The light of the flashlight flicked across the trees, catching glimpses of movement, but whenever he tried to focus, it vanished. Claire refused to leave the cabin after that, insisting they lock all doors and windows, yet sleep eluded them. A few days later, they discovered their water barrels had been tampered with. The rainwater collection system was still intact, but the barrels had been drained slightly. Not enough to notice immediately, but enough to worry. Michael wanted to confront whoever was doing this, to tell them to leave, but Claire was terrified. She didn't want anyone out there, wanted to retreat into the cabin to hide. It escalated over the next week. The rustling at night became scratching, the sounds of something moving just outside their walls, circling. Michael tried to rationalize it, maybe bears, maybe a coyote. But bears don't drag leaves across the porch deliberately, don't peer in through windows to watch you sleep. Then came the first note, scratched into the dirt outside the cabin. Go. Just like that. One word, all capitals, cruel in its simplicity. They were panicked, but neither wanted to leave. The cabin was their dream, their sanctuary. Still, fear made them hyper-aware. Every sound, every shadow, every whisper of wind carried suspicion. The nights were the worst. In the dead of night, they would wake to breathing outside the walls, soft but unmistakable, like someone was crouched just beyond the windows. Michael started sleeping with the axe by his bed. Claire slept with the kitchen knife. One evening, while Claire was in the garden, she heard the soft crunch of boots against the fallen needles. She froze, heart hammering. A man appeared, stepping from the tree line, a tall, thin figure in a dark hoodie, face obscured. He didn't speak, just watched. Claire bolted into the cabin, locking the door behind her, screaming at Michael to call the police. Michael grabbed the phone. No signal. Nothing. Just miles of wilderness and a feeling of being watched. The intrusions became more brazen. The next night, they found the door to the cabin slightly ajar, though they had locked it. The wood stove was cold. Someone had been inside. They didn't take anything, just left. The sense of being hunted, of being studied, gnawed at them constantly. Michael tried to set traps to catch a glimpse of the person or people responsible. He found broken branches, footprints leading back into the forest, and sometimes the faint glow of a flashlight in the distance. Claire started to lose her mind. She couldn't sleep, couldn't eat properly. Every time Michael left the cabin, she panicked, convinced she would come back to find him gone. One night, she heard voices just beyond the walls, whispering her name, soft but deliberate. She screamed, bolted outside with a flashlight, and found nothing but empty forest. When Michael returned from checking the traps, he found her trembling, drenched in sweat. It all came to a head one rainy night. The storm rolled in fast, wind howling through the trees. Michael was in the cabin keeping the fire alive when they heard it. Pounding, hard, heavy, coming from the door. Not gentle scraping, not subtle steps. Someone was trying to break in. Claire screamed. Michael grabbed the axe, heart racing. The door splintered under the force, and for a second, he saw a shadowy figure lunging through the doorway. Then silence. They barricaded themselves inside, using furniture to block the door. The pounding didn't return. Morning came slowly, the storm reduced to a drizzle. Outside there were tracks, dozens of them, leading to the cabin and away, like the intruders had been waiting, observing, then vanished as dawn broke. Nothing had been taken, no clues left behind, just the knowledge that someone had been inside, someone willing to strike. They didn't sleep for days. Every noise, every movement, every wind gust set their nerves on fire. They considered leaving, but the cabin was their dream, their investment, the reason they'd risked isolation. Then one afternoon they found it. A small figure, barely visible through the trees. A child, maybe 8 or 9, crouched near their garden, staring at them. Not waving, not calling, just watching. Claire froze. Michael tensed. The child didn't speak. When they approached, it ran, melting into the forest like mist. After that, the intrusions became even stranger. Objects moved inside the cabin. A pot shifted, a blanket folded differently, the bed slightly rearranged, always subtle, just enough to unsettle. They discovered crude markings on the walls, almost ritualistic. Circles, lines, symbols that didn't make sense. Nothing overtly threatening, but the implication was clear. They were being watched, studied, mocked. It wasn't until the 10th week that they finally saw him again. The man. Standing at the edge of the clearing, silent, just watching. They tried to approach, but every step closer made him retreat into the shadows. Michael and Claire finally realized there was no reasoning with him. No confrontation, no explanation. He was part of the forest now, a predator who had chosen them as his prey. In a desperate move, they packed what little they could carry and left that night, driving through the rain-soaked roads until the lights of town appeared. They never reported it. Who would believe them? No footprints, no evidence, nothing but paranoia. They didn't sleep for weeks. The sounds of footsteps, the whispers, the circling presence haunted them even miles from the forest. Months later, Michael received a postcard. No return address. Just one word scrawled across it: home. Story the end. The decision to move off the grid wasn't spontaneous for Mark and Jenna Wallace. They'd planned it for nearly 3 years, downsizing their life, learning to garden, practicing self-sufficiency. After years of corporate grind in Chicago, they were desperate for simplicity. They found a small cabin in northern Idaho, miles from the nearest town, surrounded by thick forest and craggy mountains. The previous owner had disappeared, but the property was cheap, and they dismissed the story as small-town gossip. The cabin had no running water, no power except what a few solar panels provided, and no phone reception. It was perfect, or so they thought. For the first few weeks, everything went smoothly. They grew accustomed to the silence, the hum of the wind through the trees, the howl of wolves at night. Mark worked on chopping wood while Jenna tended the small garden they'd started behind the cabin. Life felt clean, stripped of the clutter that had weighed them down. But by the second month, things began to change. It started subtly. Jenna found small piles of stones stacked near the edge of the garden, 3 at first, then 5. Each day, the pattern changed. Mark brushed it off as the work of animals or wind. But one morning, she found a stone pile right outside their front step, arranged in a perfect circle. She mentioned it to Mark, her voice uneasy. He tried to laugh it off, but couldn't explain it. That night, it rained hard, the roof leaking in spots, the woods echoing with thunder. Around midnight, Jenna woke to a faint tapping sound on the window beside their bed. She whispered for Mark, but he was fast asleep. The tapping grew louder, sharper, rhythmic. 3 taps, pause, 3 more. She sat up, heart hammering. When she mustered the courage to look, she saw nothing but her own reflection in the glass. The next morning, she noticed faint handprints on the outside of the window, too large to be hers. Mark searched the perimeter, found nothing but soggy earth. Still, he could tell something was off. The forest felt different, quieter, as though it were holding its breath. Even the birds seemed to avoid the area around the cabin. The unease grew. Tools went missing. One of the chickens vanished from their coop, leaving behind a smear of feathers and blood leading into the trees. Jenna swore she saw someone standing near the tree line at dusk, a figure, still and watching, but when she called for Mark, it was gone. A week later, while gathering wood, Mark found a clearing he hadn't noticed before. In the center stood a crude wooden structure, like a small shrine or cross, draped with animal bones and strips of faded fabric. Something had been carved into the wood, symbols, spirals, shapes that made his stomach twist. He destroyed it on sight, hacking it apart with his axe, muttering that someone was trying to scare them. That night, something screamed in the woods. It wasn't an animal sound. It was human, high-pitched, and endless. Mark grabbed his rifle and went outside. The sound stopped instantly. Silence pressed down around him, thick and suffocating. When he came back inside, Jenna was pale and shaking. She said she'd seen a light out there, bobbing between the trees like a lantern. The next morning, they found footprints around the cabin. Bare human feet, pressed deep into the mud, circling the entire structure. They considered leaving. Mark even packed the truck, but the single-lane dirt road leading out had collapsed in a mudslide from the storm. They were stuck until it cleared. They decided to wait it out. That night, the tapping returned. This time, both of them heard it. Mark shouted, threw open the door with his rifle, and scanned the darkness. The air was still. The woods stared back. They slept with the rifle between them, though neither got much rest. Days later, Jenna woke early to find the garden destroyed. Every plant had been ripped out, trampled, the soil turned over. In the middle of it was something small, a bundle wrapped in burlap. When she unwrapped it, she dropped it instantly. Inside was the head of their missing chicken, blackened and shriveled, its eyes replaced with tiny white stones. That night, the sounds came again. But not tapping this time. Footsteps, slow, dragging, circling the cabin. Mark sat up with the rifle, holding his breath. Jenna clutched his arm. The footsteps stopped right outside their door. They waited, barely daring to breathe. Then, 3 knocks, soft, deliberate. Mark snapped. He yanked the door open and fired into the dark. The gunshot echoed off the trees, but there was nothing. No figure, no movement, just empty woods. When he turned back, the doorframe had been marked. 3 crude scratches, freshly carved, still wet with something dark. The following day, they found their truck's tires slashed. That evening, the generator died. The solar panels had been smashed during the night. No lights, no sound but the wind whispering through the trees. They lit candles and stayed close together. Sometime after midnight, Jenna woke to movement outside. Shadows slid past the window. At least 2, maybe more. She shook Mark awake. He saw them too. Tall figures, barely visible in the flickering candlelight, moving around the cabin. Mark tried the radio, but all he got was static. Then came the voices. Faint, distorted, as if carried by the wind. Low murmurs that rose and fell, circling the cabin, chanting something he couldn't understand. The sound of bare feet shuffling through dirt. A hand brushed the window pane. Jenna screamed. Mark fired again and again, but it made no difference. The murmurs grew louder. The candles flickered wildly, then went out, leaving them in blackness. For a long moment, nothing. Then, silence. When dawn came, the forest looked normal. The figures were gone. But every tree within 50 feet of the cabin had been marked with the same spiral symbol Mark had seen on the wooden shrine. They decided to leave that morning, road or no road. Mark packed what they could carry and started on foot toward the nearest town. The silence of the forest pressed around them, heavy and watchful. After 2 hours, they reached the road and found something that stopped them cold, another cabin, or what was left of one. Burned nearly to the ground, the roof collapsed, walls blackened. On what remained of the door was a single symbol, the same spiral. In front of it, half buried in ash, was a rusted truck with the same model and year as theirs. Jenna backed away slowly, shaking her head. "It's not possible," she whispered. But Mark couldn't speak. He was staring at something carved into the charred wood beside the door. "Help us. They live under the earth." A low rumble echoed through the trees, deep, vibrating the ground beneath their feet. Then came the sound of movement. Dozens of them, footsteps from every direction. Mark raised his rifle, pulling Jenna behind him. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they could hear breathing. Wet, heavy, wrong. The first figure stepped into view, emerging from between the blackened trees. It wasn't a person, not anymore. The skin hung loose, pale and mottled. Its eyes were solid white. Behind it came more, moving with jerky, inhuman rhythm. Mark fired, hitting one square in the chest, but it didn't fall. It kept walking, head cocked at an unnatural angle, mouth opening to release a sound that wasn't human. A long, guttural wail that made the forest tremble. They ran. Through the trees, tripping over roots and fallen branches, gasping in the thin, freezing air. The sounds followed. Footsteps, whispers, laughter. The light faded quickly as if the forest itself swallowed. They reached a ridge, breathless. Below them, they could see their own cabin, impossibly far away, smoke rising from its chimney. But they hadn't lit a fire. Jenna's hand tightened around Mark's. "We're not leaving," she whispered. He didn't answer. He just stared, watching as a figure stepped out of the cabin and looked up at them. It was Mark. Same face, same clothes, standing in their doorway, staring silently up at the ridge. Jenna began to cry. The world tilted, reality slipping away. The sound of footsteps behind them grew closer. The last thing Mark remembered was turning toward the noise, raising his rifle, and seeing pale hands reach for him from the dark. Weeks later, a search team found the cabin abandoned. No signs of struggle, no footprints except for their own leading in circles around the property. The radio was on, emitting faint static that occasionally cut to what sounded like whispers. The final page of Jenna's journal read, "They come from the ground. They wear our faces. The woods aren't empty. They're waiting." Story, the end. The first time Liam saw the cabin, he knew it was perfect. Tucked deep in the Oregon Cascades, it was nearly invisible from the road, hidden behind dense evergreens and a narrow stream that wound like a ribbon through the property. He had wanted to disappear, to live alone, off the grid, to escape the endless grind of city life in Portland. No neighbors, no phones, no obligations. Just him, the forest, and a small plot of land he could farm. It started innocently. The first few nights, Liam slept with a sense of peace he hadn't felt in years. The only sounds were the wind through the pines, the occasional owl, and the burbling of the stream. He set up a small solar panel, a wood stove, and a composting toilet. The isolation was intoxicating. Then he noticed it. Footprints in the snow one morning. He had parked his old Jeep near the cabin, and the surrounding snow was untouched except for a trail leading from the tree line to his door and stopping abruptly. Liam frowned, convinced it was an animal, but the prints were too large, too human-like. A few nights later, he awoke to scratching at the door. At first, he thought it was a branch swaying in the wind. Then he heard it again, slow, deliberate. He reached for the hunting rifle he kept beside the bed, hands trembling. The scratching stopped. Liam waited, rifle raised, until dawn. Nothing. Over the next week, small things began to unsettle him. Food disappeared from the cabin. Tools were moved. Max, his aging shepherd mix, growled at corners of the room with no visible threat. Liam told himself he was imagining it, that the isolation was playing tricks on his mind. But then came the symbols. He found them carved into the trees surrounding the cabin, deep scratches forming shapes he didn't recognize, spirals, lines, and angles that didn't correspond to any language he knew. The symbols seemed to appear overnight. He tried removing them, but each morning they returned, multiplied. The sounds escalated. Whispers at first, indistinct, carried by the wind, then footsteps circling the cabin at night, dragging, deliberate, echoing in the silence. Liam would run outside with the rifle, shouting, but nothing was ever there. Only footprints in the snow, always circling the cabin, never leaving. One night, Liam awoke to find Max barking furiously at the window. He peered outside and saw a figure standing just beyond the edge of the clearing, too tall, too thin, and utterly still. Its eyes glowed faintly in the moonlight. Liam fired once, twice. Nothing. The figure remained, unmoved, staring. Then it vanished. Fear began to gnaw at him, and he considered leaving. But the snowstorm had rendered the narrow dirt road impassable. Trapped, he fortified the cabin as best he could, stacking firewood against doors and windows. Nights became a nightmare of shadows and sounds. One evening, he heard the whispers clearly for the first time. They weren't just carried by the wind, they came from the forest itself. Words, or what sounded like words, repeating over and over, "You shouldn't be here." Days turned into weeks. Liam subsisted on what he had stored, rationing carefully. Max disappeared one night, leaving only faint paw prints leading into the trees, which vanished as if swallowed by the forest. Liam tried to follow, but the woods seemed to shift around him. Every path he took led back to the cabin, as though the forest were a trap. Then the visions began. Shadows moving just at the edge of his vision, tall humanoid shapes with limbs too long and heads too small. He saw figures in the distance that vanished when he blinked. The air felt thick, heavy, and watching. One morning, Liam awoke to find the cabin altered. Doors that had been closed were wide open. Objects inside were rearranged into strange patterns. On the table lay a bundle wrapped in bark. Inside, he found what looked like small animal bones and scraps of cloth. A chill ran through him. He tried to leave again, trudging through the deep snow toward the distant road. The forest resisted him. Trees seemed to shift, paths twisted, and he constantly felt unseen eyes tracking him. Footsteps echoed behind him, sometimes several sets, some too large for humans, some too small, all following him. By the seventh night, exhaustion and hunger had set in. Liam barricaded himself inside, feeling the forest pressing in closer than ever. That night, the whispers turned to guttural murmurs. Something was pounding at the door, trying to break in. Liam fired through the window, screaming, but the pounding continued. He finally ventured outside, desperate, and saw dozens of figures emerging from the tree line. Pale, thin, their faces twisted, eyes glowing faintly. Some carried pieces of bark or stones, arranging them into patterns around the cabin. Others simply watched, tilting their heads unnaturally. Liam realized then that the forest had been waiting for him, that it had always known he would come. He ran, crashing through the underbrush, the figures following silently. Snow whipped around him, branches slashing his face, but the forest seemed endless. Hours passed, though it felt like days. When he stumbled onto the road, he found it blocked by fallen trees, as if the forest itself had grown to contain him. Liam retreated, hiding in a snowbank, shivering, listening to the figures moving through the trees. They circled him, whispering, arranging stones, carving symbols into nearby trees. He realized that leaving was impossible. The forest was alive and patient, and it had claimed him. Weeks later, hikers reported seeing a man wandering the snow-covered Cascades, talking to himself, muttering about the forest watching. His cabin was empty, snow drifting over the roof. But those who approached noticed strange symbols etched into every tree in the clearing, and footprints circling the cabin that led nowhere. Liam never returned to the city. The forest had taken him, teaching him in its own terrifying way that solitude in the wild comes at a cost. His journal, found months later in a hollow tree, contained only fragments. They wait, always. They are patient. I cannot leave. They are here, watching. Story the end. The first time Jason and Emily decided to disappear for a week, it felt like an adventure. They weren't just two young adults bored with city life. They were practical, experienced hikers, and they'd prepared meticulously. They had stocked up on dehydrated food, water purification tablets, and a small solar panel for emergencies. Their target was the Bitterroot National Forest in Montana, a sprawling, wild expanse where few tourists ventured, and even fewer people lived. They wanted to be entirely off the grid, no phones, no GPS tracking, no social media updates, just them and the wilderness. The drive up was long but serene. Emily drove most of the way, while Jason navigated using paper maps. The forest entrance was quiet, the trees tall and imposing, their branches casting irregular shadows across the dirt road. It wasn't the first time either of them had camped, but this would be the first time they were entirely alone in an area known for its isolation. There were signs warning of black bears and the occasional mountain lion, but they were confident. They had lived in Montana most of their lives and knew the local wildlife. Their first night was calm. They had a small campsite near a creek, the sound of running water masking the occasional rustle of wildlife. Emily sat by the fire, sketching the scene in her notebook, while Jason prepared their simple meal. There was laughter, quiet conversation, and the kind of peaceful silence only found deep in the forest. The stars were bright, the Milky Way stretching across the sky like a smeared ribbon of silver. Everything felt perfect. Nothing could touch them here, or so they thought. The next morning, they hiked deeper into the forest. Jason had a rough idea of a small clearing that he'd read about in an old forest guide, a place untouched by modern camping where only deer and elk trod. As they moved, Emily kept a careful eye on the sun and the moss on the trees to maintain their sense of direction. They had no phone signal, no way to call for help, but that was part of the thrill. They wanted to be completely cut off. By midday, they reached a small valley surrounded by dense pines. The ground was soft, covered in moss, and a small stream trickled through the center. It looked untouched, almost sacred. They set up their new camp here, leaving no trace, just like they had practiced. But something in the air felt off. Emily couldn't quite place it. It wasn't loud or obvious, just a subtle tension that made the hairs on her arms prickle. Jason noticed it too, but dismissed it as nerves. The forest was wild, unpredictable. Perhaps it was just the way the light fell through the trees or the wind whispering across the branches. That night, around 2 a.m., Emily woke up to a faint sound. At first, she thought it was a coyote, but the sound didn't match. It was more deliberate, a soft crunching, almost like footsteps in the underbrush. She nudged Jason, who murmured something incoherent, and rolled over. She lay there, straining her ears, heart thumping. The sounds moved closer, circling their tent. Every now and then, a twig snapped loudly, echoing unnaturally in the stillness. She whispered Jason's name, but he remained asleep. Then the sound stopped. Silence. She tried to convince herself it was an animal, that the forest was alive and curious. But deep down, she didn't believe it. Morning came reluctantly, gray and overcast. They packed up quickly, deciding not to linger. They had planned to spend at least 3 days in the clearing, but Emily's unease had grown overnight. Jason tried to brush it off, joking about forest ghosts or the old settlers who never left. She smiled weakly, but her stomach churned. Something was off. The forest seemed denser now, the paths they thought they knew twisting in unfamiliar ways. On the second day of hiking, they realized something strange. Every time they tried to follow the stream, it seemed to change direction. Trails they had walked the previous day appeared unfamiliar, almost as if the forest had shifted overnight. Jason laughed nervously, saying, "We must have taken a wrong turn." Emily didn't laugh. Her gut said otherwise. Shadows between the trees seemed longer, darker, moving independently of the wind. Birds didn't sing here. Not a single chirp. It was unnatural. By late afternoon, they stumbled across a small cabin. It was old, abandoned, and covered in ivy. The windows were dark, and the wood was gray and rotting. Jason suggested they check it out, thinking it might provide shelter for the night if weather turned. Emily hesitated, feeling an inexplicable dread. The cabin didn't look entirely abandoned. There was a faint odor, metallic and pungent, like rusted iron and decay. Inside, the cabin was empty, but there were signs someone had been here recently. Fresh footprints in the dust, a tin can with remnants of something dark inside, and a crude set of carvings on the walls. The symbols made Emily's skin crawl. Jason didn't notice them at first. He was busy checking the small rooms. When he did, he laughed nervously, suggesting someone's playing a joke. Emily wasn't convinced. The carvings didn't look like any playful doodles. They were crude, jagged, and seemed to depict figures moving toward something or someone. They left the cabin quickly, but the forest seemed different on their way back. The streams curved differently, shadows stretched in impossible angles, and the sense of being watched was overwhelming. By nightfall, they set up camp near a dense grove of trees. They tried to ignore the feeling, but around 1 a.m., Emily woke again. This time, it wasn't footsteps. It was whispering. Faint, barely audible, like someone speaking just beyond comprehension. Jason woke when she nudged him, straining to hear, but the voices stopped abruptly. Jason tried to convince her it was the wind, but Emily knew the forest had never sounded like this before. The third day, things escalated. They had planned to hike out by now, but every path seemed to loop back on itself. The forest had become a maze. Even with maps and compass, they couldn't find the way they'd come from. The sun barely penetrated the thick canopy. Every time they stopped to rest, the sounds of the forest, footsteps, whispers, the occasional snap of a branch, grew louder and closer. They started hearing something else too, faint breathing, low and measured, almost human, coming from behind the trees. But whenever they turned, nothing was there. By mid-afternoon, they came across another cabin, smaller and more dilapidated than the first. Jason wanted to investigate, claiming it could be a place to hide if needed. Emily was reluctant but followed. Inside, the air was damp and fetid. There were markings similar to the first cabin, but these were different, more recent, more frantic. Carvings of figures running, eyes wide with terror, scratches on the walls as if someone had tried to claw their way out. On the floor, they found a small journal, its pages yellowed and brittle. The handwriting was erratic, filled with warnings. They watch, they follow. Don't go off the trails. Don't look behind. Emily felt her stomach knot. Jason read it over her shoulder, brushing it off as the work of a paranoid camper. But when they stepped outside, they realized the forest around the cabin was different. The trees formed unnatural corridors, and every path seemed to lead back to the cabin, no matter which direction they chose. Panic set in. They tried marking trees, using stones to leave a trail, but every mark vanished, every stone moved. Night fell quickly, and they set up camp just outside the cabin. That night, the whispering returned, louder, more insistent. Jason swore he saw shadows moving just beyond the firelight, figures crouching, watching. Emily grabbed his arm, insisting they leave immediately, but the forest had other plans. Every path they tried led them back to the cabin. Exhausted and terrified, they huddled together as the temperature dropped, the shadows stretching and shifting around them, whispering their names. By the fourth day, desperation took over. They ran, sprinting through dense underbrush, branches slapping their faces, tearing clothes. The forest seemed alive, closing in around them, paths twisting impossibly. When they stumbled, gasping, they thought they had found an old logging trail. Relief surged, until the trail ended abruptly at a cliff overlooking a ravine. They hadn't noticed it before, but now it seemed to appear out of nowhere. Panic-stricken, they turned back, only to find the forest behind them unrecognizable. Trees that had been dozens of feet apart now pressed together, forming a wall. That night, they heard voices again, chanting now, low and rhythmic, circling their camp. Emily saw flickering lights in the distance, small torches moving between the trees, keeping pace with them without entering the clearing. Jason grabbed a stick, ready to defend, but neither could see who or what was out there. They screamed into the night, but the forest swallowed their voices. By the fifth day, food and water were nearly gone. Every step forward seemed futile. The whispering had grown into shouts, though no one was visible. At some point, Emily swore she saw figures watching from the trees. Tall, thin, unnaturally still, faces pale and elongated, eyes dark holes. Jason refused to believe her, calling it hallucinations from hunger and exhaustion. But then he saw them too. They tried one last desperate move, climbing a ridge to signal for help. They found an old fire lookout tower, decaying but standing. Inside, there was a small radio, but it had no signal. Outside, the wind carried the faint echo of laughter, soft and hollow, coming from the forest below. Emily's hands trembled as she scanned the tree line. They weren't alone. Over the next 12 hours, they stayed in the tower, too afraid to leave. The night was filled with the sounds of the forest closing in, footsteps circling, whispers calling their names, shadows flickering along the tree line. At some point, Jason realized the carvings from the cabins were carved into the very trees surrounding them. The forest itself seemed to be watching, a living entity guiding them, herding them like prey. They weren't found for weeks. When search teams finally reached the area, they discovered the forest strangely empty. No cabins, no trace of a trail, no sign of Jason and Emily. Only the lookout tower remained, charred and abandoned, its steps leading to nowhere. The locals whispered that the Bitterroot Forest had claimed others before, that those who wandered too deep often returned as shadows in the trees, watching the next unwary travelers. People still hike the Bitterroot, some brave, some foolish. But they always report the same thing: paths that disappear, whispers in the night, and fleeting figures just beyond sight. Jason and Emily were never seen again, but some claim that on quiet nights, if you listen near the creek where their first camp was, you can hear their voices mingling with the wind, calling, warning, or maybe just lost forever part of the forest. Story the end. It started as a weekend adventure. Ethan and his friend Claire were both city dwellers craving solitude, a complete escape from technology and human contact. They decided to venture deep into the remote forests of northern Oregon, where roads dwindled into narrow dirt tracks and maps barely indicated anything beyond dense woodland. Their plan was simple: hike 10 miles off the last known trail, set up camp, and spend a week living entirely off-grid. The first day of hiking was exhilarating. The forest was ancient, the trees massive, their branches intertwining high above to form a shadowed canopy. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves, the air crisp with pine scent. Ethan led the way with a compass and map. Claire carried the tent and water filter. They laughed about how easy it was to leave civilization behind. That night, after setting up camp near a small, quiet creek, they built a fire and cooked dehydrated meals. The forest was serene, almost too serene. As they settled into their sleeping bags, Ethan thought he heard a low, distant rustle in the trees, but Claire dismissed it, saying it was just wildlife. Around 2 a.m., Ethan woke to a faint tapping sound, like someone drumming their fingers against the tent poles. He nudged Claire, who groaned and rolled over. The tapping grew louder, closer, circling their tent in an irregular rhythm. When Ethan shone his flashlight into the darkness, nothing was there. Then a shadow passed quickly across the outer layer of the tent. They held their breath until dawn, hearts pounding. The next morning, they noticed the first oddity. The trail they had followed the day before now seemed unfamiliar. Trees appeared in places they hadn't been, and familiar rocks and roots had shifted. Ethan tried to reassure Claire, claiming that fatigue and disorientation were making the forest appear different. But unease had taken hold. By the second day, the forest seemed to resist them. Streams curved differently than they remembered, paths ended abruptly, and every attempt to backtrack led them deeper into dense, unmapped woods. The usual sounds of birds and insects were absent. Silence pressed down like a living thing. On the third day, they came across a small cabin, almost entirely hidden by undergrowth. It was old, wooden, and weathered, with the roof partially caved in. Smoke curled from the chimney, though there were no footprints leading to the door. Ethan wanted to investigate, reasoning that someone might be nearby in need of help. Claire protested, a pit of fear forming in her stomach. Inside, the cabin was empty, but signs of recent habitation were evident. Charred logs in the hearth, scattered food cans, and jagged carvings etched into the walls. The symbols were disturbing. Thin figures with elongated limbs, faces twisted in terror. The deeper they examined, the more the air seemed to thicken, almost press against them. Night fell and the forest grew unnatural and still. Then came the whispering. At first faint, almost like wind through branches, it gradually became clear. Names, Ethan, Claire, echoed in the darkness. The voices were not outside the tent, they seemed inside, surrounding them. By the fourth day, panic had set in. They tried to retrace the creek they had followed initially, but the terrain was unrecognizable. Landmarks vanished, hills and ridges shifted. Every step led them back to the cabin clearing. The forest itself seemed alive, moving to trap them. Night brought terror. The shadows stretched unnaturally, flickering along the trees. Figures emerged, tall, pale, with hollow black eyes and limbs that bent in impossible angles. They didn't move like humans, but glided with eerie, jerky precision. The whispering became chanting, the words unintelligible but hypnotic, surrounding them in all directions. On the fifth day, in desperation, Ethan and Claire climbed a ridge to try to see beyond the trees. From above, the forest stretched endlessly, and the cabin lay below, always present, smoke rising from the chimney as though it were alive. In the distance, faint lights, torches or reflections, appeared and moved among the trees, keeping pace with them. Cornered, they ran blindly. Branches clawed at their skin, roots tripped them, and the forest twisted impossibly. No matter which direction they fled, they ended up back at the cabin clearing. The figures from the shadows watched silently, only the chanting rising in intensity. When rescue teams arrived weeks later, they found an empty clearing. No tent, no footprints, no fire. The cabin had vanished as if it had never existed. The only evidence that Ethan and Claire had ever been there was a small creek flowing quietly, reflecting the pale morning light. Locals warn that parts of northern Oregon's forests are alive in ways people cannot comprehend. Paths shift, landmarks disappear, and those who wander too deep sometimes vanish entirely. Some hikers report faint whispers in the wind, shadows flitting between trees, or figures watching silently from the forest edge. Those who follow the whispers are rarely seen again. Ethan and Claire were never found, but hikers swear in the dead of night they can hear two voices calling each other's names across the trees, lost forever in a forest that moves, watches, and takes. Story the end. The cabin was a tiny, ramshackle structure nestled deep in the Montana wilderness, miles from the nearest road, with only the faint echo of a stream breaking the silence. Ethan had always dreamed of living off the grid, escaping the noise of the city, the relentless deadlines, the constant pull of digital life. He had moved out here 6 months ago, hauling supplies on an old pickup and slowly transforming the cabin into a functional home. Solar panels powered a single light bulb and a small fridge, while a wood stove kept the nights tolerable in the freezing mountain air. On paper, it was perfect, until the first strange thing happened. It started as a sound, almost indistinguishable at first. Ethan was sitting at his small wooden table, drinking a cup of coffee as the winter sun slanted through the dusty window, when he heard it. A slow, deliberate scratching, like someone dragging a branch across the roof. He froze, listening. The wind rustled the pines outside, and at first he convinced himself it had been that, or maybe a deer clumsily knocking branches. He went back to his coffee. The next night, the sound returned, louder, closer, more rhythmic. This time, it wasn't above, it was outside, circling the cabin. Ethan grabbed the old hunting rifle he kept by the stove, shoving it into the corner near the door. His dog, Max, growled low, ears flat. Ethan told himself he was being paranoid. Wolves, maybe, or a coyote. He fell asleep with one eye half open. 3 nights later, the scratching came again, followed by something heavier, a slow thud against the side of the cabin, like someone leaning against the wall. Ethan's heart pounded. He grabbed the rifle and swung open the door. Nothing. Only snow, thick and unbroken, stretching out into the forest. Max sniffed the air, tail stiff, hackles raised. Ethan noticed faint footprints in the snow, 2 sets larger than his own boots, and they disappeared as suddenly as they appeared. Over the following weeks, the occurrences grew more disturbing. Food would go missing from the small pantry, though nothing else seemed out of place. Ethan would wake to find Max growling at corners of the cabin where there was nothing to see. On one occasion, he awoke to see the door slightly ajar, though he swore he had locked it. He considered leaving, but the nearest town was 2 hours away, and part of him wanted to see it through. He had made a choice to be here, to live off the grid, and the thought of abandoning it to some unknown intruder made his stomach churn. One evening, after a storm had buried the cabin in a fresh layer of snow, Ethan was chopping firewood when he noticed something odd. Strange symbols etched into the trees surrounding the cabin. Deep, jagged scratches that looked almost like letters, though he couldn't make sense of them. He felt a prickling on the back of his neck, that deep, instinctual warning that something was very wrong. He took a closer look and noticed footprints leading into the forest from the markings. Human footprints. Big ones. Boots, maybe, though the snow had melted slightly and refrozen, making it hard to tell. But there was no pattern of leaving the forest, only entering it. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. Someone, or something, was watching him. The nights became unbearable. Ethan would hear whispers, faint at first, then growing more distinct, as if someone were standing just outside the cabin, speaking in low tones he couldn't understand. He tried yelling, banging pots, firing his rifle into the darkness, but the whispers never stopped, and no figure ever appeared. Max grew agitated, pacing and whimpering, sometimes barking at empty corners of the cabin. Sleep became a stranger. One night, Ethan awoke to find a shadow in the corner of the room. It was darker than the darkness outside, solid and humanoid. His first instinct was to fire, but the figure didn't move. It just stood. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. No footprints, no signs, only the echoing whisper of a voice that chilled him to the bone. Desperate, he decided to make a trek to the nearest town to stock up on supplies, though the snowstorm had turned the forest into a frozen maze. He packed a bag, loaded the rifle, and headed out. The woods were silent at first, snow muffling every sound. Then from behind him he heard a crunch. Not snow underfoot, but a heavier, deliberate step following him. He turned, rifle raised, nothing. He kept moving, heart hammering until the crunching stopped. When he finally reached the road, hours later there were no tracks leading to it, no car, no footprints, only his own and the faint, almost imperceptible dragging marks beside them. Something had been following him the whole way. He tried to tell himself it was his imagination, but deep down he knew it wasn't. Back at the cabin, things escalated. The scratching became pounding, as if someone was trying to break in. One night, Ethan woke to a scream, his own voice caught in his throat as he saw the walls of the cabin smeared with dark, wet handprints. They weren't there before. The door, which he had locked, was wide open. Max was gone. He searched outside, calling, but the snow had covered every trace. Panic clawed at him, and he realized he was utterly alone. He began noticing other signs. Small objects moved from where he left them, scraps of fabric caught on tree branches near the cabin, even the firewood stacked neatly outside, rearranged into strange patterns. He tried leaving notes or markings for himself to track changes. But when he returned to check, they were gone or altered. The forest itself seemed alive with malice, shadows moving just beyond the edge of vision. One particularly dark night, Ethan saw them. 2 figures emerging from the trees, humanoid but impossibly thin and unnaturally tall. They moved silently, their limbs jerking in strange, inhuman motions. Their eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the weak light of his fire. Ethan fired his rifle, twice, 3 times. The figures flinched but didn't fall. They vanished into the darkness, leaving only the echo of their presence. The next morning, the snow was churned with tracks, hundreds of them, circling the cabin, going in impossible directions, some leading nowhere. The carvings on the trees had multiplied. Ethan realized then that he had never truly been alone. He had been watched, studied, hunted. The wilderness, which had seemed peaceful and silent, was not natural. Something had been living here, and he had trespassed. He tried to leave again, packed his few belongings, set out for the road, moving quickly, keeping low. But the forest seemed to shift around him, paths twisting, trees appearing where there had been none, the snow changing beneath his feet. He heard laughter then, soft and gurgling, echoing from every direction. The forest itself seemed to mock him. Days passed. He survived on what little food he carried, avoiding the shadows that lurked in every tree. Nights were spent hiding in snowdrifts, trying not to breathe, listening to the whispers that promised pain, death, something worse. Sleep became impossible. Hunger gnawed at him, but fear was stronger. Eventually, he stumbled upon the remnants of another cabin. Burned, ruined, signs of struggle everywhere. Inside, scraps of clothing, photos of a family, scattered and torn. Ethan realized he was not the first to come here seeking isolation. Others had tried, failed, and the forest had claimed them. The thought made him nauseous. Then he saw the markings. Again, etched into the walls this time, shapes he couldn't decipher but which radiated menace. His stomach dropped when he noticed fresh blood smeared across the floor, leading outside. And he knew, whatever followed him, it didn't need to hunt him. He had already walked into its domain. By the seventh day, he had lost track of time. The snowstorm had returned and visibility was almost zero. Every sound, the cracking of branches, the rustling of leaves, the wind itself set him on edge. Then he heard it, something breathing behind him, heavy, deliberate, impossibly close. He froze, praying it was a trick of the wind, a shadow. A hand touched his shoulder, ice cold. Human shape but wrong, too long, too thin. Ethan turned, screaming, swinging the rifle. Nothing. Silence. Just the whisper again, right in his ear, soft, patient, cruel. You don't belong here. He ran, stumbling through the snow, branches lashing at his face, the forest twisting, turning, guiding him nowhere. The sun never rose. Night persisted, endless, oppressive. The figures appeared intermittently, always just at the edge of perception, watching, waiting. Ethan eventually gave up on roads, on paths, on escape. He moved deeper into the wilderness, thinking he could hide, could survive. But the forest had learned him, and it always knew where he was. Days bled into nights, nights into endless hours of fear, hunger, and whispering shadows. Max never returned. In the end, Ethan understood the truth. The forest was not neutral. It was not wild in the way he had believed. It was alive, patient, and hungry, and he was prey. His journal, found years later by a ranger, contained only fragments, descriptions of sounds, of shadows, of moving trees, of eyes that glowed in the dark. The final entry read, in a scrawl almost unreadable, "If you come here, don't. They are patient, they wait. Story the end." The double-ribboned dirt road ended at a simple wooden gate, chained shut with a rusted padlock that swayed in the wind. There was no sign, no road name, just the number 47 carved into a splintered post. I creaked the gate open, drove down the path, and entered a world the power grid forgot. My name is Nate Ryan. I'm 37, and I write about off-grid living. I'd spent the last 5 years traveling remote places, interviewing people who lived beyond electric lines, off the grid. I thought I understood what going off-grid meant: solar panels, composting toilets, rainwater capture, but nothing prepared me for the land I found in northern Minnesota, just a few hours north of Duluth. The property belonged to a man I'll call H. He signed no contracts, asked no credit check, and insisted on only one condition: you pay up front, live quietly, don't ask questions about the place beyond what you need for everyday living. I paid. My truck bumped over the final stretch, sunlight thinning beneath a thick canopy of white pines and spruce, leaves that stayed green even in early October, the air cold and sharp like a clean knife. I parked next to a clearing where H's modest cabin stood, built of cedar logs, roof dipped and shingled but weathered. A chimney curled smoke. To the side, a hand-dug well with steel bucket, a lean-to with stacked firewood, a composting outhouse behind a stand of fir trees. No grid connection, no cell signal. I saw H in the doorway. His face was pale, his hair long and untrimmed. He spoke with a quiet tone. "Here's to your new life." He slid a large map across a rough wooden table inside the cabin. Trails marked in green. You know, people come here seeking peace. What they don't realize is nature doesn't always want to be peaceful. My job: live at the cabin for 30 days. Document how I manage the water, the firewood, the winter preparing systems. Then I'd write about the place. I thought it would be another story like dozens before. Instead, I found something darker, something old. The first week passed quietly. I settled in, fetched water from the well, carried it upstairs for showering and cooking. No plumbing, just a deep antique bathtub in the corner, water scalding or icy cold. The compost toilet worked. I chopped wood. I tracked the sun's routing to orient the solar charge controller H left me. There was enough sunlight through the canopy fringing the clearing to power a few LED lamps and the small fridge I installed. On evening 3, I heard something unfamiliar. At the edge of the clearing, a scraping noise, like a long claw gouging bark from a tree. I paused mid-slice of apple for a snack. The forest held its breath and resumed its whisper. I went out to look. Nothing visible beyond the pines. I shrugged, told myself squirrels, maybe a bear. But the pattern repeated, each dusk around same time, a scratch, a thud, a low groan. I ignored it. By week 2, I'd grown comfortable. Mornings I walked a short trail H had signed for safe scouting in the map. The trail wound through pines and into furze and led to the edge of a marsh. At the marsh, I'd sit for an hour, watch geese migrating south, ducks rippling the black water. The air smelled of peat and decay. I felt remote but at ease. But something peculiar. The marsh produced footprints in the mud, large human-shaped prints, toes splayed, nearly 18 inches long. I photographed them, sent to H via satellite messaging device he provided. He didn't respond for 2 days. When he did, he said, "You're probably seeing the wind footprints. Mud shifts." I believed him because I wanted belief. I wanted to trust the place. One evening I arrived back at the cabin at dusk. The wooden door was slightly ajar, though I was sure I'd locked it. I fired the old porch light, just a solar lantern. The inside looked untouched. I shrugged, locked the door. Later that night I heard the same scratching, louder. This time, something ramping. I grabbed a bat from the lean-to. The sound came again, now directly outside a window. I swung at the glass, expecting maybe a bare nose, but there was nothing. Just the forest. A gust of wind blew a pine cone. Maybe that was it. But I slept restlessly. On day 15, I hiked further, following the map's green lines and exploring the deep woods. I found old foundations, stone blocks, moss-covered, maybe from logging-era outbuildings. I wondered about the property's history. There were no indicators from H. When I returned, I asked him the next morning, "Who was here before?" He looked away. "Logging crew, decades ago. Nothing worth your worry." That night, I woke to find the bucket of the well missing, empty. I walked outside in moonlight. The bucket lay on its side 10 yards from the well. Wooden handle snapped. I replaced it. Rain overnight brought small, fresh puddles, but the bucket was gone again in the morning. I froze. I searched near the lean-to, in the woods. Nothing. That afternoon, H arrived unannounced. He'd driven the only road out and back in one day. I didn't hear him. When I looked up, he stood on the porch, holding tools. "I decided to check on the solar junction," he said. He didn't apologize. The missing bucket was unmentioned. I pointed it out. He nodded and said, "The forest has its own rhythms. Don't worry about small things." I did worry. Over the next few days, the noise grew. Scratches at dusk, something tramping in the woods at night, branches breaking. I'd wake, my lamp flickering, the fridge off. I'd check the junction box in the lean-to. It looked undisturbed. Yet the system had dropped. I reset it. Next night, the same thing. I found the control panel lid slightly open, though I was sure I'd locked it. I closed and sealed it. That night, the system stayed on. Relief. Then came day 21. I woke mid-morning to the smell of charred wood. Outside, close to the clearing's edge, several fir saplings had been sliced, looked deliberately cut, and the wood piled. Nearby, shallow scorch marks in the soil, too small for a proper campfire, but visible. I ran the camera I'd left pointed at the trail, night vision mode, 2 red spheres in the distance, swiveling. I zoomed in, a figure maybe half human, half something else. Long arms, mottled skin, crouched. It stood upright, toes curling, head tipped. Then it darted between trees. I froze, heart pounding, blood drained. Whoever or whatever it was watching. I replayed the footage over and over. I called H. "We've got a problem." He responded, "If you feel unsafe, you can leave. No hard feelings." I swallowed hard. No one else around. No cell signal. I thought maybe I should drive out, but I felt drawn. I made coffee, loaded the rifle H had provided for Bear, and determined to finish my 30 days. That afternoon, I walked the trail again. The marsh prints were back. Fresh mud, huge 18-inch footprints, deeper than before. I placed my boot next to one, only ankle deep. The prints swallowed my foot and then some. I photographed again. I went back to cabin, uneasy. At dusk, I heard the scratching louder than ever. I readied in the cabin's dim light, windows closed, target reflection trembling. My paranoia built. The fridge hummed, the lantern glowed. Then I heard the can opener jar in the kitchen. The cabinet opened. I froze. I crept toward the sound. A can of beans lay on the floor. The cabinet door swung closed. I shouted, "Hello?" No answer. I turned the corner and saw footprints in the flour I'd left on the counter to test for dust drift that I purposely scattered earlier. Huge prints. Then a thump on the roof. It ran. The sound vanished into the night. I loaded the rifle, finger off the trigger. I opened the door and scanned with my headlamp. Nothing. The clearing was empty. Then I saw near the tree line a dark shape, maybe 50 yards. It watched. Two red eyes glowed, no growl, just stare. I could barely see its limbs, long, gangly joints that seemed wrong. Its head tilted 90 degrees. I backed inside and shut the door. My heart thundered. That night I slept with the rifle by my side. I heard the growling, low, distant, and the scratching, right outside the cabin walls. Dawn came and I saw something odd around the cabin. Branches piled in triangular stacks, leaning against trees pointed inward toward the cabin. I counted 6 of them. They looked like crude arrow points made of limbs. One pointed directly at the front door. I photographed them. I texted H, "You need to come now." His reply, "I will tomorrow." His tone distant. That evening, the fridge shut off again. I went to the panel. The lid was open. I slammed it shut. The device inside looked untouched, wires intact. The solar charge looked normal. I shrugged, but unease gnawed. I returned inside. I heard scratching at the back wall. I pressed my ear. The wall vibrated. I looked at the window. Condensation. I wiped it. A face pressed faintly into the glass, elongated, nose flat, mouth wide like a grin. I jumped back. The face disappeared. I cried out, but no one answered. I grabbed the rifle and ran to the window. Nothing. Then the face pressed again, but now on the outer wall of the cabin, small handprints in the condensation. I ran outside again. Tracks, 1, 2, 3 footprints into the clearing. No exit tracks. They stopped at the cabin door. My breathing sagged. I considered leaving immediately. But the road back, the final stretch, had been washed out last spring. H told me he'd fix it soon. I could, but the truck would get stuck. I needed daylight. I needed help. And so I stayed. I set up motion sensors around the cabin. Through night vision, I watched the clearing. Nothing until midnight. Then movement. The shape crept across the clearing, hunched, limbs stretched. It paused, tilted its head toward the cabin, and let out a wail that echoed like a wind tunnel. Empty, filled with sorrow and rage. I shrank behind the door. Then it darted back into forest and vanished. The next morning I found footprints again, large, toe-splayed, heading from the tree line toward the well, then turning and trailing into the woods. I photographed them. I considered surrendering. I packed gear. Then I went into town for supplies, like hoping someone at the hardware store or diner could explain common wildlife misbehavior here. I drove to the nearest grocery in the small community of Clover Bay. They served only basic items, and people smiled politely, but asked no questions. I mentioned the strange prints to the clerk. He raised an eyebrow. "You're staying alone in the woods, eh?" "Keep your eyes open. Quiet place." He didn't elaborate. I bought canned food, lanterns, extra batteries. Back at the cabin, I unpacked. The sun dipped early now. I lit up the cabin, reaffirmed locks. At dinner, I heard a twig snapping just outside. I held breath. A face looked in through the window, fine, elongated, the same grin. I blasted the door open, shouting. Nothing. The face was gone. I scanned from headlamp. No tracks. I crept outside. The clearing looked empty. I returned in, locked everything. I couldn't sleep. On night 26, I dreamed I woke to the scratching sound. I rose and walked outside. I had no boots on. The moon was full. I walked the clearing. Then, 2 shapes emerged from shadow, one on either side. I froze. The figure to the left moved its mouth. I saw rows of sharp teeth. The figure to the right raised its long arms and scratched the bark of a tree, leaving deep grooves. I woke screaming, sweat drenched my body. My lamp flickered off. I fumbled, light returned. I sat in the dark. I heard the wail again, closer. I whispered, "Go away." Silence. Then quiet footsteps on the porch. I heard the doorknob turn. I gripped the rifle. The door swung open a crack. I shone the beam into the blackness beyond. Nothing, but I heard a sigh. It was soft, low, human, yet not. I aimed. I fired one shot into the dark. Nothing. The shape sprinted into the woods, leaving the door wide open. I spent the rest of the night listening. Nothing happened again until pre-dawn, when a distant scream rolled across the woods, unhuman, broken, long. I bolted the door, piled firewood against it, stayed by the rifle until dawn. At sunrise, day 27, I called H on the satellite phone. "You need to come now," I said, voice unsteady. He replied with calm, "30 days is the trial. You're almost there." I said, "This is the final days. I'm done." He responded, "Then leave at dawn tomorrow. I'll have someone pick up your gear." Relief and fear mixed. I prepared to depart. I packed. I cleaned. I wrote up the last notes. That night, I slept only a few hours. At 3:30, the wind dropped and the air held a strange stillness. I awoke to a sound, the well bucket clanging. I bolted upright on the mattress. I ran outside in darkness. The bucket lay upright by the well. A shadow lurked beyond the tree line. I raised the flashlight. Nothing. I walked near the bucket. Deep footprints circled the well. I recognized them, the 18-inch prints. They came from the woods, looped the well, and then vanished again. I shuddered. Then I heard a groan behind me. I spun around. The figure stood 20 feet away. Moonlight filtered through the canopy. The shape was tall, thin, limbs grotesque, skin pale and mottled. Its head cocked. It held the bucket handle in one hand, the bucket in the other. The creature tilted its head and mimicked me. It set the bucket down gently and stepped away. I took one step forward. It backed into the woods, melting into darkness. My rifle didn't feel heavy anymore. Panic adrenaline held it steady. At dawn, I knocked on H's cabin door. He opened, face blank. I said, "Let's go." He nodded. Without explanation, we drove out together in his old pickup. The dirt road was muddy, ruts deep. He insisted I ride shotgun. I gladly sat there, gripping the rifle. We made the narrow path, the forest silent save the truck's engine. He didn't speak until we were back near the highway. Then he said, "You held on. Not everyone does. Most leave early." I didn't ask why. Days later, I tried to write the article, but images haunted me. The triangular branch stacks, the giant prints, the face at the window, the creature's silhouette. I returned to the clearing once more with a friend, a cameraman. We found the branch stacks removed. The ground showed little disturbance, except faint mud prints and the scorch marks near the tree line. The bucket of the well gone again. H denied doing anything. He said the land has claims. I left. Now, months later, I find myself driving that same dirt road in my mind. I still wander remote off-grid properties, interview people, but I never go as deep. I never stay as long. Because I learned something. When you truly go off the grid, you step away from human constraints and into a wilderness that remembers more than you think. And maybe the forest around that cabin had memories of people logging, of time before men, of something born in dark soil. Maybe the prints belonged not to human feet, but to something old, older than the trees. And maybe the forest lets you stay, lets you breathe, as long as you pay the price. You don't ask. You don't interfere. You just live. Quietly. When H says, "Don't ask questions beyond what you need," he means more than just respect. He means ignorance. Because if you ask, then the forest might answer, and we might not like its answers. I still feel it some nights, the weight of that unwitnessed thing lurking beyond pines, waiting for my bucket of water, for me to close the door, for me to step into the clearing. The scratches stop when I'm gone, but the memory and the prints remain. Story the end. We pulled into the gravel lot just after dawn, the car's suspension still rattling from the long dirt road. The map on my phone showed only a faint line cutting through dense pines. No landmarks saved after that. My camera had a low battery, and I didn't bother plugging the charger in. That first morning, I figured I'd just enjoy the isolation, the cold mountain air, the fresh tracks through snow across the clearing. I didn't know how bad things would become. We were three. Me, Chris, and my partner, Lauren, and our friend Damon. We had driven out of Portland hoping for something real. We'd seen off-grid cabins online, cheap and rustic, primitive living, we thought, for a weekend escape. The listing said simply remote cabin, secluded forest, no utilities, bring provisions. It said nothing about how far we'd really be from roads or people. I liked that. Lauren liked the idea of a digital detox. Damon loved hiking and wilderness. We found the road narrower than we expected, then over snow-packed gravel, then a final gate, a rickety wooden barrier half hidden in trees. We removed the chain, slipped through and parked near the cabin. The cabin looked modest, wood shingle walls, a stone chimney, a small porch where 2 old chairs sat. Smoke curled faintly from the chimney. Someone must have been here recently. Maybe the owner. The listing had said, owner visits occasionally, stays off-site otherwise. I thought that meant maybe a caretaker. We brought in our bags and set them near the small wood stove. The kitchen had basic supplies, a gas camp stove, old frying pan, plates, a cast iron pot. There was no power socket except one generator box outside with 2 old cables dangling. The owner left us a note. Generator in lockbox outside, run only in emergencies, quiet hours after 7. Enjoy. I shrugged and pretended I wasn't bothered by the lack of power. We lit the wood stove. Outside, the trees stood silent. The snow muffled everything but the occasional wind pulling through branches. First day passed uneventfully. We broke snow from the path, went for a hike, found a frozen stream, footprints of deer. Lauren and I joked about forgetting hair straighteners. Damon teased us about actual wilderness challenges. At dusk, we lit lanterns inside. The wind outside whistled through cracks in the logs. My phone had no signal. I told myself it was fine. I'd packed a power bank, half charged. We played cards by lantern light and went to bed early. Night came fast and cold. I woke to a gust of wind banging the shutter on the porch. I rose, threw on a jacket, stepped outside into moonlight glinting off the snow. The trees pressed in shadows like fingers. I walked to the gate and looked. The lockbox with the generator key hung open. The chain twisted on the post. I closed the gate again, pulled the chain until it clicked. I stared into the darkness, but nothing moved. Morning arrived, quieter. We ate oatmeal and coffee from the pot on the stove. Damon found the front door's latch bent slightly. The strike plate twisted. He said maybe it froze and shifted in the cold. I nodded, but couldn't stop thinking, someone might have been here after we arrived or earlier. We assumed it was natural. We decided to explore further. We donned backpacks and set off down a trail we hadn't seen on the listing's pictures. Our boots crunched in fresh snow. The trees arched overhead. We saw old blazes on trees, maybe trail markers. After an hour, we came to a clearing where faint structures remained. Foundation stones, rusted metal frame, 2 sagging wooden posts, a long-abandoned campsite, maybe some old logging site. The wind sounded different here. Empty. Damon edged closer to the posts when I noticed footprints. Human, boot treads, fresh. They headed away from the ruins, down into deeper woods. I shouted to them. Lauren caught up. The prints were single, not multiple pairs. We followed a bit, but the footprint trailed off under a bough of trees, disappearing into thick brush. We accepted it as odd and returned. That night I slept poorly, the lantern flickering in shadows. I dreamed of especially tall trees forming corridors and someone walking in them, just seeing the silhouette. The next morning, Damon was jittery. He knocked over a pot while heating water. I feel like we're being watched, he said. We laughed it off. Wild imagination, remote place. Then he mentioned that his boots looked as though they had been wiped. Snow all on one side, but the right boot seemed cleaner, fewer snow crystals. I tried to reason it. Maybe they melted from warmth inside the cabin overnight. But the thought stuck. We chose to rest that afternoon. Lauren baked bread in the cast iron pot. The scent filled the small cabin. Outside the wind died. A bird called once, far away. I sat on the porch in the late afternoon watching snow fall softly, trees bending. It was peaceful, until I saw something move between 2 trunks. A figure, maybe a man, tall, dark coat, standing motionless for a moment, then stepping behind the trees. I blinked. I pointed. Lauren and Damon both stood up. But by the time they looked, the figure was gone. No footprints ahead, nothing. We exchanged glances. I said maybe it was a hunter or someone else using the forest. They shrugged, and we tried to keep the rest of the day light. Evening. We sat by the wood stove, the bread done, warm and buttered, coffee strong. Outside, the darkness dropped fast. We planned for our last full day tomorrow. Hike early, maybe do some fishing. I felt uneasy, the sensation of being studied. I pretended reading a book. At midnight, I woke again. I thought I heard scratching, slow, deliberate, on the outside wall that faced the forest. I froze. Then it stopped. Later, I heard breathing, heavier than wind, exhale across the snow. I couldn't shake it. I changed clothes quietly and walked outside with only the lantern. The air was sharp. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, shining the light across bushes and trees. At the far end, I saw 2 hoof-like marks in snow. No deer tracks like those, but prints too large, wide even, spaced odd, as though someone crouched and walked. The prints led off toward the woods. My heart beat fast. I darted back inside. Morning came with dull gray light. I told them what I heard and saw. They seemed concerned. Damon said we could leave now. Lauren hesitated. She'd come for peacefulness, but I could see her fear. We agreed to pack up the next morning, leave at dawn. Before we slept, we locked the cabin door, closed shutters, covered windows. I stationed my phone near me, flashlight ready. At around 3 a.m., the generator key rattled in the box outside as though wind, but I knew that wind wouldn't reach inside the small box. I woke, got up. Lauren murmured. We listened. The key clinked again. A low scrape on wood near the door, a faint but distinct sound of someone trying a latch outside. I whispered, "Wake up," to Lauren. She sat straight up, eyes wide. Damon stirred. I held my lantern high. We waited. Nothing else. No footsteps inside, no voices. Then I heard the crunch of snow just beyond the porch. We couldn't see anything clearly but the dark silhouettes of trees and one figure stepping between them, moving away. Damon grabbed his backpack. I put my hand on the gun I kept in the glove compartment of the car. Not that I was proud of it. Just precaution made sense here. I said quietly, "We leave now." Lauren nodded, tears glistening. We gathered our things, crates, leftover food, the camera. Outside, the cold air shocked us. I heard something behind us. A crunch. Footsteps stepping on debris near the porch. We froze. The lantern cast long shadows. We turned toward the trees. A figure stood so still I thought it was a tree. Then it moved, turned its head toward the porch, face pale in lantern light, deep dark eyes where nothing should have been. I shouted, "Run!" We ran across the snow toward the car. The wind gusted. Snow whipped across the clearing. We jumped into the car, slammed doors. The engine fired but hesitated. I tried again. Damon had the key. The lights flickered. Then the headlights cast a shape near the edge of the clearing. The figure, tall, coat dark, hair long, face covered in snow, watching. We pulled away. The drive back was nerve-wracking. Tail lights through the forest, branches scratching the windows, shadows shifting in the mirrors. We didn't stop. I drove until the asphalt and civilization returned, until we could look around and imagine ourselves safe. Later, in the hotel room, warm, I looked through the camera. There were no good shots of the figure. One half-dark image, blurred, the outline of what looked like a person standing near the tree line outside the porch. I enlarged it and my blood ran cold. The face, as best I could make, seemed slightly elongated, eyes too large, the hair covered in frost, coat heavy and old-fashioned. I couldn't identify it. There was no name in my mind. But it stared from the image. We never went back. We threw out traces of that weekend. We kept the story mostly to ourselves. But sometimes at night I wake, hear the wind in trees, and think I see motion outside the window. I know we were watched. I know the prints remain in those woods. The figure that stood in our path didn't chase us, but it chased our peace. Being off the grid seemed like freedom until you realize the grid includes the watchers, the unknown others, the silent observers of your isolation. If you go far enough where maps don't mark roads, where signal vanishes, and you think you're free, remember, freedom invites things you can't call. And when you light a lantern in the dark, something may light one too, just beyond the tree line. Story the end. I hadn't meant to wander so far off the path, but the forest had a way of stretching out beneath my boots, hiding its boundaries. The sun slanted low in the sky when I first turned off the gravel logging road and followed a faint track into the pines near the border of the national forest. I told my dad I needed a weekend away from everything, job, city, phone. He said I could crash at his old logging shack up by Eagle Ridge. Just keep it to a few days. When I arrived, the place seemed perfect. Naked posts, a tin roof, a potbelly stove, no electricity or running water, no cell signal as promised. I felt free. The first night was quiet except for the forest. The rustle of pine needles, the distant clink of deer antlers striking branches, the occasional caw of crow. I lay on the floor by the stove and listened to logs crack, the wind sigh through the pines. I'd brought a gas lantern, a half tank of propane, a crate of canned beans, and fresh bread from the country market. A good weekend away. At some point, I dreamed of the forest breathing, of drawing in air and then exhaling a deep sigh that moved clouds. I woke in the night to watch the amber glow of the lantern flicker, to hear a heavy tread outside the cabin. Not a deer, not a bear. Something walking two-legged, slow. The footsteps paused at the door. I froze. I pretended to sleep. The footsteps left. I listened for voice. None. Morning came. The woods were quiet. I told myself it must have been a hiker passing by, heading someplace. I didn't check outside the cabin then. I just laughed it off and chopped wood for breakfast. I poured coffee from the percolator and cracked open the beans. Later in the afternoon, I hiked a bit, found the remains of an old logging camp, a rusted chain, broken equipment, skull of a deer bleached white by the sun. I collected a photo or two. Something about that place felt abandoned, hollow. The forest had reclaimed it. On the way back, I noticed footprints in the dust near the cabin's porch. Muddy, heavy, 6-inch length, someone wearing boots. I didn't track them. I just noted them and wiped them off with my boot. Maybe the wind kicked up last night, something fell and made noise. This cabin was isolated. Strange things happened. Night came again. I dwelled by the fire, reading a paperback I brought. The lantern's glass dimmed. Outside, I heard a voice, faint, like someone calling a friend, whispery. "Hey, you okay?" I thought it came from the woods beyond the clearing. I sat stiff. The voice sounded human. I grabbed the small hatchet near the stove and opened the door a crack. Nothing visible but pine trunks and dusk. I called out, "Hello?" Silence. I closed the door and bolted it. The hatchet lay on the floor near my mat. I tried to sleep. The wind chased through edges of the roof. The forest held its secrets. In the early hours, I woke to the lantern's light blinking. Some kind of flicker like an electric appliance shorting, but there was no electric here. I thought maybe the gas line was low. I climbed up to the loft bed, pulled my clothes around me. Then I heard a whisper against the doorframe, a soft knocking. 3 slow taps. I rolled over and froze. My head hit the floor of the loft slightly as I shifted. Silence after the taps. After maybe a minute, scratching, like nails dragging lightly across wood. My breathing loud. I slid from my bed, quietly reached the hatchet, sat by the door. The scratching resumed. Deeper. I braced myself. My phone had no signal, so I couldn't call. The lantern's flame danced as I gripped the hatchet. It drew nearer. The scratching stopped. Then a voice, low, the tone calm. "You alone?" I swallowed thick. "Yes," I whispered. "Good," it replied. "Come out." I shook. "No," I answered. "Stay inside." I braced. More scratching, then footsteps receding. Then silence. At dawn, I lay still until light spilled. I didn't sleep. I waited until gray turned bright and edged my way out of the cabin. I found fresh footprints again leading into the trees, heavy boot prints, heading away. They stopped near the broken logging equipment I saw earlier, near the deer skull. I followed them a little. I saw a person, tall, dressed dark, hood drawn, boots muddy. He was standing still. I froze. He raised his hand slowly, no greeting, just a wave. His face I couldn't see. I backed up. He didn't advance. I turned and ran to the cabin, slammed the door shut, and locked it. I spent the day inside, chopping more wood, drinking cold coffee. I didn't leave the clearing. I told myself I needed to tough it out, finish the trip. The next night, I barely ate. The voice came again at midnight. "You shouldn't be here," it said, calm. I tightened the hatchet. "Why?" I asked, voice shaky. "This place doesn't like visitors." "I thought it was open," I said. "It is, when invited." The figure was in the clearing, visible through the dirty window, a dark silhouette framed by the pale trees. I got up and tilted the lantern over to glance. He held something in his hand, long and thin. I couldn't tell what. "Invite me then," I said, heart pounding. He tilted his head. "Not needed." He turned and vanished into the forest like smoke. Sleep fled me. I stayed awake by the stove, listened to the wind shifting. I caught movement outside, his boots in the snow dust of the floor, the figure now inside the clearing near the potbelly stove. I jerked the door open. "Why are you here?" I shouted. He stepped forward. He stamped the boot into the floor of the porch, heavy. I reeled back. "Because I live here," he said, voice calm. "No one else should." I said, "This is my dad's cabin." He smiled, sort of. "Doesn't matter." He lifted the object, a length of chain, the rusted piece from the old logging site, wrapped around his gloved hand. "You were warned." I stepped back inside, slammed the door. The chain rattled outside. I bolted the door with a piece of wood I found. I waited, heart pounding, knocking and whispering and chain rattling outside. Then nothing. Until dawn. Morning came and I fled. I packed quickly. I grabbed the lantern, the crate of food, the potbelly stove parts. The woods looked empty. I loaded the car, started it, looked back. The figure stood in the clearing. He raised his arm once, then disappeared behind trees as the engine roared. I drove out. Back home, I unpacked. I told friends I'd had a weird trip. They smiled politely. But I couldn't shake the feeling. The forest wasn't empty. It had a resident. The cabin wasn't abandoned. The figure was real. The footprints, the maybes, everything pointed to him. I tried to put it behind me, but late nights I'd hear a tap at the window. A soft knock at the door of my apartment. My phone would lose signal for a minute. I'd dream of pine trees and boots and a voice in the dark saying, "You were warned." I thought about going back to the cabin with my dad, get out his old guns, inspect everything, but I couldn't bring myself to open that map again. Weeks later, I got a call. My dad, calm voice. "Change of plans, I'm selling Eagle Ridge Shack. Something came by last night." My stomach dropped. I asked, "What happened?" He said, "I found footprints, heavy, boots, no one I know, I don't want to face this again." I said, "What did you do?" He said, "I lit it all, gave the forest back to the sky." There was a pause. Then, "You're safe. For now." But I wasn't, because the forest remembers. I close my blinds at night. I avoid camping. When I dream, the wind whistles through pine needles. Someone moves in the darkness, steps slow, measuring. I hear the whisper, "You shouldn't be here," and I know. Some places off the grid are off for a reason. They are inhabited, claimed, and sometimes when you leave, the resident keeps the address. Story the end. The woods had always been a place of solace for Claire. She liked the isolation, the way the wind rustled through the pines, the quiet that swallowed everything but her own breathing. After her divorce, she had needed space, needed a way to disappear from the world that felt like it had betrayed her. The cabin she had found in northern Maine was perfect. No neighbors within miles, a well for water, a generator for electricity, and enough wood to last the winter. She had stocked up on food, prepared for months of solitude, and felt a thrill at the thought of living off the grid entirely. The first week was blissful. She spent her days chopping wood, fishing in the nearby stream, and reading by the small wood stove at night. The air was crisp and clean, and she loved the way the snow muffled every sound, making the world feel like it belonged entirely to her. But on the 8th night, as she was settling into bed, she heard it, a faint tapping at the window. She froze. It couldn't be anything. The nearest road was miles away. Maybe a branch? She waited, straining her ears. The tapping stopped. The next morning, she told herself it was nothing. Maybe a tree branch had knocked against the glass. She double-checked the locks and went about her day. But that night, the tapping returned, louder this time, deliberate. It sounded like knuckles against glass. Her heart pounded as she grabbed the flashlight and peered outside. There was nothing, only the endless expanse of snow and trees. By the 3rd night, the sounds had escalated. Tapping, footsteps crunching through the snow, faint whispers carried on the wind. She tried to convince herself she was imagining things. But her unease grew each day. When she went out to check the perimeter of the cabin, she noticed footprints in the snow. At first, she thought they were animal prints, but the shape was wrong. Too human, too large. They stopped abruptly at the edge of her property. No footprints led away. She shivered and walked back inside, locking every door and window. Days later, she discovered a small scrap of paper tucked under her door. It was wet and partially frozen, but she could make out the words, "You're not alone." Panic gripped her. She had no cell service. She had told no one where she was. Her isolation, once a comfort, now felt like a trap. She tried to rationalize. Someone must have found the cabin, maybe locals checking for squatters. But no, the area was rarely visited and the main road was miles away. That night, she barricaded herself in the bedroom, hammering boards over the windows and keeping the stove lit to ward off the cold. She slept fitfully, jumping at every sound. Around midnight, she awoke to the sound of breathing. Soft, deliberate, right outside her door. She grabbed the hunting knife she kept on her nightstand and pressed her ear to the door. A whisper. "I see you." Claire bolted from the cabin, throwing on her coat and boots, sprinting into the woods. The snow was deep, slowing her down, but she ran blindly, desperate to put distance between herself and the unseen intruder. Branches lashed at her face and her lungs burned, but the whispering followed her, growing louder, taunting her with each step. After what felt like hours, she stumbled upon a frozen creek and fell hard. The snow was slick, and she slid several feet before managing to stand. Panting, she realized she had no idea which direction led back to the cabin. She spent the rest of the night wandering, hiding behind trees when she thought she heard footsteps, her mind teetering on the edge of hysteria. Dawn brought no comfort. She was lost, alone, exhausted, and the forest seemed endless. As the sun rose, she saw something in the distance, a faint trail through the trees. Desperate, she followed it, hoping it would lead back to civilization. Instead, it led her to a small clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing was a crude structure, a hut made of logs and branches. Smoke rose from a small fire outside. Claire's heart raced. Someone was living here. Someone who had been watching her. She considered turning back, but the exhaustion was overwhelming. She approached cautiously, calling out, but there was no response. The hut was silent, the smoke curling lazily into the morning sky. She peered inside. The interior was sparse, but what made her stomach turn was the wall opposite the doorway. It was covered with photographs of her, pictures taken from a distance, some showing her at the cabin, others as she walked through the forest. Her own terrified eyes stared back at her from the grainy photos. Panic surged through her. She backed away, heart hammering. That's when she heard it, a snapping twig behind her. She spun, knife in hand, but no one was there. The whispers returned, closer this time. "I've been waiting." She ran, veering off the trail, but the forest seemed to twist and shift, confusing her sense of direction. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had lost all meaning. Her feet were raw, her clothes soaked with snow, and her body screamed for rest, but she dared not stop. Eventually, she came across a dilapidated road, partially overgrown but recognizable. Relief washed over her. She stumbled along it until she saw a truck parked near the edge of the forest, the driver sleeping. She ran toward it, waving, screaming. The man awoke, eyes wide, and she managed to explain in broken words. He called the local authorities, and they came, combing the forest and the cabin. The cabin was empty. No signs of anyone living there recently, except for Claire's own things. But the authorities found something chilling near the clearing. The hut was gone, completely gone, as if it had never existed. No footprints, no remnants, no fire. Only the snow, undisturbed except for her own tracks. Claire was taken to a nearby town, given a warm meal, and offered counseling. She tried to explain what had happened, but without evidence, she was met with polite disbelief. Weeks later, she returned to her own life, trying to forget the horrors of the woods. But she never fully escaped the fear. Every sound in her apartment, creaking floorboards, tapping on windows, set her on edge, and then the letters began. They were left anonymously, slipped under her door. "You can't hide. I know where you sleep. We're still watching." Claire moved repeatedly, changed states, tried to vanish into crowds, but the sense of being watched never left her. Occasionally, she thought she glimpsed a figure in the distance, standing just at the edge of vision, always there, always watching, waiting. Friends and therapists tried to reassure her, but she knew the truth. She had glimpsed something that couldn't be explained. Something that thrived in isolation, stalking from the shadows, patient, calculating. Years passed, and she tried to build a life despite it. She never ventured into the woods again, never lived alone, always made sure there were people around. But at night, when the wind howled against her windows, she swore she could hear the tapping. And sometimes when she returned home from work, she would find a single photograph on her doorstep, just her face, taken from some distance, showing her in a moment when she thought she was completely alone. She never found out who or what had haunted her in the woods. Some nights she wondered if it had ever been human at all, or if she had stumbled into something older, something that had been there long before her. What she did know was that some isolation carries a price, and some predators are patient enough to wait decades for their prey to grow careless. Even now, sitting in a crowded cafe, she feels it, a weight in her chest, a glance from the corner of her eye. Always someone, always something, waiting. And though she tells herself she is safe, deep down, she knows the forest still watches, and one day it might come back. Story, the end. I drove through the canyon road as the sun dipped behind the cliffs, painting everything in deep red and gold. My plan was simple: a long weekend off the grid in the remote Bob Marshall Wilderness in Montana. I had rented a small cabin from an older man named Harris, a simple, off-the-map place. No electricity, no internet, just wilderness. My friend Jake had told me stories about Harris's cabin, warned me about being careful. But I shrugged it off. I was used to solitude, and I liked the idea of being truly alone for a few days. The last 10 miles of the dirt road were rough, winding, and littered with rocks that shook my truck with every turn. By the time I reached the cabin, it was near dusk. The place sat at the edge of a pine clearing, surrounded by cliffs that rose sharply on three sides. The cabin was small, wooden, with a tin roof and a stone chimney. The smell of cedar was strong. A rusted water pump stood next to the porch, and a pile of firewood leaned against the wall. The key was under the welcome mat, just like Harris said. The first night, I made a small fire in the wood stove and unpacked a few supplies: canned food, bottled water, a small first aid kit, and a few books. I had brought a flashlight, a hunting knife, and my grandfather's old revolver, more for comfort than anything else. I fell asleep to the sound of wind rustling through the pines, a lullaby of the wilderness. I woke around 2 a.m. to something faint, a thump against the cabin wall. At first, I thought it was a tree branch swaying in the wind, but then another thump, slower, heavier, deliberate. I reached for the revolver, my heart pounding, and crept to the small window. Moonlight reflected off something tall and dark, just at the edge of the clearing. I froze. The figure didn't move. Then, as I blinked, it disappeared. Morning brought no relief. There were no footprints in the mud outside, no sign that anyone had been near the cabin. I tried to convince myself I had imagined it. The day was crisp and clear. I spent it hiking along a narrow trail that led to a ridge. From the top, the valley below stretched endlessly. Nothing stirred except for the occasional eagle. That night, things got worse. Around 11 p.m., I heard scratching at the door. Long, slow, deliberate scratches, as if someone was testing the wood. I gripped the revolver and whispered, "Who's there?" Silence. Then a voice, low, calm, but not human, whispering from the shadows outside, "You shouldn't be here." I backed away, shaking. The scratching continued, moving around the cabin in slow circles. I stayed in the corner, revolver in hand, flashlight off to avoid drawing attention. Then the voice said again, closer this time, "It's mine. You belong to it now." The next morning, I found footprints. Large, muddy, worn boots that led into the woods and circled the cabin. Some were almost twice the size of mine. They stopped at the base of a pine tree. Beneath the tree, I found something that made me stumble back. A bundle of old clothes, tattered and rotten, with a small, carved wooden figurine lying on top. It looked like a man, crude but lifelike, eyes blackened. I tried to leave. I packed quickly, got into my truck, and the engine wouldn't turn over. The battery was fine, but the ignition made a metallic click, like something was blocking it. I got out, looked under the hood. Nothing. I felt watched. I decided to hike the road out. As I stepped onto the trail, I saw footprints ahead. Not mine. They were fresh, heavy, heading toward me. I ran. I didn't stop. Branches scratched my face, roots twisted under my boots. Behind me, I could hear footsteps keeping pace, slow, deliberate, unrelenting. A whisper carried through the trees, "You can't leave." I stumbled into a small clearing, gasping, and froze. The figure was there, tall, faceless under a hood, hands long and skeletal, standing completely still. I raised the revolver, fired once. The shot echoed, and the figure didn't flinch. It simply tilted its head and stepped toward the shadows of the pines. I ran again, back toward the cabin. It was gone. Doors closed, windows intact. Inside, everything had been moved. My backpack open, supplies scattered, the books torn. On the table, a single note: "Welcome home." I hid in the loft all night. I thought maybe I could wait it out until morning. The scratching returned at dawn, circling the cabin, heavier, more insistent. I clutched the revolver until my hands bled. By noon, I had no choice. I tried the truck again. This time, it started. I didn't look back as I sped down the canyon road. The forest seemed quiet. Too quiet. Weeks later, I received a postcard in the mail. No return address. On it was a picture of the cabin, surrounded by trees, smoke rising from the chimney. Written on the back in spidery handwriting, "We're still here, waiting." I moved. I sold the truck. I stopped camping. But sometimes, in the quiet moments of the night, I hear scratching on the walls, footsteps outside my apartment window, and the whisper, "You belong to it now." No one believes me. My friends joke that it was paranoia, stress, the isolation. But I know. I know the forest remembers. I know it watches. And I know the figure waits for those who try to vanish into the wilderness without permission. I'll never go back. Story, the end. The road to the cabin was long and treacherous, a narrow ribbon of gravel cutting through the dense forest of northern Vermont. Sam Reynolds had driven it countless times in his beat-up Jeep, but each trip felt longer, each mile isolating him further from the world he had left behind. He had grown tired of the chaos of city life, tired of coworkers, noise, and constant obligations. Living off the grid, he had thought, would give him freedom. Peace. Solitude. The cabin was small, rustic, and completely off the radar. No electricity, no running water, just a well, a wood stove, and a small propane lantern. He had stocked up on supplies, canned food, firewood, blankets, a solar battery pack, and a satellite phone for emergencies. He hadn't told anyone exactly where he was going, figuring that the less people knew, the safer he'd be. The first week was quiet. Too quiet. There was no traffic, no distant voices, just the sound of the wind through the pines and the occasional bird. Sam spent his days chopping wood, fishing in the nearby stream, and exploring the surrounding forest. At night, he'd light the stove and sit by the window, staring into the darkness, enjoying the feeling of being completely alone. Then the noises started. At first, it was subtle, soft scratching against the cabin's walls, almost like the wind carrying twigs across the siding. Sam ignored it, blaming animals. But by the third night, the scratching became deliberate. It came from the back door, sometimes circling the cabin, and occasionally from inside the walls themselves. He checked the doors and windows, all locked and secure, but the feeling of being watched grew heavier with each passing hour. One evening, after returning from gathering firewood, he found something that made his blood run cold, a small pile of stones arranged in a circle on the porch, and inside, a single finger bone, bleached white and clean. He stumbled back, heart racing, eyes scanning the tree line. There was no one there. The forest was still, silent. Sam tried to rationalize it. Maybe a prank? Impossible. No one knew where he was. Maybe an animal had dragged it there. But the bone was human, unmistakably so. He burned it in the fire that night, but sleep eluded him. Every shadow outside the window seemed to shift toward him. Every snap of a twig sent him leaping to his feet. By the fifth night, he began to see things. At first, just glimpses. A shadow between the trees, a figure at the edge of the clearing, but it always disappeared when he looked directly. Then he began finding small items left outside the cabin, a shoelace, a torn piece of fabric, a single black feather. Each item was carefully placed as if someone or something was sending him a message. One morning, he found footprints in the snow. Bare, large, and unmistakably human, circling the cabin, disappearing into the forest, and returning without a trace of origin. He followed them once, deep into the woods, and discovered a crude shrine made of sticks and stones. At the center was a photograph of him, taken from a distance, standing at the cabin just hours before. Panic set in. Whoever had done this was not only close, but had been watching him constantly. Nightfall brought a storm, winds rattling the windows and heavy snow muffling the world outside. Sam barricaded himself inside, but around midnight he heard it, a slow, deliberate knocking at the front door. Once, twice, then a whisper through the cracks of the frame, "Come out." He aimed his shotgun at the door, breathing hard, refusing to move. The knocking continued, accompanied by scratching, and then a voice he knew was not human. Low, guttural, dripping with menace. "We've been waiting." The lights went out. His lantern sputtered, the solar battery dead, the wood stove flickering into darkness. The knocking turned into pounding. Sam backed into the corner, shotgun raised, but the pounding didn't stop. Then, from the back of the cabin, he heard footsteps overhead, as if someone or something was walking on the roof. Desperation forced him out. He bolted into the storm, snow whipping against his face, trying to put distance between himself and the cabin. But the forest had changed. The familiar trail twisted and curved in ways he didn't recognize. The trees seemed to close in, branches reaching like hands, and through the howling wind, he could hear whispers echoing his own name. Hours, or maybe days, passed. Exhausted and frostbitten, he stumbled into a clearing and found another cabin. This one was larger, abandoned, but signs of recent habitation were everywhere. Food scraps, footprints, and most disturbingly, a wall covered in photographs. Hundreds of them. Every one of them was of people living off the grid, alone in remote cabins, each captured without their knowledge. And in every photo, a shadowy figure loomed in the background, pale, tall, always watching. Sam ran back into the forest, trying to escape whatever nightmare had found him. When he finally reached the main road, he was discovered by a passing trucker, shivering and incoherent. The authorities came, searched the area, and found the cabin, his cabin, empty, undisturbed. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing except the snow, pristine and untouched. Sam never went back. He tried to resume life in the city, but he could never shake the feeling of being watched. Every time he turned a corner, he felt eyes on him. Every night, he dreamt of the tall, pale figure standing at the edge of the trees, waiting. Occasionally, he received packages, small stones, feathers, scraps of fabric. No note, no explanation, only sense that someone or something had found him again. Years passed, and Sam moved repeatedly, trying to hide. Yet even in crowded city streets, even in well-lit apartments, he could feel the same presence lurking, watching, waiting, always waiting. He knew deep down that the forest hadn't let him go, that the shadows of the off-grid world had followed him into the world he thought was safe. And on some nights, when the wind howls against his window, he hears it again, a slow, deliberate knocking, and a whisper carried on the cold air, "We know where you are." Story the end. The sun had dipped below the horizon when Marcus finally parked the rusted Jeep at the end of the narrow, overgrown trail. He had bought the property sight unseen, drawn by the promise of isolation. 20 acres deep in the forests of northern Montana, with a small log cabin left abandoned for years. No neighbors for miles, no electricity, no cell signal, just the way he wanted it. He had been living in the city for too long. Too many sirens, too many strangers, too much noise. The idea of being completely alone, off the grid, was intoxicating. He told his sister Rachel about it over the phone. She begged him not to go, said it was dangerous to be so isolated, but he laughed it off. "I'll be fine," he said. "It's perfect out here." The first week was exactly as he imagined. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. The cabin creaked in the wind, but that was natural. He chopped firewood, cooked simple meals over a wood stove, and spent hours exploring the surrounding forest. The nights were quiet, so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. Then the first sign appeared. A footpath, not marked on any map, winding through the trees from the edge of the clearing near his cabin. He didn't recognize it. It was narrow, made by human feet, not animals. He assumed a hunter had passed through. The second night, he heard the scratching. Soft at first, like something brushing against the cabin wall, then deliberate and sharp. He grabbed a flashlight, peered out into the dark, but saw nothing. Just the forest, thick and unyielding. He shook his head, telling himself it was a branch, a raccoon, anything but human. By the third week, the unease had taken root. He found his firewood stacked differently. A pot shifted, a half-eaten loaf of bread moved from the counter. Nothing major, nothing that suggested theft, but enough to make him uneasy. The feeling of being watched began to press against him. It was Rachel who noticed the first real sign. She had come to visit for a weekend, insisting she wouldn't stay long. On the first night, she woke to the sound of breathing outside the cabin. She shook Marcus awake, pointing toward the windows, but all he saw was the shadows of trees swaying in the wind. Still, when they checked in the morning, the door to the shed was slightly ajar. They had locked it the night before. The intrusions grew bolder. Footprints appeared in the soft earth near the cabin, small, human, bare, and they didn't lead anywhere. Objects inside were moved while they slept. Once, a chair was turned to face the wall, as if someone had been sitting there, watching. Marcus tried to tell himself it was imagination, but Rachel refused to stay another night. She left at dawn, terrified, insisting he leave too. He refused. Then came the markings. On the exterior walls of the cabin, crude scratches had appeared overnight. Circles, X's, lines that made no sense. Marcus thought he might be losing it until he noticed them again the next morning. Fresh, deeper than before. Someone had been outside while he slept. One evening, he heard the snap of twigs in the clearing. He grabbed his flashlight and stepped outside. The beam caught a figure, tall and thin, standing just beyond the tree line. Its face was hidden, its posture deliberate, watching him. Marcus called out, but it didn't move. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it melted back into the forest. Night after night, the sounds returned. Breathing at the windows, footsteps around the perimeter, scratching and knocking that moved from wall to wall. One night, he awoke to the sensation of someone standing at the foot of his bed. When he turned on the flashlight, the room was empty. A faint, wet footprint marked the wooden floorboards where the figure had stood. Desperation set in. Marcus tried to leave once, but the Jeep wouldn't start. Battery dead. Cables cut. Whoever or whatever had been tormenting him had anticipated his attempts to escape. He spent the following nights barricaded inside, never sleeping more than an hour at a time. The forest seemed alive now, pressing in from all sides, whispering his name. He set traps around the cabin, cameras hidden in the trees, anything to catch a glimpse of the intruder. One morning, he found his traps destroyed. The cameras were smashed. Footprints led right up to them, then vanished into nothing. Marcus realized the intruder didn't just move through the forest. He owned it. The cabin was theirs, and Marcus was a visitor. Weeks passed. Food ran low. The isolation gnawed at him. He no longer heard normal forest sounds. No birds, no insects, just the quiet punctuated by scratching, footsteps, and whispers. One night a shadow appeared inside the cabin, tall, lean, impossibly silent. Marcus froze. It moved toward him. He swung the axe, missed. The shadow was gone, but the smell lingered. Smoke, wet earth, and something metallic. Marcus left the cabin that night, barefoot, running through the forest in a panic. He didn't stop until he reached a logging road miles away. When he turned back, the trees were silent. The forest, empty. The cabin, invisible through the darkness. He never returned. Friends tried to find the property later, but there was nothing there. Just dense forest, no clearing, no cabin, no path. Only the memory of being watched. Years later, Marcus still dreams of it. He hears the scratching at night, feels the eyes on him, and wakes to find wet footprints around his bed. Sometimes, when the wind is right, he swears he can hear a whisper. Home. Story the end. It began as a simple experiment in isolation. Daniel had always been fascinated by the idea of living completely off the grid, untouched by the modern world. When he invited his friend Laura to join him for a week in the dense forests of northern Maine, she hesitated, but curiosity won. They drove for hours along winding dirt roads until they reached the edge of a region locals barely acknowledged on maps, the North Woods. The forest was enormous, stretching for miles in every direction. Daniel had scouted it online, looking for a secluded spot where they could camp without ever seeing another person. Laura, though skeptical, was willing to trust him. They carried enough supplies for a week: canned food, water filters, fire-starting tools, and a small solar panel for emergencies. Phones and GPS stayed in the car, a deliberate choice to truly disconnect. Their first day was serene. They hiked along a narrow deer trail, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy, birds calling occasionally in the distance. The forest was alive, peaceful, and perfectly quiet. They set up a small campsite near a stream, clear water trickling over smooth stones. At night, they cooked a simple meal over a fire and watched the stars, feeling entirely alone. For a while, it was everything they had imagined. But on the second night, something changed. Around 2 a.m., Daniel awoke to a sound he couldn't identify. It was faint at first, a low crunching of leaves as though someone or something was stepping cautiously nearby. He nudged Laura, whispering, "Did you hear that?" She did, and her eyes went wide. The sound circled their campsite, stopping occasionally, leaving long pauses as if whoever or whatever was moving around was deliberating. Daniel grabbed a flashlight, shining it into the surrounding darkness, but all he saw were trees. Still, the unease settled in their stomachs. The forest was too quiet now, the silence unnatural. Morning offered little comfort. When they hiked back to explore the area, they discovered unusual tracks in the soft soil. They weren't deer or bear prints, at least not any they recognized. The prints were humanoid, but oddly elongated, feet too long, toes splayed unnaturally. They followed the tracks briefly, which led toward the deeper forest. Daniel felt a flicker of unease, but curiosity pushed him forward. Laura wanted to turn back, but he insisted they investigate. By the third day, disorientation set in. Trails they had used before now seemed unfamiliar. Even with a compass, their bearings seemed off. They swore they were moving north, but hills and valleys appeared where there hadn't been any the day before. The sun seemed to shift position oddly, casting shadows that didn't make sense. Laura tried to rationalize it, attributing it to exhaustion or the dense canopy, but even she couldn't shake the feeling that the forest itself was changing around them. Night brought the whispers. At first, they were indistinct, carried by the wind through the trees. Then came a voice, soft, deliberate, almost human. "Daniel," it called. Then Laura's name. The voice was faint but unmistakable. They froze, whispering to each other that it had to be someone playing a trick, but no one came into view. The voice was everywhere, surrounding them. The fourth day was the turning point. They had ventured to a ridge overlooking a small valley, hoping to get a better sense of direction. The valley below was dense with trees, and in its center stood a cabin. Not just any cabin. It was old, wooden, with a roof sagging and walls darkened by time. Smoke curled from the chimney, even though no other signs of life were visible. Daniel wanted to approach it, thinking it could be another off-grid camper. Laura pleaded with him to stay back. Against her wishes, he moved closer. As they neared the cabin, the forest went silent. No birds, no wind, nothing. They reached the edge of the clearing and froze. The cabin door swung open slowly, creaking in the windless air. A figure stepped into the doorway. It was tall, thin, and hunched unnaturally. Its face was obscured by shadows, but its eyes glimmered in the dim light. The figure didn't speak, just watched them. Daniel waved, trying to seem friendly, but it didn't move. Then, without warning, it vanished, as though it had melted into the wood itself. Laura screamed, urging them to run. But when they turned to leave, the forest had shifted again. The path back was gone, replaced by dense thickets that hadn't been there before. Every direction looked the same. Panic set in. They sprinted blindly, branches tearing at their clothes, roots tripping their feet. They stumbled and fell into a small clearing, gasping for air. That night they set up a fire near the clearing, too afraid to move further. The whispers returned, louder this time. They weren't just calling names. They were mocking them, speaking in a language that sounded human but was impossibly wrong. Daniel swung a flashlight around, catching glimpses of movement in the shadows, figures too thin to be human, moving with jerky, unnatural motions. By the fifth day, hunger and exhaustion had begun to take their toll. They tried to retrace their steps, using landmarks they thought they remembered, but the forest refused to let them leave. Every landmark appeared in multiple places, paths twisted back on themselves, streams curved in impossible directions. Laura began to cry, whispering prayers and begging for help. As night fell, they were forced to confront the figures that had been stalking them. They came silently, emerging from the trees with long limbs and pale faces. Their eyes were black voids, their movements unnatural and jerky. Daniel swung his hatchet, but it passed through the nearest figure like it was nothing but mist. The figures circled them, whispering, their voices now clear and chilling. "Stay." Daniel grabbed Laura, trying to run, but the forest itself seemed to close in, the trees shifting to block their path. They ran blindly until they reached a cliff overlooking a dark ravine. The forest behind them had changed again. The cabin and the clearing were gone, replaced by more trees. Cornered, they huddled together, terrified, listening to the whispers grow louder, more insistent. The shadows moved in closer, closing in. Daniel shouted, swung the hatchet desperately, but it made no difference. The figures reached out, their elongated fingers brushing against them, cold and unnerving. When morning came, neither Daniel nor Laura were seen again. Rangers found their abandoned campsite weeks later. The tent was empty, food untouched, backpacks neatly stacked. No tracks led away from the site. The only sign of their presence was the small stream still flowing, reflecting the pale morning light. And if you listened closely, the faint whispers of two voices calling into the trees. Locals say the North Woods claim those who venture too deep, drawing them into a labyrinth that shifts and rearranges itself. Some who disappear are never found. Others are seen wandering along back roads days later, incoherent, muttering about pale figures, whispering voices, and forests that live. To this day, hikers report hearing footsteps in areas long abandoned, soft laughter, and voices calling their names. Those who follow the voices are rarely seen again. Story: the end. The cabin was supposed to be perfect. Tucked far back in the dense forests of northern Maine, it sat on the edge of a frozen lake, untouched for decades. Paul had been dreaming of going off the grid for years, burning out from the constant drone of emails, deadlines, and the city's noise. When he found the listing online, he jumped at it. A remote cabin, no neighbors for miles, accessible only by a single logging road. The first few days were blissful. Paul chopped wood, fished through the ice, and set up a small solar panel to power a light and a tiny heater. Nights were quiet, too quiet maybe, but peaceful in a way he hadn't felt in years. The only sound was the occasional wind through the pines or the distant cry of a loon across the lake. Then came the noises. It started as faint scratching at the walls, easy to ignore, which Paul told himself was the wind or the settling of old timber. But soon it was something more deliberate. Slow, heavy footsteps outside that circled the cabin at night. Paul would lie awake, gripping the old hunting rifle he kept beside the bed, listening. Each time he opened the door to check, there was nothing, only fresh snow and a single set of footprints that didn't belong to him, leading to the edge of the woods and disappearing. After a week, he found them. Marks in the snow, deep scratches on the cabin door, claw marks etched into the siding. They seemed to multiply overnight, always fresh, always new. The scratching and footsteps became nightly rituals. Paul tried shouting, banging on pots, firing his rifle into the darkness. Nothing stopped them. He started seeing shadows. At first, out of the corner of his eye, tall, thin figures that vanished when he turned his head. One night he swore he saw a person standing at the tree line, watching him. He raised the rifle and fired. No sound returned but the echo in the forest. When he went to inspect, the figure had vanished. No footprints, no disturbance in the snow. Nothing. The days blurred together. Paul lost track of time. Food went missing, though nothing else was disturbed. He began leaving small marks and notes around the cabin, trying to prove to himself that he wasn't hallucinating. Each morning, the marks had been moved, altered, or erased entirely. He stopped sleeping properly, staying awake for long stretches, listening to the forest breathe. One morning, he woke to find the small garden he had planted destroyed. Crops ripped out, trampled, and arranged into a crude circle around a pile of stones. The sight made his stomach turn. There were symbols etched into the trees, spirals, lines, something indecipherable yet clearly intentional. He burned some, but by nightfall, new ones had appeared. Then the whispers began. At first, faint, carried on the wind. Words in a language he didn't know, low and guttural. They seemed to circle the cabin, rising and falling, sometimes coming from directly behind him, sometimes from the woods beyond the lake. Max, his dog, long gone from age, would have barked. Paul was alone. One night, while fetching water from the frozen lake, he saw movement in the reflection of the ice. Figures, pale, impossibly tall, gliding across the tree line. No limbs bent the way they should. Faces? Perhaps, though the features seemed wrong, stretched and smooth. He stumbled back, heart racing, and ran to the cabin. By the following week, Paul realized the forest had claimed him. Every step outside felt watched. Footprints circled the cabin endlessly in the snow, no matter how often he cleared them. Objects inside were rearranged. At night, the whispers turned to guttural, almost chanting murmurs. Sometimes he thought he heard a voice calling his name. Paul tried leaving once. He set out for the logging road, backpack heavy, rifle in hand. The forest seemed to shift. Paths twisted impossibly. Hours became days. The snow swallowed his footprints. The air grew thick, oppressive. He heard footsteps behind him, heavy, deliberate, following him. When he tried to run, branches seemed to reach out, tripping him, slowing him down. After what felt like endless wandering, he found himself back at the cabin. Everything looked normal, almost. But the snow surrounding it was churned with hundreds of footprints, circling endlessly. And then he saw it. A figure at the window, staring. Pale, thin, its eyes pure white, head cocked unnaturally. Paul fired his rifle again and again. The figure didn't flinch. It simply watched, tilting its head before vanishing into the trees. Weeks passed. Paul stopped trying to leave. He barricaded himself inside, surviving on canned food, rationing every bite. The symbols on the trees multiplied, and the whispers never ceased. Shadows moved within the cabin now, just out of sight, lingering in corners, stretching across walls. The forest had learned him, studied him, trapped him. One night, as he huddled in the corner with the rifle, he heard the sound of dragging behind him. Something moved across the cabin floor. He turned slowly and saw his own footprints, moving, leaving the floorboards in perfect imitation of his steps. The whispers surged, chanting in the wind, "You belong to us." Paul screamed. The sound echoed off the trees, swallowed by the forest. When the search party arrived months later, the cabin was empty. Snow had covered the tracks. Inside, nothing remained but a journal, scribbled frantically. They wait beneath the trees, patient, silent. I cannot leave. They are here, watching. They are patient. I am theirs. Story the end. The truck's tires crunched over the loose gravel as Emma and her boyfriend Jake drove the last winding mile to their secluded property. The land had been in her family for decades, a remote plot in the forests of northern Vermont, never developed, never connected to the grid. The cabin was small, rustic, and untouched for years, a real off-the-grid retreat. No electricity, no running water, no neighbors, just them and the forest. They arrived as the sun began to set, painting the trees in gold and amber. The cabin was everything Emma had hoped for. Log walls, a stone fireplace, a loft for sleeping, and a porch that overlooked a creek cutting through the clearing. Jake was skeptical at first, worried about being so isolated, but Emma had insisted. They spent the first day unpacking, hauling wood, and exploring the property. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. The first few nights were magical. They cooked over the wood stove, sat on the porch watching the stars, and slept to the rhythm of the forest. But Emma began to notice small things, the sound of footsteps just outside the cabin, faint and slow when they were certain they were alone. Jake dismissed it as the forest settling, branches shifting, or small animals, but Emma couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. It started subtle. A lantern moved from the porch to the edge of the clearing. A pair of gloves that had been left on a chair were folded neatly on the table the next morning, and the garden tools were never exactly where they had left them. One morning, she found a single footprint pressed into the soft dirt near the creek, a small bare foot. Not hers, not Jake's. It led into the trees and disappeared. By the second week, the intrusions escalated. Scratches appeared on the cabin walls, shallow and deliberate, forming strange shapes and symbols Emma didn't recognize. At night, someone or something scratched along the roof and walls, moving from one side to the other. Jake tried to set traps and cameras, but morning always brought new disturbances and no evidence of an intruder. Then they saw him, or her. A figure, tall and thin, standing at the tree line just beyond the clearing. Emma saw it first, frozen in terror. The figure didn't move, didn't blink. Its face was obscured, but its presence was deliberate, commanding. Jake grabbed the flashlight, swept it across the clearing, but the figure was gone, leaving only the faintest imprint in the soil. The nights became unbearable. Whispering came from the trees, soft and urgent, indistinguishable yet insistent. Emma would wake to the sensation of someone standing near the bed, breathing heavily. One morning, the loft ladder was broken, cut halfway down as though someone had climbed up and then vanished. Desperation set in. They tried leaving once, but the truck wouldn't start. The battery cables had been cut, wires chewed through, and the keys were missing. They were trapped. For days, they barricaded themselves inside, never venturing out. The forest no longer seemed natural. It felt alive, watching, waiting. One stormy night, Emma woke to a pounding on the cabin door. Heavy, rhythmic. Not desperate, not panicked, deliberate. Jake fumbled with the locks as the noise continued. Suddenly, the windows fogged from the inside, and crude markings appeared, drawn in condensation, eyes, spirals, and lines forming faces that seemed to leer at them. The pounding stopped. Silence followed. At dawn, the clearing was littered with objects from inside the cabin, a pan, a blanket, a chair. Everything rearranged, nothing broken. Footprints led from the cabin to the edge of the trees, small, bare, human, and then vanished without a trace. By the fourth week, both were unraveling. Emma began hearing whispers constantly, even in daylight. Jake refused to sleep, patrolling the cabin with a hatchet. They knew something was out there, waiting, patient, observing. Then one night, Emma woke to find the shadow of a child standing in the corner of the cabin, small and pale, watching her. When she screamed, it vanished. Later, she found handprints in the dirt outside the cabin, tiny, smeared with mud, leading from the woods to the porch, stopping abruptly as if the child had vanished mid-step. Finally, they decided to leave. Packing what little they could carry, they trudged through the forest in the early morning mist. When they reached the main road, they turned back. The cabin was gone. No sign of the clearing, no footprints, no remnants of firewood or garden, only dense, impenetrable forest stretching as far as the eye could see. Years later, Emma would tell the story, though no one fully believed her. Sometimes in the dead of night, she swore she could hear faint scratching outside her apartment window, soft footsteps circling, and a whisper of her name carried on the wind. The forest never let her go, even from miles away. Story the end. The road into the woods was barely more than a track, overgrown with weeds and hidden under layers of fallen pine needles. Jake had driven over an hour past the last gas station, following a paper map with one hand while gripping the steering wheel with the other. He had been craving solitude, a place off-grid to escape the city, the noise, the people, the constant pull of his phone. That's when he saw it. A small clearing with a cabin barely visible through the pines. The cabin was rustic, older than he expected, with dark logs streaked by rain and moss. The roof sagged slightly, and a single chimney leaned crookedly. Smoke wasn't rising. No light. The air was still, almost unnaturally so. He parked his truck, stepping onto the earth that felt damp and soft underfoot. The cabin door was closed but unlocked, creaking as he pushed it open. Inside, the smell of damp wood and mildew hit him immediately. Dust coated every surface, motes floating in the sunlight that broke through the cracked windows. The interior was minimal, a wood stove in the corner, a small kitchen table, a bed in a loft above. Old chairs, some broken, lined the walls. A single candle stuck in a holder on the table. Jake felt a shiver creep down his spine, but he told himself it was excitement, the thrill of isolation. He spent the day exploring the surrounding land. A narrow trail led from the cabin down to a creek, its water black and churning. The birds were silent. The wind had died. Everything felt paused, waiting. As he followed the trail, he noticed footprints in the mud. At first, he thought they were deer, but the prints were wrong. Too large, irregular, dragging in some places. He traced them as far as he dared, but the trail ended abruptly in a tangle of broken branches. No creature was there, yet the ground told a story he couldn't read. That night, the cabin seemed to breathe around him. Every floorboard creaked as though someone had just stepped on it. He heard whispers in the wind outside, low and unintelligible. Then a tap at the window. His heart leapt. It was probably a branch, he reasoned. Probably. But the sound repeated, soft, deliberate. He clutched a small hunting knife and sat awake, listening as the hours crawled by. The following days grew stranger. Shadows moved at the edge of his vision. Small objects in the cabin shifted overnight. A chair slightly turned, a book moved from the table to the floor. Footsteps echoed in the loft above when he was alone below. One morning, he discovered a circle of stones in the clearing, surrounding a shallow pit. The soil was freshly turned, and a coppery smell filled the air. Something had been buried here. Something small, or human. The pit was gone by evening, as if it had never existed. Sleep became impossible. He began seeing figures at the edge of the forest, tall and twisted, pausing between the trees, watching him. At times he could swear they were moving closer when he wasn't looking, always vanishing when he turned. He stopped leaving the cabin, trapped in a loop of fear and obsession. By the fourth week, he couldn't leave, even if he wanted to. The truck wouldn't start. Tires refused to roll. Wires were cut or chewed, though he couldn't see any marks. The forest itself seemed to have become a living thing, pushing him back into its dark center. One night, he woke to someone or something walking in the cabin. Heavy, deliberate steps. He grabbed his knife and froze. The sound stopped, then soft scratching at the walls, moving around him. A whisper, low and clear. Stay. Days blurred, hunger gnawed at him, water became scarce, and the figures in the forest grew bolder. One evening, he saw one at the edge of the clearing, standing completely still. Its face, or the suggestion of one, was smooth and featureless. It tilted its head, observing him. He ran into the trees, circling the clearing, but always found himself back at the cabin, as if the woods had folded in on themselves. Desperation pushed him to the creek. He tried following the current downstream, hoping for civilization, but it wound back toward the cabin every time. The forest seemed infinite, a labyrinth of impossibility. At night, the whispers became voices, calling his name, echoing from every direction. Finally, exhaustion claimed him. He collapsed near the creek, shivering. In the dim moonlight, he saw something move in the water, a shadow impossibly tall and thin, dragging itself along the bank. It watched him. He wanted to scream, but couldn't. It stepped closer, crossing the boundary between forest and clearing. He awoke hours later, or maybe days, to find the cabin gone. No signs of the structure, no marks in the earth, nothing. Only the forest remained, silent and patient. He stumbled out onto an old logging road, eventually finding a town miles away. Locals listened politely but offered no help. The cabin was never found. Years later, he still dreams of the forest. Sometimes, in quiet moments, he hears the whispers. Sometimes he sees shadows at the corner of his vision. And he knows, deep down, that the cabin still waits, patient and eternal, somewhere in the endless woods, watching for the next person desperate enough to vanish from the world. Story the end. The tires crunched over the gravel as Jason's truck rumbled down the winding dirt road deep into the Appalachian wilderness. Beside him, Mia scanned the darkening forest, clutching her coat tighter around her shoulders. The GPS had long since lost signal, and the sun was beginning to sink behind the ridges, casting the trees into deep, shifting shadows. "This is farther than I thought," Mia murmured. Jason shrugged. "The listing said it was remote. That's what we wanted, right? No neighbors, no noise." The cabin appeared just as the last light of day faded, a squat gray structure with a sagging porch and a chimney that hadn't smoked in years. Snow from last week still clung to the roof, melting slowly in the evening chill. The air smelled faintly of pine and damp earth. Inside, the cabin was small but livable. A stone fireplace dominated the main room, and the loft above could barely fit a mattress. Dust coated the floor, and cobwebs hung in the corners. Jason set down the lantern, and the warm glow revealed scratches on the walls, shallow but long, as if someone or something had tried to claw its way inside. They unpacked quickly, the cold making every task feel laborious. By nightfall, the wind had picked up, rattling the windows. They huddled by the fireplace, trying to ignore the forest outside. The first night was restless. Mia woke to a sound she couldn't identify, soft tapping like fingernails on wood. She called Jason, but he was asleep. The sound stopped. She told herself it was the old cabin settling. By the second night, the noises became harder to dismiss. Footsteps padded along the porch, slow and deliberate. Shadows shifted unnaturally across the walls. Mia tried to wake Jason, but when she looked at him, he was eerily still, almost as if he were listening too, frozen in place. The third night brought whispers, faint at first, threading through the room like wind through the trees. Then clear, almost intelligible. "Come! Come out!" Jason insisted it was the wind, though his voice betrayed a tension he couldn't hide. He took the rifle down from the loft and checked the locks on every window and door. The cabin felt smaller, suffocating, as if the walls themselves were leaning in. On the fourth day, supplies began to disappear. Food vanished from the pantry, tools were moved or broken. Mia swore she saw a figure in the loft mirror, pale, thin, watching, but when she spun around, the space was empty. By nightfall, the forest outside seemed alive, shifting with impossible patterns. The moonlight illuminated shapes among the trees, too tall to be human, too silent to be animals. The whispers returned, calling her name. Jason tried to reassure her, but he was pale, jittery, staring at the shadows as though they were plotting against him. That night, the door burst open. Snow whipped inside as an invisible force slammed it against the wall. They barricaded it, but the sound of footsteps circled the cabin relentlessly. Then came the knockings, heavy, inhuman, punctuated with guttural hisses. Jason ventured outside, rifle ready. The snow was fresh, untouched, yet footprints led away from the cabin, bare, small, jagged. They disappeared in the trees. He followed for a short distance, but the forest seemed to rearrange itself, trails looping back, trees shifting as if alive. When he returned, he found Maya at the loft ladder, staring. Her hair had turned completely white in a single night. Jason grabbed her, demanding she speak, but she only whispered, "They're here, watching, waiting." The nights blurred together. Sleep became impossible. The whispers now carried words he could understand. Stay. Join us. Forever. One evening, they saw figures moving outside, crouching among the trees, pausing to watch the cabin. They weren't animals. Their bodies were humanoid, but twisted, elongated, pale, with hollow eyes that reflected the firelight like mirrors. The figures never approached the cabin directly, only watching, circling. Jason tried to leave. He attempted the truck, but the ignition sparked once and died. Tires shredded against the icy gravel as if something had slashed them. The forest outside seemed to swallow all sound, all light. By the 10th night, Jason and Mia had stopped speaking. They huddled in the loft, trying to make the cabin feel safe, but they knew it never was. The shadows crept closer each night, the whispers louder, now chanting their names in unison. Then Mia disappeared. Jason woke to find the loft empty, the ladder gone. Snow trailed into the cabin, small footprints leading away. He followed, calling her name, heart hammering. The forest seemed to guide him, twisting the path, leading him deeper into the darkness. In a clearing, he found her. Or a version of her. Pale, thin, limbs unnaturally long, eyes black as voids. She turned her head, and her mouth stretched into a smile that wasn't hers. They belong to us now, she whispered, voice hollow, her lips unmoving. Jason ran, but the forest had changed. The cabin appeared behind him, the trees looping impossibly. Every step forward was another step back. Snow and shadows tangled, forming shapes that reached for him, whispering his name. He stumbled into the cabin again, slamming the door. The fire was out. The chair in the corner rocked violently, though no wind stirred. The whispers rose into a roar, calling from every direction. He tried the rifle. It fired once, then jammed. By the next morning, the cabin was quiet. No footprints outside. No sign of struggle. The forest was still, but something lingered in the air, a weight pressing down, waiting. Months later, hikers discovered the cabin. Dust and cobwebs covered the interior, the fireplace cold. Outside, the forest was untouched, pristine. The cabin stood silent, a hidden trap in the heart of the wilderness. Locals say if you walk too far into that part of the Appalachians, you can hear whispers on quiet nights. Some say a pale couple appears in the windows of the cabin, staring, smiling, waiting for the next people who think they can live off the grid. And those who follow the whispers never come back. Story the end. The plan had seemed foolproof. Jenna and her boyfriend Mark full week off the grid, a true escape from their city lives. They weren't naive. They had spent weeks preparing for this trip in the remote forests of northern Vermont, far from roads, far from cell service, and far from anyone else. They packed dehydrated meals, water filters, tents, and a small solar panel, confident that they could handle whatever the wilderness offered. The first day of hiking was exhilarating. Sunlight poured through the trees, the air smelled of pine and earth, and they found a small creek to follow deeper into the forest. By mid-afternoon, they reached a clearing perfect for their first night's camp. They set up a tent, gathered firewood, and cooked a simple dinner. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of wildlife. That night, Jenna woke to the sound of snapping twigs. At first, she thought it was a deer or raccoon, but then she realized it was deliberate, careful, slow footsteps circling their tent. She shook Mark awake, whispering what she had heard. He shone a flashlight into the surrounding darkness, but nothing was there. The forest returned to its calm, deceptive silence, and eventually they drifted back to sleep. By the second day, they noticed strange patterns. Paths they had walked yesterday now looked unfamiliar, twisted in ways that didn't make sense. Small trees and shrubs seemed to block trails that had been opened before. The forest, they realized, wasn't static. It was moving, reshaping itself around them. In the late afternoon, they stumbled across a small cabin, old and weathered, almost entirely hidden by trees. Smoke rose lazily from its chimney, but there were no signs of life. Jenna suggested leaving, but Mark was curious. He wanted to see who or what was inside. The cabin was empty, but it bore signs of recent activity. Footprints in the dust, a few cans of food, and strange, jagged markings carved into the walls. Jenna felt a chill as she examined them. They weren't letters or symbols she recognized, just crude scratches that looked like someone trying to claw their way out of the cabin. As night fell, the forest grew unnaturally silent. The wind stopped, birds vanished, and the usual night sounds were absent. Then the whispering began. Faint at first, almost imperceptible. Voices calling their names, not once, but repeatedly. Jenna pressed her back against the tent wall, trying to convince herself it was the wind. But the voices were too clear, too human, too intentional. The third day brought panic. The forest now seemed alive, shifting with them. Trails looped back, creeks curved in impossible directions, and landmarks disappeared. Every attempt to move forward led them back to the cabin clearing, as if the forest itself was hurting them. By nightfall, the whispering became chanting, low and rhythmic. Shadows stretched unnaturally among the trees, moving independently of the light. Jenna saw shapes at the edge of the firelight, tall, thin, almost humanoid, but distorted, their movements jerky and unnatural. Mark tried to approach them, but the figures dissolved into the forest as he got close, only to reappear elsewhere. On the fourth day, hunger and exhaustion set in. They tried to follow a creek, hoping it would lead them out, but the water's course seemed to twist and turn impossibly. Streams they had crossed before were gone. Rocks and trees had rearranged themselves, forming a labyrinth. That night, the forest closed in entirely. The shadows came closer, whispering in voices that were now unmistakably familiar, mimicking their own voices. "Jenna, Mark, come here." They screamed and ran, only to find themselves back at the cabin. It was waiting, as if it had never left. In desperation, they decided to climb the nearby ridge to get a better view. At the top, they saw the forest stretch endlessly, yet the cabin clearing lay directly below them, exactly where it had been every time. But as they scanned the tree line, Jenna saw movement. Hundreds of figures, thin and pale, scattered among the trees, all watching. Their faces were blank, their eyes black, their limbs elongated and jerky. They descended into the night, trying to stay hidden, but the forest seemed aware of them, guiding them inexorably back to the cabin. The chanting rose in intensity, a chorus of voices calling their names, growing louder, surrounding them from all sides. By the fifth day, both were delirious. Hunger, fear, and exhaustion warped their perception. Paths no longer led anywhere. They simply circled endlessly. Streams split into multiple channels, only to converge again in impossible angles. They huddled together, trembling as the chanting reached a peak. Figures emerged from the trees, surrounding them, moving without sound, their black eyes locked onto Jenna and Mark. The last anyone saw of them was a faint glow from the cabin's chimney, far off in the distance, and two small figures disappearing into the trees. Weeks later, hikers passing through the region reported strange things. Fleeting shadows that moved unnaturally, whispering voices in the wind, and the occasional glimpse of a cabin that didn't appear on any map. The forest, locals say, doesn't like intruders. It shifts, it watches, and it collects those who wander too far. Jenna and Mark were never seen again, but sometimes in the dead of night, campers report hearing two voices calling their names through the trees, luring the next unwary souls into the endless woods. Story the end. The sun had just dipped below the horizon when Tom finally saw the cabin. He had been driving for hours along narrow logging roads in northern Idaho, the forest pressing in on both sides like dark walls. He'd wanted isolation, no cell service, no internet, just the kind of silence that made a person feel like the world had stopped. This cabin, tucked deep in the pines and miles from the nearest town, was perfect. At least, that's what he told himself. The cabin was older than the pictures had suggested. Logs darkened with age, moss clinging to the roof, a chimney crooked and sagging. No smoke, no sign of life. Tom parked his truck on the uneven ground, boots sinking slightly in the damp earth, and stepped toward the door. It creaked loudly as he pushed it open. Inside, it smelled of dust and mildew. The air was cool, heavy. The cabin was sparse, a small kitchen with a wood stove, a table scarred with years of use, a single bed tucked in a corner, and a loft above that promised sleeping space. Dust covered the floor, and cobwebs hung from the ceiling. Despite this, Tom felt a strange pull to stay. He told himself it was just the thrill of solitude. He spent the first day exploring the surrounding area. A trail led from the cabin down to a creek, winding through the trees. The water was clear, rushing over stones slick with moss. Birds chirped intermittently, but their songs were fleeting, disappearing too quickly. As he walked, Tom noticed prints in the mud. At first glance, they seemed human, but something was off. The toes were too long, the stride irregular. Some prints dragged, as though a heavy weight had been pulled along with them. When he returned to the cabin that evening, The unease hadn't left him. The shadows inside seemed longer, darker. Floorboards creaked as though someone was pacing above him in the loft. He tried to rationalize it. Animals, maybe raccoons or squirrels, but the noises didn't match their size or behavior. That night he was woken by tapping at the window. Soft at first, then more insistent. He froze, staring into the blackness outside. The wind had died completely. The forest was silent except for that deliberate knocking. He gripped a hunting knife and stayed awake until the first light crept in. Over the next several days, things escalated. Objects moved overnight. A chair shifted, a pot overturned, a blanket that had been folded neatly now lay crumpled. The feeling of being watched grew heavier. Shadows appeared at the edge of his vision, tall and thin, disappearing when he looked directly. He stopped venturing down the trail, afraid of the prints that seemed to reappear daily, circling the cabin now, forming patterns he couldn't understand. One morning, Tom discovered a shallow pit in the clearing. The soil was freshly turned and smelled metallic. Bits of bone lay scattered on the surface. Something, or someone, had been buried there recently. He backed away, heart pounding, and when he returned an hour later, the pit was gone. Only the forest remained, silent and still. As the weeks passed, the forest became a maze. Roads he had previously driven seemed to twist back on themselves. He tried leaving, but his truck refused to start. Every attempt to walk out led him back to the cabin. It was as though the woods had closed in, trapping him. Sleep became impossible. At night, whispers crawled along the walls and floorboards, calling his name. Figures appeared at the edge of the clearing, tall, emaciated, with faces obscured or twisted. Sometimes they moved closer, always vanishing when he looked directly. He started keeping a journal, scribbling every oddity, every sound, every shadow, but it did little to calm his nerves. One evening, desperate, he attempted to follow the creek downstream, hoping it would lead to civilization. The water twisted and curved unnaturally, always bringing him back near the cabin. The forest was alive, he realized. Its purpose was to contain him. The first time he saw it fully, he froze. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, taller than a man, limbs too long and bending at impossible angles, its head tilted unnaturally, eyes black hollows reflecting nothing. It didn't move except to watch. Tom ran, crashing through underbrush, but each path led him back to the cabin. Weeks, or maybe months, blurred together. Hunger and thirst gnawed at him, but the cabin remained his only refuge. One night he awoke to the loft creaking above. Something or someone was pacing. The lantern on the table flickered, casting long, warped shadows. Then a soft, deliberate whisper, "Stay." In the darkness, he realized he was no longer alone inside the cabin. Shapes pressed against walls, crawling from corners. They were impossibly thin, pale, their faces smooth and featureless, like masks of bone. One reached toward him, and he screamed. The next morning, he was outside, crawling along the edge of the creek, dirt-streaked and bleeding. The cabin was gone. No trace remained, no footprint, no structure, nothing. Only the endless forest, silent and patient. He stumbled onto a logging road miles away and eventually found a town. Locals listened politely to his story but offered nothing. They didn't find the cabin, and none remembered it existing. Years later, Tom still dreams of the forest. He sees the figures in the corners of his vision. Sometimes he hears the whispers in the wind. And somewhere deep in northern Idaho, the cabin waits, patient and eternal, feeding on those who seek to vanish from the world. Story the end. It was supposed to be a simple escape. Lucas and his sister Katie wanted to disappear for a week into the wilds of northern Washington, far from cities, far from phones, far from anyone who might track them. They had planned it meticulously. Backpacks filled with freeze-dried meals, water filters, a small tent, and minimal gear to keep their packs light. The goal was total isolation. No GPS, no signal, no trace of their presence. They arrived mid-morning and hiked along an old logging trail that soon disappeared into dense, untouched forest. The air was crisp, filled with the smell of pine and damp earth. Lucas carried the map, Katie carried the compass. They joked, laughed, and admired the solitude, thinking it was the perfect start. By the first night, they had found a small clearing near a creek. They pitched their tent and built a fire. The forest seemed alive but calm. Birds called briefly before fading into silence, and the rustle of small animals moved through the underbrush. It was quiet, peaceful, almost too quiet. That night, Katie woke to a noise, soft, deliberate, like someone stepping on dry leaves just outside the tent. She nudged Lucas awake, but he muttered sleepily and rolled over. The crunching continued in irregular intervals, circling their tent. Katie strained her eyes in the darkness but saw nothing. Eventually the sound faded, leaving a silence heavier than the forest had been before. The next day, while exploring the surrounding area, they discovered something odd. The trees were marked, scratches on the bark forming patterns that seemed intentional, not natural. Lucas dismissed it as animal claw marks, but Katie felt uneasy. The markings didn't resemble anything she had seen before, jagged, chaotic lines that seemed to form eyes and mouths when viewed from certain angles. By the third day, the forest seemed to change around them. Paths that should have led downhill twisted back into the same clearing. Streams curved in directions that defied their previous memory. Even with map and compass, they were disoriented. Shadows stretched longer, darker, and sometimes seemed to move independently of the sunlight. Night brought the worst of it. Around 1 a.m., the whispering began. At first, faint murmurs, almost like the wind rustling through leaves, but the whispers grew clearer. Names were being called. Lucas, Katie. They froze. The sound came from all directions at once, circling the tent. Katie pressed against Lucas, panicked. The voices weren't human. They were familiar, mimicking their tones, mocking them. On the fourth day, exhaustion and hunger began to wear on them. They stumbled upon an old cabin hidden in a hollow between two hills. It was dilapidated, roof caved in, walls blackened with age, but fresh footprints led to the door. Lucas wanted to investigate. Katie pleaded with him not to. But curiosity and desperation won. Inside, the cabin was empty, yet signs of recent occupation were everywhere. Cans with remnants of food, a pile of rags, and deep carvings in the walls depicting figures running twisted in terror. One carving stood out, a figure with its hands reaching out, wide eyes staring, mouth open in a silent scream. The more Katie looked at it, the more the air around the cabin seemed to thrum, like the forest was aware of them. Night fell, and the forest around the cabin grew unnervingly still. Then came the tapping. Wood against wood, deliberate and rhythmic, echoing through the trees. Shadows flickered just beyond the firelight, tall, thin, moving unnaturally. Figures emerged from the tree line, limbs elongated, faces pale, eyes deep black voids. The chanting started low and monotonous, growing louder, calling their names in unison. By the fifth day, the siblings were desperate to escape. Every trail led back to the cabin clearing. Every stream twisted impossibly. They tried marking trees and stones, but their markers disappeared, moved, or became unreadable. The forest was alive and guiding them, herding them toward something. That night, they attempted to climb a ridge to see beyond the trees. From the top, they saw the forest stretch endlessly. Below, the cabin was still there, smoke curling from the chimney, though no fire had been built. Figures moved between the trees, watching, waiting. The chanting rose to a crescendo, voices perfectly mimicking Lucas and Katie, calling, laughing, crying. Cornered, they ran blindly into the trees. Branches tore at their clothes and skin, roots tripped their feet. Every time they thought they had escaped, they found themselves back at the cabin. The figures followed silently, moving without sound, surrounding them in the darkness. When dawn finally came, search teams found their abandoned campsite weeks later. The tent was gone. Backpacks were gone. No footprints, no trace of them, only the remnants of a small fire. Locals whispered that the forest in northern Washington claimed those who ventured too deep, bending paths and reshaping the land to trap anyone foolish enough to wander alone. Some hikers report strange things even today. Faint tapping in the trees, whispers of names in the wind, shadows flitting between the trunks. Those who hear the voices sometimes vanish, never to return. Lucas and Katie were never seen again, but on quiet nights, campers swear they can hear two voices calling for each other through the endless woods, lost in a forest that is alive and hungry. Story the end. The old logging road was barely more than a narrow, rutted track, winding through the dense forests of northern Idaho. When Emma and Mark arrived, the sun was already low, casting long shadows across the pine needles that carpeted the ground. They had rented the cabin for a week, craving solitude after years of city life in Seattle. The property listing promised isolation, a place off the grid with no distractions, no neighbors, and nothing but nature for miles. At first, it was exactly that. The cabin was small but sturdy, made of rough-hewn logs with a stone fireplace and a creaky wooden porch. Cell service was non-existent, and the nearest town was an hour away. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. They spent the first day exploring the nearby woods, collecting firewood and laughing at the silence, which was almost unnatural in its intensity. Night fell early. The forest seemed to close in as darkness enveloped the cabin. That first night, Emma woke to a sound she couldn't identify, a scratching at the walls, soft but persistent. She nudged Mark awake. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. "Probably just an animal," he said groggily, but his voice lacked conviction. The scratching continued for hours, stopping abruptly whenever they turned on a light. Neither of them slept much that night. The next morning, Emma noticed something strange outside. The ground around the cabin was disturbed, as if something had been digging shallow holes in the dirt. In the mud there were tracks, long, narrow, and oddly shaped, not quite human, not quite animal. Mark shrugged it off, but Emma felt an unshakable chill run down her spine. As the days passed, the isolation became oppressive. The forest seemed alive, shifting subtly when they weren't looking. Branches bent just out of sight, shadows stretched unnaturally, and the whisper of the wind carried sounds that weren't there. A faint murmur, almost like voices. On the third day, they attempted to hike a trail marked on the old map in the cabin. After hours of walking, they realized they had circled back to the cabin, though the route should have taken them miles into the forest. Panic set in as the shadows lengthened, and Emma began to feel that the trees themselves were watching, bending and twisting to obscure the way out. That night, the whispers returned, louder and clearer. They seemed to come from all directions at once, speaking in a language neither could understand. Mark swore he saw figures moving between the trees, tall, thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. Their faces were shadowed, but faint glows hinted at eyes that reflected the firelight. Sleep became impossible. Each night, the sounds drew closer. The figures circled the cabin, moving silently, watching. Emma began seeing glimpses of movement in the corner of her eye, shapes that weren't there when she looked directly. Mark's behavior grew erratic. He started talking to himself, muttering about being watched and followed. By the fifth night, their food was nearly gone. They had tried to leave several times, but every path they took led them back to the cabin. The forest had trapped them. The shadows seemed to grow stronger, bending toward them, pressing at the edges of their vision. The whispering became a constant presence, sometimes harsh, sometimes seductive, always pulling at their minds. One evening, Emma woke to find Mark missing. She called his name until her throat burned, but the only response was the whispering wind. She followed a trail of footprints leading away from the cabin, at first human, then stretching into shapes that were impossible, clawed and elongated, vanishing into the dense forest. Emma spent the next days wandering, trying to find Mark or a way out, but the forest had changed. Landmarks she had remembered disappeared, and trees seemed to shift subtly when she wasn't looking. The whispers grew louder in her mind, promising safety if she joined them, threatening torment if she resisted. On the seventh night, she found a clearing with a stone circle, faintly glowing under the moonlight. Inside the circle was Mark, or what had once been Mark. His body was distorted, limbs elongated, skin pale, eyes vacant but glowing faintly. When he turned toward her, she felt a wave of terror and recognition. He wasn't fully human anymore, and the forest had claimed him. The figures emerged from the shadows, circling her now. Emma understood then. The forest didn't just trap you, it reshaped you, feeding on fear and isolation, bending mind and body until you belonged to it. She tried to run, but the ground shifted beneath her feet, guiding her into the center of the stone circle. The last thing she saw was Mark reaching for her with those impossibly long arms, whispering in that same guttural, incomprehensible tongue. The forest closed in, darkness pressing against her eyes, and the whispers became a deafening roar in her mind. When the authorities finally found the cabin months later, it was abandoned. No signs of Emma or Mark remained. Only the cabin stood among the trees, silent, as if it had always been waiting for the next visitors. The locals who passed nearby never spoke of it, but they knew. The forest claimed those who strayed too far, bending them, reshaping them, until they were no longer entirely human. And somewhere in the twisting, endless trees of northern Idaho, the forest waits, patient, hungry, and eternal. Story the end. The moment Jenna drove down the narrow dirt road into the backwoods of northern Vermont, she felt the city peel away from her. Her new cabin sat at the end of a long clearing, surrounded by thick pine and birch, with no neighbors for miles, no electricity, no internet, no one to bother her. She had wanted this: peace, silence, solitude, but the forest's quiet seemed too complete, unnatural in a way that made her chest tighten. The first night, she lit a small wood stove and cooked a simple meal. The cabin was rustic but livable: a single room, a loft for sleeping, and a small porch that overlooked the forest. The fire crackled, but the sound of the wind through the trees brought something else, something almost like faint footsteps moving through the underbrush. Jenna dismissed it as a deer or raccoon. By night 2, the sounds had grown bolder. She heard soft scraping along the side of the cabin, almost like nails across wood. She grabbed a flashlight and scanned the darkness, the beam cutting through shadows, but she saw nothing. The sounds circled the cabin, precise, deliberate, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was studying her. During the day, she explored the surroundings. Broken branches and depressions in the snow hinted at some large animal, but the tracks never led anywhere. They started near the cabin and disappeared into dense woods that seemed impossible to traverse. She tried calling her friend on the satellite phone she'd brought, but only static answered. No one could reach her. She was completely isolated. By night 4, Jenna was exhausted. She kept the fire burning, windows shuttered, doors bolted. But the noises persisted. Slow footsteps pacing outside, tapping on the cabin walls, occasional thumps that seemed to come from above, like in the loft. Sometimes she thought she heard whispering, but every time she strained to listen, it stopped. On the 6th night, she found it, a message carved into the wood of the door, deep and jagged. Leave. She hadn't written it. She hadn't noticed it when she arrived. Panic gripped her, and she tore it away, but the feeling of being watched intensified. The wind outside sounded almost like breathing now. By the 10th night, Jenna's food and water had been tampered with. Nothing stolen, but containers moved, lids loosened. She started seeing shapes in the forest, tall, spindly silhouettes that vanished when she tried to focus. The whispering had grown clearer, a low chorus repeating her name, teasing, coaxing. Jenna, come out. She tried to leave. The truck wouldn't start. The road back to civilization seemed longer than she remembered, twisting through the trees like it had grown overnight. She spent the day trying to hike out, but the forest seemed to shift around her, familiar paths turning into dead ends. By evening, she had returned to the cabin, exhausted and terrified. On the 12th night, the cabin door creaked open on its own. She bolted it, but the sound persisted, scratching at the wood, like claws dragging across the surface. She felt cold breath on her neck, though no one was there. In the loft, she could see shadows pooling, forming figures that hunched and swayed. They didn't approach directly, but lingered, watching. Intelligent, patient. Jenna armed herself with a hatchet and stayed awake all night. When morning came, she found footprints circling the cabin, small, irregular, not human, but impossibly fast. She found more carvings in the walls, cryptic symbols that seemed to pulse faintly in the morning light. Her mind was fraying. The forest outside seemed alive, whispering constantly, reacting to her every movement. By the 15th night, she could no longer distinguish between reality and hallucination. The figures became more defined at the edge of her vision. Humanoid, twisted, with elongated limbs and pale, faceless heads. At night, she could hear them moving inside the cabin, pacing above and below, whispering, breathing, waiting. Then, one night, she woke to the sound of laughter, soft, high-pitched, and entirely human, but wrong. It came from the loft. She climbed the ladder, hatchet raised, and saw nothing. But when she turned back, she found the door that led outside open, though she had bolted it. Standing in the doorway was a shadow, impossibly tall, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on her. It tilted its head, studying her, and vanished into the forest without a sound. The next morning, Jenna was gone. Her belongings remained, scattered slightly as if she had been startled, but no trace of her existed. Locals, if they spoke of the cabin at all, whispered that the woods around it were hungry and that anyone alone for too long might vanish. Some claimed to hear a woman's voice calling for help late at night. But if you followed it, it led you deeper into the forest and never back. The cabin stands empty now. Visitors say the trees around it seem denser, the air heavier, the silence oppressive. Those who pass near the clearing at dusk sometimes see figures moving just beyond the tree line, watching, waiting. And if you listen carefully on still nights, you might hear a faint voice carrying on the wind, whispering your name, inviting you to join. Story the end.